described, saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk.
Amazing.
You already know what time it is. What up, gang?
What's up, man?
How are you, Sonny?
I've been running the bot with those are some really good rewinds, man.
Oh, sorry if I cut that off.
No, it's okay.
All right.
It's probably about time for some live action, you know.
I'm here to host for a little bit, so
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff.
12 noon here on the West Coast, so there you go.
All right, cool. It might rain in a couple hours, so I got some time here. I'm just hanging out at the park, chilling. I got some questions for the panel I wrote down before coming in. I came prepared today.
Right on.
But we'll see what kind of... Let's see, let me take a note. We're at 10 people in the panel right now. I'm going to write that down. We'll see how big it gets here. Starts at 10. Usually when Sonny and I start cooking, the panel starts to grow, so...
Yeah. It's true, isn't it? It's been great, man. Like, we are rabble-rousers here.
Yes, sir. You already know, man. Well, it's like a warm campfire. It's like people love to gather around when there's some people telling stories and stuff. So
I like that kind of feeling about it, and I like it because the embers start out slow, but there's definitely a spark. So when the spark starts, then people start going, oh, there's a fire over there somewhere. What's happening?
Yep. We already gained one in the last breath, so way to go. Let's see. Well, look, shout out to the panel. We got Jim, we got Effie Batman, Flat Earth Professor Dude, he's on Deafin, Morvis, TOS, Windmill Bear, Ether Gris, Cuddy, and Sunny. So, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So, welcome one and all. Well, I do have some questions for the panel. We'll see how the panel grows. But let me just check the chat, see what's going on in the chat there. See who's in the chat here. We got I see Old Hoss is in the chat. Eratosthenes, yep. Cuddy, hey, how are you? Old Hoss with the Stone Cold, yep. Exactly. Let's see. Good to see you guys. Well, some of the questions I wrote down, I'll just spam the questions and then we can maybe actually ask them. But what I'm thinking though is like, I watch a lot of Fresh and Fit, right? And the way they set it up is like what they'll do is they try to have the panel engage. So they'll ask questions and then go around the table and have people answer questions and stuff. You know what I mean? So what I'm thinking is like, we've never really done that before. I know not everyone wants to chime in or like hold the spotlight. The spotlight can be a little intimidating. So what I'm thinking about doing is like coming up with ways to ask questions to go around the panel. and have people interact a little bit more. So some of the questions I wrote down, of course, you guys can add to the list. I would also love to hear from you guys in the chat. I'm sure you guys got some good questions. Just some stuff I was bulling around with. What's the worst thing a globe earther has said to you? What's your favorite argument? Have you converted anyone? What's your best icebreaker or pickup line in terms of flat Earth? Have you dated a globe earther? Would you date a globe earther? I think we've kind of talked about that a little bit before. This one's kind of deep, but what is because people say, oh, I'll see you in the next life. So what is the next life? What are your guys' thoughts on that? So those are some of the questions I've wrote down. And let's see, we're already up to 12 people on the panel. Let's see who we gained. Paul. So I'll try to keep thinking of some more questions, but that's what I wrote down so far. I'm just looking to engage with the panel a little bit more. Just go around the room and see what you guys have to think about that. So I'm sure you guys have some good questions too, so feel free to type them out in the chat and I'll write them down as well. Otherwise, take a look at what kind of bot vids I have for you guys, what kind of screenshots I got. Other than that, I'm glad to be here.
Cool stuff. I just added this Discord channel to my TikTok, and I also linked up my Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness YouTube channel with my TikTok. We'll see how that goes. It's moving along. Yeah.
Good to see it. Yeah, I know Mickey is doing his TikTok thing right now. I miss him, man. I miss you, bro. Mickey, if you're out there, bro, get your butt in here, man.
I know we want you in here, but I need to go in there and check it out. I'll try to do. It's hard for me to do both and stay focused. Plus, I want to get outside. It's noon time. Until I get a good mount for my phone, I'll just carry it. Like I could do some short rides on my bike with my phone and go by the water and stop and make statements, do little videos like that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Everyone liked my fireworks video, and I was talking flat Earth out there. Thousands of people were all around me at the time, and no one was talking. They were all hushed. I was the only one standing up, filming the fireworks. Well, not the only one standing up. I was the only one standing up, filming the fireworks and talking flat Earth at the same time.
Nice.
See what I mean? But captive audience. Everybody's there. They're like an audience waiting for the fireworks. Some nutter is standing up there with his bicycle saying the water's all horizontal. Huh, what do you think about them apples, Mildred?
Mildred.
Yeah.
Also, QE's panel is live right now as well. He's got more people over there than we do here. Let's see. I guess he's doing his live panel at the moment. So I dropped the link if anyone wants to dip out of here and go over to QE's. I wouldn't blame you. I might even go over there and say hello for a little bit. But
I thought about playing their live stream on here as well, but
the bot, dude, the freaking bot, bro. Like it used to be able to do live videos like that, and it changed. No, I don't think so. I'll try it real quick just to see if it works. But last time I tried, it didn't work.
Yeah, just so we don't forget, we have someone named Windmill Bear, no roles in the chat. So I don't know if you want to speak to them. Windmill Bear, you do have control of your mic. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, how'd you find the server?
Link in TikTok from Waterworld.
Hey,
TikTok link.
There we go.
All right. So awesome.
Shout out to Jim.
So how long have you been around this topic? Just real quick.
2018.
Piss weak your argument is.
Yep.
Oh, sorry about that. It does work, by the way. It does work, by the way. But,
we're going to go ahead and give you VC verified since you did speak up. You sound like you're an OG to me, but we'll look forward to speaking with you. Welcome to the server.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I just got on here a few weeks ago, and I haven't done any of the vetting process.
Awesome, man. Well, I take it
Thank
the bear is in regards to Owen Benjamin.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We got another bear in the panel. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
There's not that many of us here. Not gonna lie. I think I'm like the only one that's holding it down lately. But yeah, glad to have you as well. Windmill Bear. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your name, the windmill part? What is do you live near windmills or something like that?
I worked on them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was actually a funny story. They started coercing their employees into first doing PCR tests, and then
Oh hell no.
yeah, and I refused that. It was the mask, then it was the PCR test, and I'm like, he's like, you got to go down to the clinic. We're all doing a test. I'm like, no, just no. And,
I'd be like, before or after you blow me.
Yeah, Windmill Bear said.
Hell no!
damn right.
So what did? Well, I'm curious about the altitude. How high up off the ground are those things?
About 300 feet.
Jeez. So you must not be afraid of heights, huh? Or you
No,
just
not
got
really.
over it.
I got over it.
Nice. Okay. Wow. That's epic. Well, you can tell Globers you didn't see any curve from up there.
Not even a little bit.
He said not even a little bit. That's funny. Yeah, for some reason they think you can just climb up on a big building and see curve, or get in an airplane and see curvature and whatnot.
It's
So I'll tell them.
120,000 feet. Then you go up there, and then they go, no, it's 160,000 feet, and it's just like you can just never go high enough to see it.
Right. Just keep moving the goalposts.
Isn't there footage out there at 120?
We got 128. Even the about 120 we do. But really though, regardless of that, like if you just take a look at the math that the globe claimed, if you kind of break it down, you shouldn't even be able to see curvature from, I think you'd have to be like 700 to like 1,400 miles away from the Earth. So even the claimed ISS altitude isn't even enough based on the math. So don't let anyone tell you like, oh well, the ISS sees curve. No, they don't. Even if that's real, which it's not. But yeah, you're gonna have to be way, way higher than a freaking airplane or 120,000 feet. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, what can someone explain? So I'm kind of a noob when it comes to the technical stuff, but I can digest it. What really got me into it was the obvious lies, because I've been a truther for a long time, since 2005 with 9/11.
Wow. Holy.
Yeah, so I was like, the question of would they lie? It was like, most definitely they would. Obviously, 100%. So I had no problem getting over that hump. So I mostly analyze the lies and the bullshit. So can someone explain why the horizon rising to eye level, no matter what height you go to, validates flat Earth?
Well, as you'll probably come to learn, because we don't really say that a lot. That's something that you might hear new, like, oh, horizon always rises to eye level. I think that I'm not the most technical person either, but we don't really say that around here because I think maybe Sunny can help on this one, but I think it does. What do they say? The horizon. I'm not the best on this one, but it doesn't always exactly rise to eye level, and it's not necessarily proof of the flat Earth either. Does anybody else want to add on that? It's like it rises up, but it doesn't go to eye level.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Jim.
I think rises up is the best. It doesn't. It goes up and comes closer. It doesn't come. Obviously, Bumgarner lied to us at 127,854 feet at 2012. But it doesn't. He opened that door, and we saw it through the back, the camera in the back.
Right.
Obviously, the horizon was a lot higher than it would have been if we lived on a ball, and of course, it wasn't curving either. So I think we basically just want to, say, hey, it rises up, but not to our eye level. It just rises along with us. but not to the same extent that we are. But the biggest thing is there's no curve left or right. That's the biggest thing. And two is if we did live on a ball, then it wouldn't even rise at all. It would drop off.
Right. There's a GIF for that. I don't know how to generate that GIF. If anyone has that, go ahead and put it in the chat. What I was going to say though, Windmill, is that as long as I've been in the server and all the arguments I've heard, it's like not even something you have to lean on, because I think that the farther away you get from the ground, the more you get into the weeds. So your best bet is to come down closer to the ground and actually measure that sucker and find out if there's any curvature there. So we don't use that argument a whole lot, although I have heard that before in the past. But it's not the kill shot, if you want to call it that. And besides, when it comes to the globe, they have their DLC. They can just download the new DLC. Oh, well, on the globe it does rise to eye level, blah blah blah. So they can just change whatever they want anytime. So the best bet is just to stick to some things that you can actually verify in terms of the surface. We've done observations and laser tests and things like that. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's like all those tests that show there's no curve. It's so intuitive and it's so obvious that there's no curve. 8 inches per mile squared, all the photography and the video people have come out with. And I started at first when I got into this, with TikTok, I was going into Globe Man's chat and stuff. And I'm like, all right, let's fucking give these guys a chance, and they just turned out to be toxic motherfuckers. But they can never really explain that in a way that makes sense to the uninitiated, right? You got to be in their little club. You kind of got to already presuppose this stuff, and then they'll just be like, but they can't explain it in a way that makes sense, but they think they are. Mm-hmm. They're like, oh yeah, reciprocal zenith angles and all this shit that I haven't dived into yet. And it's like, but I thought this was so obvious that even a fifth grader could understand it. But you got to get into reciprocal zenith angles and nano arc seconds and all this shit that a fifth grader doesn't know to explain it. Well, that's not simple. So where's the obvious, simple proof? Yeah. And it doesn't appear that they have it.
No, they definitely don't. I have this analogy. I'm sure you guys and a lot of people have a box somewhere laying around with a bunch of cables and wires and stuff sitting in your box. So I have one of those. I took a picture of it. I don't know if I can find it, but essentially all these nano arc angles and reciprocal blah blah blah, they've got a basket of loose wires and cables and box chargers and all this stuff. And so what they'll do is they'll sit there and connect these little the USB that'll plug into this box charger, and then I can probably plug the end of that USB into this, and this aux cord will plug over here. But the problem is none of those things have any power. They're just sitting in a basket loose. So it's that's kind of what they have as well. They have their little basket of loose cables. Their nano reciprocal propagation angles will connect to this thing and blah, 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 blah. But they don't have a foundation. They don't have any power to connect it to. And so, just to riff off of that analogy a little bit, I did watch a YouTube short where this guy was detailing building a house from scratch. And he said that the majority of the time and the money was spent on the foundation. And he said it took 77 days from start to finish. And he said 38 of those days were building the foundation. And he said the biggest chunk of the money was spent on the foundation as well. And so that's what we do here, is we spend all of our time analyzing and building the foundation. What the Globers do is they become interior designers. They want to just, let's pick these curtains out and stuff like that. They don't have a house built. They want to talk about the shingles and start building down from the shingles. The problem is they don't have anywhere to put the house. They don't have a foundation. So it's good to try to get them back down to the ground and say, okay, well, your foundation is these three things. You need 1, curvature. 2, you need a moving earth. And 3, you need gas pressure without a container. So that's something you'll hear here. We call it the 3 points.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
So I could literally put that in one of my songs. So yeah, go ahead.
You made two good analogies there. The box of wires, yeah, their story's incoherent. It's like a box of wires. Yeah, you can pull stuff in and plug it into shit, but it's sorry, swearing. Is that okay?
Yep, you can say it. That's
Okay.
fine.
So, yeah, it's like, oh, look, it fits, right? It's like, yeah, it's a box of wires. It doesn't make sense though. It doesn't work. And
Right.
then when you said they're trying to build a house from the top down, it's a good analogy because this is a top-down control structure. Propagated through by the government, by world's powers and stuff. It's not a grassroots movement. It never was. The globe is not a grassroots movement. It's a control structure, top down. So building a house from the top down, that's exactly the whole thing, their whole story. And at flat Earth is grassroots. You go into Globe Live, it's all snarky, know-it-all bullshit. And you go into a Flat Earth Live, and it's discovery. It gets heated sometimes. People are on the defensive because we're getting like street preacher levels of treatment by these assholes. But it's discovery. People are high-fiving. People are making connections, just genuinely experiencing life. And then you go into one of theirs, and it's just you got to get out.
Yeah, I mean, Crit, if you keep an eye out for a guy named Critspiracy, he's got tons of stories about going into like different Glober lives and have his experience over there. I don't do a whole lot of that. Probably have like, I used to play Call of Duty, and like you could go to the leaderboards and find out how much time you've spent playing the game and whatnot, right? So it's like I have literally like 0 minutes, 0 seconds over at like Glober servers and stuff like that. But there are some people that go out and do that kind of thing, and they've got stories on stories. About their experiences over there, and they're quite funny. So they're, like you said, very toxic, and they're not trying to like get down to the bottom of things. They want to like, talk about their loose basket of wires. Well, see, look, this USB connects over here. Like, oh, great, cool. Let me know when you actually get some power to any of that. I'll wait.
Hey, I got a question for Waterworld. So when you posted that link in TikTok, you said come to the Flat Earth Discord. You'll know why once you get there. Were you referencing the lack of toxicity? That there's a bouncer at the door essentially, and you can keep all the nasty globers out. Is that what you meant when you said you'll find out why?
I think when you get over here, I'm at a restaurant, so you may not be hearing me all that great. When you come here, you get the truth. And you get it over on TikTok. There are a few quote flat earthers there that just make stuff up and make me look bad, and would make me look bad in front of my family. And I already look bad enough in front of my family. I don't need any more help. So I just when you come here, they don't tolerate here on 24/7 the kooks. I mean, we'll go after the kooks. Over on TikTok, you allow the kook globers in, and they're treated nice and stuff like that. And I'm not going to list names of who they are over there. You know who they are. But here they don't pull punches. And so obviously you'll learn about second law of thermodynamics. That's one question. Another is the rotation of the Earth has never been verified. And then obviously you'll get into 8 inches per mile squared. Drop over distance, and then from there you can, if you get into this place long enough, you can ask other questions like motion of the Earth around the sun, and you can get into Michelson, Morley, and Dayton Miller and stuff like that, which has never been proven that we have an elliptical orbit of 30 kilometers per second. And then obviously, I know some people on here. I know AI says it's all about the water. 71% water cannot be curved. And Indio even said 35% of the water can't be curved and 36% be flat. It's either, it's got to be all one thing or all the other. So it is 71% flat. So you'll get a different bunch of angles. CB has his angles, Indio has his angles, AI has his angles, and I continue on. Jedi has his angles. I'm leaving people's names out. Forgive me, but you'll get a different perspective. But it's all right on. And so, whether you want to go back to TikTok and share it with live streams, that's up to you. But you'll get the truth here. And when a glober comes in, they'll be intellectually demolished. I mean, I don't want to call it savage, but it is definitely a warrior mentality here.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for all that. So to the original question, it was to mostly to get away from the kooks. You can kind of screen out the weirdos that kind of poison the well with their like in between, like concave Earth bullshit.
Oh yeah.
I don't even want to be a dick because it's just like it's a process of discovery. And at first, I thought flat Earth was nonsense to discredit like Pizzagate and other conspiracy theories. Turns out I was wrong. Flat Earth's totally right. So it's like I don't want to just like shit on concavers, but it's just like, are you just here to make flat earthers look stupid? Is this?
Yes. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. And the nice thing about this server is that it has a voice text, so they'll share a lot of great GIFs, memes, and video, which you can't do over on TikTok. And so it's really good if you get acquainted with voice text here. That you can actually go to voice text and download a lot of that stuff, put it on your phone or your laptop, and look at it later. A lot of it's YouTube related, and so it's really good. TikTok doesn't allow you to share, and that's the bad thing. But this place, in Discord voice text, you can share, and you can take stuff with you and learn from it.
Yeah, and I said a couple buzzwords already that probably would have gotten some TikTok lives taken down. 9/11, Pizzagate, all that shit. They're, how they is.
Yeah, the only thing you got to be careful with on Discord is they have terms of service, and 24/7 is recorded to YouTube. In live, so you have to stay away from virology conversation.
Virology.
Oh, yeah, we can't talk about the cocoa and all that stuff in the last 3 years. At least while we're on YouTube. But I'm working on splitting us off every once in a while. To do like a Rumble exclusive stream where we can start to talk about a little bit more openly, a little bit more freely about some things, and that we can't talk about on YouTube. But we're not able to do that at the moment until we get on Rumble. So just keep that in mind. We're careful about some subjects. We don't want to get shut down or anything. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this place is special, man, for sure. In terms of like you said, the kooks, you will find some crazy people in here, but we try to give everyone a fair shake. We don't. It's not like we don't allow Globers in here. We actually do prefer to have them around so we can have a sparring partner and all that good stuff. But it's a fun place. You'll learn skills that you can take away from the Discord out into reality. Number one, public speaking and stuff like that is a big one. But also like knowing terms like theory, science, experiment. A lot of people use those words, they'll just throw them around willy-nilly. But you'll come to learn how very specific those words are and how to use them appropriately. And so, you'll end up building some skills. If you like this place and you find yourself hanging out here from time to time, you definitely will grow. I do like this place quite a bit.
Yeah, the public speaking part, that makes sense to me because, I watch very technical, literate flat earthers just lay down the law, and then the incited mob doesn't care. So it's like, yeah, you can learn all this stuff to a really high technical level, show that it's flat, show it's not curved. But, the public speaking, learning how to deal with the nonsense, the people that are just going to scream and yell and try to incite other people to do the same. So just a good point with learning how to public speak. That seems to be even more important or just as important as the technicalities.
Yeah, man, it's great. It's great. You wouldn't think that you would like learn some skills on Discord that you can like take into reality, but I've definitely learned a few. I never used to speak on the live stream. If you're getting to know me, like I used to be the soundboard guy. I still am, but I was always just sitting in the background working a soundboard for the Discord, and look at me now, baby. So
yeah.
But So everyone, like I think Jim said a good thing there too, is like everyone comes from a different angle. So we've got guys doing different things. We've got guys making clips. I call them the clip kings. We've got like 3 guys in particular that I can think of. One of them's in the panel with us now, TEOSUK. There's a couple guys like him that just kind of work in the background. They're making clips for us and stuff like that. And so he comes from that angle. I was doing the soundboard angle for a while. We've got guys working like in the background administrative stuff. So it's about finding out what your skill is and then really attacking it from that angle. I watched a show called My Hero Academia. I really, really like that show. It's an anime show. If you're not into that, don't worry. But it taught me that, well, the premise of the show is like everyone is kind of born with a different quirk or a skill. And it just had me reflecting on this Discord and on this server how kind of we all have our different skills and quirks. Like if you played Pokemon back in the day, maybe you remember like when you start the game off, you can pick one of three types. You can pick water, fire, or grass. And so say you pick the fire Pokemon. Well, it has a lot of strengths. Obviously, fire is very strong and resilient, but it has a weakness as well. Water. You know what I mean? So like that aspect ties in quite well. It's like my skill, I'm kind of a layman. I'm not the most technical guy. But say if I'm a grass type, I'm really effective against certain water types, but I'm not very effective against fire types. So it's about finding out like what is your skill, what is your type, so you can be best at that, and then know when to step aside when maybe it's your weakness or someone comes in as your your counter part. So that's something I've learned over time too, is like how we all have our different skills and how to apply them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And water destroy. What is it? I was just going to say something. I couldn't tie it together. Water destroys the globe, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There you go.
If the globe was a Pokemon.
Right.
Water would wreck it.
Exactly. So, yeah, man. It's like the more time you spend, you can figure out like what is your skill. There's also like the element of like a little bit of a speed dating element too. Like say if someone pops into the server right now. And you guys can kind of tell, like, all right, well, CB, he's not getting along with this guy. Well, maybe I need to step aside and let someone else step in, whoever is the better type that would match up well. So, like, say if you had like 100 dates in front of you and you use the same line on everyone, hey, how's the weather or whatever, that might work on like so many people, but it also isn't going to work on some other people. So it's about being aware of that as well. It's like knowing when you're effective and when you're not effective. And
yeah, so this Discord here there's a lot of tabs, there's a lot of pages. Are there learning materials in here, or is this all? Can I learn in here? Of course, aside from the voice chat.
For sure. There's like two or three main chat rooms. There's the lobby, the debate text, and then this live stream voice text. And then in terms of VC, this seems to be the main place where people like to hang out. But in terms of like learning tools, if you go down to the very bottom of the server, there's two channels called additional information, broken up into two different alphabetic categories, A through L and then M through Z. What you can do is go through those categories. If there's something that interests you, say, let's see what's in here, gravity. If you're like, well, all right, I need to learn a little bit more about gravity, you can go to the gravity channel and go through some of that there. And hope people will post different resources and videos and GIFs and links that you can learn a little bit more about gravity. So I would say the additional information is a good place to go learn a little bit more. But there's also the search bar. I think that doesn't get talked about enough, is the server search function. You can search up things in there all the time. Say if someone comes in and talks about Eratosthenes, you're like, oh, this freaking goofball. I'm just going to type Eratosthenes in there and see how many results we get back.
Where's that search?
8,000 results. For me, I'm on the Discord app on my computer, and so at the very top right, there's a search bar up there next to above the member list. So you should be able to hit that search bar and search things in there, and it should be able to generate some results for you. There's 8,000 results for Eratosthenes, 321 pages. So it's like if someone comes in, they're like, well, Eratosthenes. It's like, well, dude, that topic has been thoroughly fleshed out here. You can't just like bring that like expecting you're going to get a Nobel Prize. So
yeah, the Gish galloping over on TikTok is just like, well, what about this then? Then what about this? Then what about this? And I'm like, well, even if I know everything about everything, you won't accept it. But I still should go learn about this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I try to get people to stop. The gish galloping is quite annoying. Like the analogy I use for that is it's like they're on a short bus and they've got a stack of Monopoly money, and they just rolled the window down and start making it rain out the window, this Monopoly money. Well, what about, how does this work? Eclipses. And just start spamming questions. It's like, dude, why don't you find like one or two questions that have value to you that you're willing to spend some time on, that you're not just going to drop on the ground and forget about that you even just asked it. So I do try to stop people from doing the gish galloping. It is quite annoying. It's like people ask questions they don't want answers to, and you should be aware of that, and you don't have to answer those questions if they don't really. If you can tell they're not there genuinely asking and they're not really wanting the answer, don't give it to them. So
yeah, like asking disingenuous questions, which is like 90%
mm-hmm.
how the way they ask their questions. It's not meant to be answered honestly because it wasn't asked honestly.
Mm-hmm. I have an example of that. I'll have to dig it out of my server here. Got an example, a perfect example of that, where people will ask you questions and they don't even want the answer. It's like, why are you even asking? What the hell? Let me dig that out.
But hey, I just got here. If you guys got a good vibe going on and we're off TikTok, we don't need to even think about those people, then do your thing.
Oh, you're not interrupting anything, bro. It's all good. We're just shooting the breeze. Where is that video? Oh, here it is. I'm going to throw this in the bot real quick. We'll take a listen. This is an example of somebody asking questions and they don't even want the answer. So it's like, well, you got to have your head on a swivel and know when people are being disingenuous. So you don't have to feed them answers they don't want. Let's take a listen.
Well, okay, what's your credibility? Is my question.
He's spoken to over 2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm a best-selling Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
studied.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more qualified.
So that girl goes, "What's your credibility?" And he starts to tell her, and she's like, "Well, I don't care about that." It's like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell? Like, why did you ask them? So it's like it's good to train yourself to be aware of that, and like, you don't have to feed people when they're not hungry. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, you can be dismissive of those people.
absolutely, or just yeah, it's annoying. Globers do this a lot, and they ask questions they don't care about. So I try to get them to focus on, well, why don't you pick one or two questions, and like, don't just throw the question away after 5 seconds of asking it.
Yeah,
So,
if I see a moderated debate or a well-ran channel or even just like a respectful guest, stay on topic. It's awesome, because then I can watch one of these points be brought to its conclusion almost always by the flat earther. To stick on one point and draw it to its conclusion. It's and then you go to like some other channels and it's just chaos. But if you do stick to one point, they always get destroyed.
yep, and you missed it. It was just a few days ago. We had a guy join. He wanted to talk about the horizon, and we did not move an ounce away from that horizon topic. We stuck to it for like an hour, almost 2 hours, and bro got absolutely cooked, completely baked, destroyed, obliterate, whatever you want to call it. It was embarrassing. If you're a globe earther listening in, it had to be embarrassing. But yeah, that's what we don't do. That we like to stick to one topic, drill into it, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So yeah, we don't do that hopping around stuff around here. So
No leapfrog.
nope. He wanted to go from the horizon to the sky, when the moon and this, that. I'm like, well, before we do all that, we're gonna put a nice little bow on this horizon, and then we'll move on. So, are you there for that either, or Sonny?
I know. This is the benefit of having a phone and being able to post things on Discord like immediately. Like, it's freaking great stuff. So anyway, breakfast with Sonny sometime, ladies.
Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. Sonny's one of the OGs. Shout out to Sonny, man. You've been doing good work here before, way before I got here. So, shout out to the old dog, son.
Yeah, August 2020. Yeah, it's quite a moment in time. August 2020. I can't believe it's 3 years gone by already.
I know, right? I know, dude. Time flies.
And it goes by in a second, don't it, man?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing about the Discord is it's at times it's densely packed with information. Like you talk about when we're talking with QE, all the citations, you're making copies of citations, then all the memes come through. You start getting hundreds and hundreds of memes. Like, yeah, it's pretty intense. So I was going to say for any of the new people, I know we had a new person, Windmill Bear, welcome once again to the server. And one of the things that I found very rewarding here pretty quickly on is paying attention to the conversation and posting links and memes and comments and things that are closely related to the actual conversation at hand. That's a good skill. It takes some secretarial skills where you're going to be searching in Google or whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? Like that's handy. And we've always had people that do that expertly. I got pretty good with doing that myself. And from early on, that was very comedic and rewarding as well, and informative.
Yep. And hey, I see Jedi popped in the server. How are you, brother?
Some nice little rounds of applause there, mate. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna have to hit the Stone Cold music for you.
FE Jedi. Ladies and gentlemen, FE Jedi.
Better watch out. He's going to come into the ring and drop kick you in the gut and hit you with a DDT or something.
Got to get him some badass Star Wars intro music to go with the screen name.
I can do that. Let me do that right now.
Man. Do the Imperial March.
Mm-hmm. What's going on with you, brother?
Yeah, not too much today, man. Not too much today. Just getting prepared to move.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be kind of moving tomorrow, half moving this weekend, and then I'll start my new job next Monday. And yeah, getting married at the end of next month. So yeah, lots of stuff's going on, man. Busy day today.
Congratulations, and congratulations, dude.
Thank you.
Very nice.
What's been going on in Flattown today? Anything exciting? Did you just have somebody in that run away? What was the discussion? What happened?
We got another bear on the panel. Shout out to Windmill Bear.
Yeah, just a new guy there. Yeah. I was going to add on to that introduction for Jedi. Be careful with Jedi, because after he gets done slicing and dicing your intellectual banter, he could poke your eyes out with right triangles too. So just want to add that.
I was going to say, dude, he'll poke your eye with the corner of a triangle, yeah.
Like, watch out for those triangles. They got sharp edges. Yeah.
TikTok is a hellhole, I'll tell you that now.
Yeah. I was going to say, dude, the admins posted a video from TikTok the other day. I had to go bleach my whole brain after watching it. Holy.
Yeesh, yeah, I understand that. My comment section needs fumigating. Let's put it like that.
Really? What are they saying in there? Can't be flat. It can't be flat.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to surprise you with anything that they say. We hear it all the time, right? So just that in written context. It's just, you don't understand how to use a sextant. You don't know what a triangle is. You stupid flat earthers don't know anything. Blah, 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 blah. Usual kind of ad bollocks, man, without any kind of justification behind it. Just, nah, we don't like what you're saying.
Yep.
Who knew a triangle was going to piss so many people off, eh?
I know, right? That's funny. Dude, yeah. Well, they have that syndrome. They have multiple syndromes. One of them is flat earthers can't be right syndrome, or everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You don't know what a triangle is. Like, bro, dummy. This is basic stuff. It's not like flat earther stuff. Crazy. So Jedi had to pop out for a second, but boy. Just want to say, man, I don't know what they're putting in the water these days, but holy, man, dude, like, I'm seeing younger girls that are like 6 foot tall, and they're like 13. Like, what in the hell? What are they putting in the water? What are they putting in the juice?
Maybe they're taking stuff out of the water. Or, I mean, like, people are buying their own water, getting their own clean food. People are getting big and tall and strong again.
Well, I hope that's what it is. I doubt that. I do doubt that, because the girl had a bunch of zits on her face. But I don't know. maybe I don't know. I think it's like, dude, it's the birth control. You know, they're on like, I don't even know, bro. It's like they're trying to flip everything upside down. They want the boys to be weak. They want the girls to be big and masculine and strong and all this stuff. It's upside down clown world everywhere you look. It's crazy. Like, dude.
I know.
Oh.
I saw this girl jogger yesterday. I'm riding my bike on the trail. She was so buff, man. I mean, like, she was definitely beautiful. She looked like she took care of herself, but just too big for a girl. I mean, just bulky. It didn't look very attractive to me.
I mean, this girl just walked by. She's like 12 and she's like 6'1". It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, there's something in these birth control. I don't know what they're putting in the I call it juice, to say, you know, the thing that they wanted to put in your arm the last couple of years, but who knows what's in that stuff that they've been giving to children and whatnot. Like, dude.
I think a lot of it is what they put in the moms.
The moms and the food, yeah. Too.
The whole thing.
I'm pretty sure it's in the food, because I was in one state, different from the one that I'm in now, and that was 2019. I moved, and then my children started changing, like hella. So I think it's in the food and the water and that regional location. Pretty sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. It sucks, dude. It sucks, man. Like, they got the boys all weak and beta and soft and stuff like that, and the girls are like, dude, we don't have to go too deep into this, but it's some weird stuff around here, man. It concerns me a little bit. I feel bad. You really have to like do a lot to like fight against. Like, I haven't drank tap water in like 7 years. You know what I mean? You have to like go out of your way to do stuff. I mean, crazy.
People tell me all the time. Oh, you shouldn't drink distilled water, because they got the information from the water companies that are telling people not to drink the water. Like, you're supposed to get your nutrients and minerals from your diet. Like,
let the food be thy medicine. Yep.
And the other thing I noticed is when I started drinking distilled water, I can drink like 4 ounces, and later on, pee like close to 24 ounces. This goes on and on and on. Like, I pee like 6 times more now. That seems kind of drastic, but I'm lightweight now. I'm at my leanest weight I could possibly be. I'm building muscle structure, new muscles. Like, I'm repairing damaged joints. They're being repaired. So, like, the thing is to not be sedentary.
Yeah. I mean, you're out there riding that bike and stuff. Hey, real quick, I saw a picture of your bike one time. You have like something on the front wheel. Is that an e-bike or what is that on your front wheel?
Yeah, it's an e-bike. That's the motor on the front.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got a picture of it somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that one time. I was like, what the hell is that? That's cool, man. Very nice.
Let me see if I have a picture real quick. I can post 1 sec.
But yeah, man, it's weird, bro. Like all this stuff is it's weird, bro. It's kind of scary what they're doing to people. But what are you gonna do? You gotta worry about yourself, I guess. It's so weird too. It's like almost like it's almost like everything they say is the opposite. They say, "Oh, this isn't for human consumption," when it is. Like they'll be like, definitely don't look at the sun when you can. Oh, if you do this, it's bad when it's good for you. You know what I mean? It's like you really have to kind of take everything with a grain of salt. You don't have to just go full auto-hoaxer mode. You should really double check a lot of the things they're telling you. And I have a subject, I don't want to get into it here, but maybe later. But there are some subjects that are like, what the world tells you is bad. Is there a chance that it's maybe not so bad? It's kind of dark, but we don't. Well, I won't get into it here. But maybe when we're on Rumble or something. But there's a lot of things like that. It's like, for example, I have a bottle of, what is it called? Turpentine. I have a bottle of turpentine. And I was dating this girl, and she's like, absolutely do not drink that. And I had done a lot of research prior to even buying it. That's why I bought it. Because you can buy it to help kind of clean out some of your system. And if you're sick, you can take a little bit of it and whatnot. And so my girl was like, absolutely do not drink that, you'll die. And it's like, I still have the bottle. You don't chug the bottle. You take a couple drops of it at a time. But it's like, the world will tell you something's really dangerous and really bad for you, and absolutely don't touch it, don't go near it, when it's healthy for you, it's good for you, perhaps. You know what I mean? So
they also have to account for people that will just go to the excesses, like with the terps you're talking about. They have to cover their asses. I know what you're saying, that pretty much do the opposite, because I agree, because everything comes back to company profits. So they've got to, make a problem with something and push you in a direction to use it. But also, with terps and that, maybe they've just got to cover themselves on a legal basis, because some people are just stupid and would
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, people are dumb anyway. But even maybe you guys have heard of Kratom before, Kratom. When you buy it, a lot of the times it'll say not for human consumption. It's like, okay. So it's dude, it's stupid, man.
I wish I could just grow it somewhere. I guess it only grows in really specific areas, probably.
Tropical grow.
So you guys can get all of that anywhere at the moment now.
Yeah. But wouldn't it be nice to to grow your own little patch somewhere in this area, and just be able to go back and forth to it here and there, now and then, like I do with these fruit trees. And let me tell you, the fruit trees that I've seen, we had so much water here in California, the fruit trees are bursting. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of pounds of fruit that I can get.
Yeah, they have stores here. They have literal, you can go to a Kratom store and buy it here where I live in Ohio. So I know they've been trying to get rid of it, trying to ban it and stuff like that. So that's a perfect example. It's why are they trying to ban something that's helping? I know it's supposed to help people who are trying to get off opioids and whatnot, but hell, bro, they're no, here, just drink your alcohol and smoke your cigs. Don't smoke weed. Yeah. Don't do this. Don't do that. It's bro, what the? They were telling people that weed was gonna make black people rape women. It's what the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, what the hell, man?
The fear campaign to shut it all down. That's still running here. It's so annoying. We can't get any of that shit over here.
Cannabis?
Yeah, even we
Wow.
you can get it, but you have to like do that bullshit you probably had to do 10 years ago where you got to call in and get your medical, even though like they just pass anyone that calls. It's just a Ponzi scheme. But yeah, you can't just like go. I'm assuming now you can just go to the shops and they've just got like buds and shit everywhere. Like, yeah, that's not here.
It really makes you think why they're doing all this, and you really have to. Like, I feel bad for the Joe Normie out there that just goes along with what CNN's saying. You know what I mean? You really have to kind of have your they live glasses on for everything, because
yeah, we're a nanny
they don't
country.
lie to you.
Everything's 10 years behind here. Although they still got medical that you can do. Like they're doing the psilocybin and that treatments here.
Yeah, that's
But, like,
kind of
I think it's
popping up a little bit more here. Like California has been big on that for a while. I know.
Yeah. The sessions like
Ketamine, psilocybin.
extremely expensive.
The place that the place I just left, they have a 55-inch TV screen that I sit next to, and they literally have CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, BBC, Weather Channel, and AccuWeather. And on the two of the 6 screens on BBC and on the Weather Channel, they had the weather. And the weather, obviously, out from a distance, they show you a ball, right? And so it's just like, okay, guys, okay, we got 6 TV. They call it News Mix because they put 6 different stations on, and 2 of them at the same time were showing me a ball. So cool, man. Cool story, bro.
They'd be careful, like the channels don't start syncing up and saying the exact same things.
Cool. God. I'm dying, man. I will say one thing to Windmill Bear. Thanks for coming over from TikTok. You'll find in time that after you come here for a little while, you may not want to go back to TikTok, or if you do, you'll find yourself spending a lot more time here and less on TikTok because it's not a clown show here. I mean, the clowns that come in and they come and go. You'll meet Ruhef and you'll meet some other people. They're clowns and they're treated as clowns when they come here. But over at TikTok, the clowns kind of run the show, and so you get kind of tired of the clowns running the show.
Yeah, I have a clip. I'm gonna have to deafen the bot for this. Sorry for the YouTube folks out there, but about just trusting CNN and stuff like that. A little spicy for YouTube, so I'm gonna deafen the bot. But let's take a listen about why you shouldn't just be a good little boy and go listen to CNN. Let's take a listen. Yep. Just go watch CNN. Shut up. Be quiet. Go sit in the corner and be a good little boy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us have this certain backbone. We're like, hell no. Go ahead, Jim.
I think CB in a lot of ways. I push back on Tucker Carlson. I'll be politically correct in terms of service correct on this. Is when he says some of it was not true or whatever. I would love to corner him and go, okay, if you say some of it was not true, what of it was true? Because 100% was a lie. It's just like 100% of the globe is a lie. And I call it a satanic lie because that's the best word I can come to describe it. And so the only thing I would, when I was back 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I was a Fox News person, and Tucker Carlson was probably my favorite person. I view him as a total sold-out clown right now who's allowed to say certain things, that, and he gets paid very well for it. And I think Don Lemon getting fired from CNN and Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox News was all WWE right in our face. They all get dressed in the same locker room. It's just something. It's a game show, and they want us as the masses to be fooled. I don't think for 1 second Don Lemon lost any income. I don't think for 1 second that Tucker Carlson lost any income whatsoever. They were playing a part, and they played their part well. That's why I don't question. Like I said before, I don't question things anymore. I reject things, and we build our own new world.
Yeah, it's hard to know who's who, like, once you start figuring out, like, when you start connecting dots and that, everything is just on the table for being falsified. So, but it can lead you to mistakenly take things wrong as well. But these people, they do leave clues, and I agree, they don't tell the 100% truth. And it's crazy that, like, everyone knows that it was all a lie, yet you still can't even talk about it freely.
You can't. Yeah.
The craziness of it all.
If you want to know who rules over you, find out the things you cannot talk about. I used to believe that I used to believe One American News, real good, Fox News, pretty good, CNN, bad, and MSNBC, really bad. I used to think that, and so it's like now I look at them all and I go, really bad. I don't care. Don't have a TV. Don't care. Watch Pluto TV. I go back and watch Star Trek 66, 69. Yes, I'm guilty, but I see it. I watch it now with the fact they threw relativity down my throat back then. I had no idea what relativity was. They threw it down my throat, and they threw planets down my throat. And it's just like, I ate it up. Now I just look at it and laugh.
You make a good point, though, about, like, kind of the whole world is a stage. And so when you say what you said about Tucker, I have to kind of agree. And I was with you, though, too. A couple years ago, I was watching Fox News. I was following Tucker and stuff like that. So, but, all that aside, I try to focus a little bit more. I know there's going to be people out there that don't like Andrew Tate or his brother. They don't like Tucker. They don't like this person or that person. But I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea that I'm playing these clips so they're like, oh, we need to get on the board with Tucker or Tate or whatever. It's more about the message itself. Any one of us could have said these things and would have been just as equally true in my eyes.
Yeah.
So
you just got to separate the message from the person saying.
Yeah. If you guys want to throw daggers at the messenger, go for it. Whatever, that's fine. I'm more about the message itself is the important part. And I think what they were saying is important, and they have a bigger platform than I do. So I'm appreciative that they're at least saying this in front of millions of people. You know what I mean? But if it's a stage, yeah, I agree with that too. So
Jim's point is, like, could it all just be a misdirect? I think it's what he.
Yeah, perhaps.
And I understand that too.
The pendulum swings.
It's so hard to see what's real anymore because everything's just been thrown against the wall. Like, you pretty much have to disregard everything and only base it on your senses and what you can fully verify, because everything is just crazy. It's insane.
You have like a couple different camps, right? You've got like your auto believers, and then you have your auto hoaxers. And I think it's good to be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think you should take things with a grain of salt and kind of go through them with a fine-tooth comb. All right, well, what is this really saying here? Let's take a deep dive on this, and let's take a look at what it's really saying. You shouldn't just. It is fun to be an auto hoaxer. I'm not going to lie, but you don't want to be an auto believer.
Yeah,
oh, you definitely don't want to be an auto believer. That's for sure.
No. The only way to know is to do a deep dive on everything. Like, you can't take anything at face value.
Right.
And that just, like, there's not enough time in the day to work everything out.
Right. But then, like, because of that, you have to be careful about just like discrediting everything, because then
absolutely,
yeah. So, but I do think that like it's probably better to be on the auto hoaxer side than on the auto believer.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
It definitely seems that way.
And if you're not, just real quick, Jim, if you're not familiar, if anyone out there is not familiar with the term auto hoax, from my understanding is that like the auto believers are just going to say, well, it's true until proven otherwise. The auto hoax is like, well, it's a hoax until proven otherwise. So go ahead, Dodge.
Yeah, I think the auto believers are the Google, Chat GPT, NASA and Wikipedia believers. It's in there. It must be true. And the auto hoaxers, which I'm in that camp. I'm sorry, I'm guilty. And the thing is, it's not necessarily a hoax. It's just not true. And so everybody starts, and I did. Starts out questioning things, and that's great. Nobody goes from an auto believer to an auto hoaxer overnight. They don't click their finger and go, today I know that everything I've been taught has been a lie except for parallel parking, and so I didn't go there overnight. I started questioning the thing that I can't talk about, and then that took me down someplace, and it actually took me about 20 months to go from what I was told on TV about this thing we can't talk about to, hey, I'm sorry, this just doesn't exist. And so it took me 20 months. And so, but the Earth thing took me like 2 weeks, because it was like, after I knew I was lied to about this, and then I was told that I could see too far, being on a ball of 3959, that was pretty much no brainer. Now, did I know anything about the heliocentrism history hoax? No. Did I know anything about relativity? No. Did I know much about observations? No. Did I know much about biblical cosmology? No. But that's where it's much harder. It's the unlearning is much harder than the learning. If you go into it and go, well, I've been indoctrinated for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years of my life, so the unlearning is going to be very uncomfortable. The learning is going to be easy. The unlearning is what's the most difficult thing.
Well said. Can you explain the parallel parking thing? That went over my head, bro.
Oh, when I was 16, my football coach, who was the driver's ed teacher as well, when he told me how to parallel park and stuff like that, which I still do today, we went up. If there was a car in front, we'd go about 2/3 of the way past, to that car, and then we'd be a certain distance away, and then we would start turning, into our parallel parking, going backwards. And once we almost got to the curve, we would, start to turn it and straighten out, and then we, basically get it done, right? And I do that today when I parallel park. So I wasn't lied to about parallel parking in driver's ed, but I was lied to about everything else.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I love your little quips there. It made me think twice. I'm like, oh wait, parallel parking.
What the heck? We're talking about the Earth. He's talking about parallel parking. What's going on, man?
I bet you a lot of people these days don't even know how to do that, embarrassingly. But
we still got to do it, don't we?
Not gonna lie though, as much as I criticize the auto hoaxers there the last few breaths of mine, I probably fall closer into that camp when I'm presented with something. I'm like, we'll see if that holds up. We'll see if that's true in 30 days or whatever. You know what I mean? So Shout out to the auto-hoaxers out there, not gonna lie. I learned that term from the Penguins. Maybe you guys have heard of the Infinite Plane Society, or Tim Osmond and the Penguins. That's where I heard that term, auto-hoax. They have a whole song about that.
I started working on my my latest thing, Insane Things Globers Believe, and I won't spend much time on it. Number one is Pound Repkin, 1960, Harvard's Jefferson Tower, 22.5 meter tower, photons, blue shifting, red shifting, going up and down, you know, and the difference was 0.000000736 meters per second. Cool story, bro. And then you get into the ever expanding universe, the rate of expansion. The ever expanding universe is expanding at 4 times the speed of light. How come? Who came up with that? Since the universe is said to be 28 billion to 200 billion light years wide or long. So, you know, the longer the universe, 28 to 200 billion, the more speed at the edges it is expanding. So at 4 times the speed of light, what's that based off of? 28, 50, 100, 125, 150, 200 billion, light years long. What's that based off of? And then you got the Andromeda galaxy blue shifting. The entire universe is expanding according to Hubble in the late 1920s. Though Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting and will collide with the Milky Way galaxy in 2 billion years. Though both galaxies have so much empty space, nothing will probably collide with each other. Cool story, bro. And people age faster at 15,000 feet elevation than at the sea level because of time dilation. Cool story, bro. The atomic clock at Boulder, Colorado, 5,400 feet. Runs faster than the one in London, which is the sea level, and it runs faster by 5 millionth of a second per year, give or take 1 millionth of a second. Cool story, bro. And then Planck's constant is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. You write that out, it's 0.3306626. So how do you come up with E equal HV or E equal F, which is frequency and velocity? How do you come up with that? Because you're factoring in this Planck's constant at 6.626 times negative 34. Cool story, bro. And then they tell us that the poles are closer to the center of the planet than the equator is. Because of centrifugal force, it's a little bit wider, 40 kilometers at the equator, than it is the poles. So the person at the equator is in a slightly weaker gravitational field than the one at the poles. And so the person at the pole ages slower relative to the person at the equator. Various times have been given, but it comes down to 0.03 seconds over 100 years. Cool story, bro. And that's what science tells us to believe right now until they change it later on. But I just got started. I'm going to come up with 15 or 20 of them. And I'm just going to have fun with it. I mean, these people lie to us so much. They literally make stuff up. The fun thing is, you actually have 19-year-olds on the beach in Michigan City who believe the exact same thing than Rob Parks, who is Georgia State astronomy PhD, who works, with NASA to put these little pretty pictures together. And so it's just like that they lie to us as a PhD astronomer, because astronomers and astrophysicists work on imagination. There is no proof of what they say is true. It is all imagination, just like a 19-year-old at the beach telling me what everything is. It's the exact same thing. I mean, I don't care. They're all mental 10-year-olds.
I was going to say, how embarrassing that is that to be a Rob Parks if you got trench level ding dongs who are basically on the same level in terms of their beliefs. So, you'll have the trench level guys who will say, well, the experts have the information. No, they don't. All they have is just as much of a belief as you do. So they don't have anything.
Rob Parks actually tells me on a podcast, I go, the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting, while the rest of the universe is red shifting, according to Hubble. And we're told that, the Andromeda galaxy is going to run into the Milky Way galaxy in 2 billion years, but don't worry about it. There's so much space, nothing's going to collide into one another. And he actually looks at me, we were on video call, he looks at me, I'm glad you know that that's happening. It's like, no, I don't know that it's happening. I heard that from one of your fellow crackpots that said it. It's just like, yeah, it's just like, and then another guy on TikTok, his name's Jorge. I started talking about muons, M-U-O-N-S, how they come down from the cosmic sky, and they're so small, they have a life that's unbelievable, and they're supposed to go away at 50,000 feet, but they find some of them at the surface, and they shouldn't be there. So how do they explain that? Time dilation. Cool story, bro.
Stop the cap.
Like, cool story, bro.
Hey, you're gonna have to add that one in. You gotta add a couple of the, like, instead of cool story, bro, every once in a while you gotta put a stop the cap.
or dial it back, bro.
Yeah, dial it back or stop the cap, bro.
Put the brakes on, bro.
Stop the cap, bro.
Stop the cap.
We gotta teach you the cap lingo, Jim.
You young people use words like dude and bro and man, and one other thing that I can't remember right now, but I never use those words till I started hanging out with people your age online, and now it's like, and now it's like, bro, dude, man, stop the cat now, and dial it back, bro. Put the brakes on, bro. It's just like it's a whole different language for us older guys.
I love it. I love teaching slang, and I love slang myself. It's good to stay young and hip with the kids in terms of their lingo. Like, it's weird. Bro is making a big comeback. I was just thinking about that, bro.
It is,
dude. Yeah, those things are making a big comeback in 2023.
Hey, I'm going to start using this one. I'm going to try to. It took me a while to kind of put. It took me a while to put it in my nomenclature, but it's like, hey, bro, you're triggered. Drink some water.
So you got to teach us some of the old school lingo. What were you guys saying back in the day?
Yes, no, maybe so.
No, you guys were saying things like far out, right, bro? You're freaking far out right now.
Oh, I never went far out. That was I never did far out. I never got into the age of Aquarius and the drug culture.
Okay. I'm sure there's some gems from back in the day. You're gonna have to share those with us when you think of them.
I don't know, man. I was pretty conservative. I was your typical Republican conservative, patriotic American. Go flag.
Okay.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Oh my God.
Sometimes I say, like, bro, you guys, what will I say? Something about daddy government. Daddy government told you not to play with letters, blah, blah, blah. So like, maybe you guys would say like Uncle Sam or something like that.
Big brother. We would say Big Brother.
Oh, yes. Big Brother's
there
watching
is,
you.
Sonny.
Big Brother's watching. Yeah, Sonny. Big Brother's watching you.
Yeah, I got cut off Discord real quick, but came back on. So, we would say on the West Coast, bitchin' was like, that was like things rad. Like, that's rad. That's a rad twin fin you have, man.
I never said that. I was in Illinois. I was pretty sheltered.
Are you going to surf the jetty today, or are you going to shoot the pier?
Oh my goodness. It used to be when somebody. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It used to be when somebody said "dude" to be like, "You surf, bro?" Excuse me, I didn't say bro, but when somebody said "dude," it's like, "You surf?" It's like, and I thought it was a way of being condescending to him, but and now I say "dude, bro, man, no problem."
Actually, a lot of people in the Midwest when I was growing up still said "howdy." Now, I don't know how that's going along, but I actually used to say howdy to people.
Yeah, howdy. That's a good one. That's a classic.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Say howdy and immediately get into your good.
Does that mean fine, ma'am?
How do you do?
You know what fine?
It's a short for how do you do?
You know what fine stands for, don't you? Fine. I'm fine. You know what that stands for, right?
Not okay.
Fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. Good.
I love it. I love all the lingo. Timbo Slices in the chat. I'm sure he's got some lingo for us. Frickin' piker. This piker.
Piker. This piker.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
Good night, Irene.
Space Australia.
We were having a right rip snorter.
right rip snorter. I'm getting better. Hey, Timbo.
Down under.
Timbo.
We have to be careful, Timbo, because it's 6:21 a.m. Thursday morning, so we got to be careful.
Oh,
Timbo Slice.
He probably hasn't. He probably hasn't had his coffee yet, so who knows?
I'm still drinking my coffee, and it's like approaching 2. I almost said 2 a.m. Really freak you guys out then. About to go out and see if I can weather the heat. Of course, I wait until it gets absolutely the extreme hot temperature of the day before I go out. Great job. It's a cool 81 degrees. Perfect weather.
Yeah, it's about the same here, man. I'll be riding my bike around, trying to imagine I'm in California still.
Yeah,
there's just no beach. There's no smell of the water, and there's no beach, and I'm sad. But I call it California or Calinati.
Hey, Timbo, I apologize. I missed the day. It is Tuesday here, Wednesday there. I don't know what happened to me. I think I had too much of that CBD last night.
Nice.
I don't touch CBD. I'm making a joke.
Really? Do they make
drinking that wine 2 inches?
I did I tell you my new
smoking them tweeds and everything.
my new favorite drink is cranberry juice, Sprite, and vodka.
Nice.
And I'm only going to drink it when Helio's on, so we can share. I'm just joking.
Helio, yeah. It's like 6 o'clock.
And this is really bad, so don't hold this against me. But I don't care if I start to have a little glass at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't care.
Hey.
Go ahead, Sonny.
I was going to say, hey, when you're our age, it doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter.
No, bro. Even the Spanish, bro, they have their little midday little couple glasses of wine, bro. Ain't nothing to worry about.
As long as I watch my own limits, I know what my limit is. Pretty much, like I didn't used to know what my limit was for a really long time. Now I'm able to appreciate alcohol as an adult, which I never had the luxury before.
Right. Just don't get your Helio on.
It's like 6 o'clock. Helio already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
I mean, it's hard enough. They couldn't prove it if they could. Pull out a stick and shadows in the hood.
Dude, how funny. Lou Nation the other day. That was insane. I was worried about him. He's so smashed.
Come on, Lou was absolutely hammered, bro. Oh my God.
That was like awesome.
I literally don't know how to get that drunk, bro. I don't. I'm sleeping. Like, I literally will fall asleep from that buzz. Like, it's crazy.
I've been there a couple times, but that was hectic.
I'd be that drunk probably with like 2 pints. I would, so I can't.
Right.
Yeah, like 1 pint.
Bro, Sonny, when we did the Effie Faces event, you had a little drink and you were buzzing hard, bro.
Oh yeah, I had a couple beers that night. But look, I only had like the whole time. I only had like 3 beers the whole time. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like nothing. Like it was just a mild buzz. It was fun. That was really fun though.
Yeah, Chubbs, that's so funny. Like I played a soundboard and Lou was like, "Don't say that," or whoever was that, don't do that. Like it's freaking soundboard, dude. Oh my God. Too funny, man. This place is like the pub for some people.
Yeah.
I can understand why. I can't be mad.
I was gonna tell Windmill he's back. You can come here on Sundays and speculate all you want to. Speculation is kind of frowned upon the other days, but you can come here on Sunday and speculate all they want to. Those things they, over TikTok, all the flat earthers speculate about what's going on around them, and it makes total no sense whatsoever. So I don't really want to hang around some of them. But so if you want to speculate, come over here on Sunday and Speculate all you want to. Windmill, come over here and TikTok all you want to on Sunday. Same thing.
Okay, yeah, I don't know much about the speculation you're talking about, but what is it? Just kind of sitting around and just flushing out ideas?
Yeah, if you want to talk about extra lands outside of the Arctic Circle, you kind of avoid that Saturday through Monday through Saturday, but you can bring it in on Sunday if you want to.
I'm glad you brought that up, Jim. Let me comment on that a little bit, because that's an important part of this Discord. We're very, very meticulous, we're particular, we're careful. We try to stick to things that we can verify. So during the week, we try not to get into these let's talk about other land and blah, blah, blah. So we try to condense that down to Sundays, or we just let loose. On Sunday, you can talk about, I think it's maybe a dome, or maybe there's other land and this, that, and the other. Because lots of guys have ideas. And it's fun to share them and talk about them, but we try to keep it condensed to a certain time where we can let loose and then get back to regular scheduled programming.
Yeah, if you come in here, there's a couple different camps that I kind of understand or think there is with what talks about the elevation of our sun, which we really don't know what the sun is anyway on a stationary plane. But there's a couple camps, 3,000 miles up, and there's another camp that goes, maybe inside the firmament 75 to 100 miles up. There's two different camps there. Maybe there's other camps, but you can say that for Sunday. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, even on Sundays every now and again, I'll go watch some anime show and it presents the Earth in a certain way, and I come back, I'm like, yo, dude, what if the Earth is kind of like that? So the farther I get into being a flat earther, the more I get away from this idea that it's probably just like a circle with ice and a dome. It seems too that's, I don't know. If it is what it is, that's what it is. I have no problem with that. But I'm starting to think that it's not what it is. There's probably way more to it than that.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a heck of a lot different than what we think it is.
Right.
I think we can look at the sun and we can kind of go, gives us heat, gives us light, moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. And, looking at it through magnification, it's got sunspots. Now, what are sunspots? What do they do on a stationary Earth close and local sun? I have no idea. If somebody knows, please let me know, because I have no clue. But they are present because I've taken pictures, I've taken video of them, I've posted them, and they're so obvious. And they're really kind of neat, too.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat a map there. We don't have to get into this, but I was watching a show recently. This is the most recent one I saw. And, obviously a lot of these shows are, based around Japan and whatnot, but they presented the Earth like this, right? It's like backwards from how it's usually presented with America on the left, with Africa on the right. They had it the other way. And so you'll have Globers come in and go, well, what happens if you go left on the map? And they're looking at that.
Go left.
Dude, I've had so many people ask me that, dude. I was like, left. When I was in school, you have the chalkboard, and the teacher could pull 3 different maps down from the chalkboard. And one of them would be this rectangular type of map with America on the left, and then Asia and Africa and all that, and Australia on the right. And so what they say is, well, if I'm on the coast of California, what happens if I go left? Do I loop off the map? I'm like, well, dude, I have to explain to them that number one, that's not the Earth. That's just one depiction of very many. And so what was interesting is when I saw this, they had it backwards. So I'm going to present this next time someone says, what happens if you go left? I'm going to show them this one.
When they cut the map off, I'm sorry, some of these Globers, I don't know if they're just making fun of us or what, but when they cut the map off, between Alaska on this map, not not how it really is on this map between Russia and Alaska, they go, well, how did the Japan attack Pearl Harbor in 1941? They had to go all the way the other round, because if they went the way, they would have gone off the map, and so they had to go all the way around. It's like, give me a break, man.
Stupid.
Yeah, dude, that's so dumb. They're trying to pick one map and say, well, this must be the flat Earth map. It's like, no, dude, there is no one map of the Earth, ding dong. Come on, bro.
I think one thing somebody told me a few weeks ago that said a couple hundred years ago they were called charts instead of maps, and charts were approximations. And and when you have land, you can have a reference point when you have land, but as you get over more water, you have less reference points, by which you can go by. So, if you're looking at even this map, even this fairy tale that's in front of us, has a lot more water in the southern part than it does in the northern part. And what we think is our realm or our existence, there's a lot of water in the southern latitudes than there is in the north. So we have a lot more reference points by which to be more accurate in the north than we do in the south. So I'm sorry, folks, they're still charged, there's still estimations, and that's what it is. So, when the Glober comes in and goes, you don't even have a map. Well, they don't even have a globe. You don't even have a model. Well, you don't even have a globe. So, screw your model, screw your map. You don't even have a globe itself, an actual physical in reality globe. So these people, this is like, no. And this is one thing that our good friend from TikTok, who's I left now, one thing our TikTok friends are going to realize is we don't put up with BS in here. It's just like, it's called out.
Hell no!
Yeah, no, we don't. There's no time for that. There's zero time for the BS. We've already spent enough time dealing with that, so we're here to clean that all up. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
So, hell no. Shout out to the panel, Sonny. We did it. We're up to like 18 in the panel, 17. So we got Carr, who's joined. We got Timbo, who joined. Radwin, Jim, Flat Lloyd Wright. Oh, good friend of mine. And who else do we have here? Wave Mixer has joined as well, and Chubbs. So welcome everybody.
I know about Wave Mixer. He's at work and it's 1:33, and he won't start driving home for another 4.5 hours. Is my guess.
Oh, Wave Mixer did make us a logo recently. I don't know if you guys heard, but I'm trying to put this idea out there that we could use a logo or an emblem or an icon. And so Wave Mixer started a rough draft. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat.
I'll embroider it right at work because we have a maker space at work where we can design anything we want. We've got 3D printers, embroidery machines, laminators, vinyl makers, you name it, we've got it, right? You design a logo and I'm going to make a patch and put it right on one of my shirts at work.
Sick. Yeah, I was literally saying that, dude, I bet you somebody will, if we do come up with a good logo, I wouldn't be surprised if someone goes and gets it tatted or something, you know what I mean? I don't have any tattoos, but I know some of you ink heads out there wouldn't be against getting it tatted. That'd be funny. I'll show what Wave Mixer came up with so far. Here's Wave Mixer's rough draft. Here it is in the chat. I don't know if it was him that came up with the idea, but he said, like, we should do something on the Black Swan. I was like, oh, that's a brilliant idea. My mind right away thought of having the 2 rigs, right? Like water with the 2 rigs. But I guess he was thinking the actual swan. Well, both of those are great ideas. But one of these days we'll come up with something real good, guys. You know, the Nike swoosh, whoever came up with that's an iconic thing that you don't even need a name. You just see the swoosh, you know exactly what it is. I mean, and then other people have riffed off of that. I saw a bumper sticker today that said, like, it was the Nike swoosh, but it was like Rasta colors. It was like, just hit it. So, like, you know, who knows? Our brand could turn into something a little bit, like, you know, iconic. So I'd love to see that in the future. If any of you guys are artistic or, you know, can do stuff like that, go ahead and try to draw or make some icons and let us know what you come up with. You know, we can come up with something iconic. Look at Paraplegic, for example. This is a good example. Let me repost some of these things here. Dude. Like,
where are you at? Where are you at, Creation Bear? The Columbus Zoo right now in the atrium?
Dude, that's what Timbo or somebody was saying about me last time. I'm just at the park. I'm at the park. Oh, there's birds everywhere over here. I forgot to turn my bird cancellation on. Sorry, let me go into my settings and turn on the bird cancellation. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for you to do a spot live for us from the atrium at the Columbus Zoo.
Funny. I've just been trying to get out here and enjoy this weather, man, while we got it. I love good weather. Reminds me of California, so I'm out here shirtless at the park, so sorry for all the birds in the background, guys.
You can't hear him right now, but I got a bunch of rabbits in my backyard.
Nice. Sounds peaceful.
Hey, when you go shirtless, do you see a lot of babes whistling at you?
Well, I saw that 6'1" girl that walked by. I was like, what the hell?
Did she proposition you?
No. Man, dude, it should be the other way around. If I really wanted some attention, I'd be going up to them, but nah, I'm not. It's 2023, man. It's too crazy out here, bro. Like, you don't know who's got the juice in their arm. You don't know, like, you know what I mean? How you even have a kids with someone?
And they'll lie about it now because they know how we are.
Right. Oh, what's your body count? Oh, like 0. Lies. Stop the cap. So I don't know, man, dude. It's way too crazy out here, man. I'm not even trying to get involved at the moment. So
you meet somebody at the beach and you go, you know, they ask you about your P1000, what you doing, you're all set up because you're close to it, and you go, oh, what you looking at? Sunset? I said, yeah, look at Chicago too. And then it's like, did you know on a ball of 3,959 miles times 2 diameter times pi, circumference 24,901 miles, that you have 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance? And they go, okay. And then you go, well, you know, on a ball, we shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing. And they go, really? And it's just like, it opens up a whole new thing. And so you get into your 10-minute spiel, and if you haven't turned them off by then you get into the virology spiel. And if you haven't turned them off by then you get into the boom, you know, thing. And and then if you haven't turned them off by then, it's like, well, you're pretty much done anyway, because you just ruined their life over 3 things that they come to believe is true.
I know, right? It just kind of goes into compatibility, it's like, is it a deal breaker? I wonder for how many people in the panel that, for those of you that have relationships, is your partner on board with, you know, a flat Earth? Are they on board with the juice? Are they on board with some of these things that Jim's been talking about? Are those things deal breakers for you? I do wonder how some of you guys deal with that as a flat earther, especially if you spend a lot of time in Discord. You know, like, they have to know what you're doing. And so, the girl I dated previously, like, it got me thinking too, like, would I rather be with someone who's a total normie, just regular girl, or would I rather be with someone that's like based, red-pilled truther girl? First of all, where are you going to find a girl like that? And 2, then do you guys have to align on certain things? Like, okay, well, what if she's, you know, like, it's just everybody, I don't know, man. It's like, I almost want to just go back to just regular Joe normie girls instead of like some base red-pilled chick. And then we fight on things. Like, I don't want to fight.
Problem is they're going to look goofy to you. You're not going to get along with them now.
Right.
And everybody now is going to lie about getting the thing.
Yeah.
So you can't trust that either.
Right.
I don't think you have to be aligned on everything. Like, my wife, she got the juice. Like, that's half the reason why I come here, because I've been looking at conspiracies in that. Not to talk about that for forever, but like, I couldn't convey to her why. Like, I'm just trying to get that message across to her. Like, now she's on board with me, but like, it's too late now.
Yeah, I was gonna say too late. Yeah, exactly. It's scary. It's sad.
Like,
yeah, man.
I love her regardless, man. But like, you can't be the same at everything. but like she's starting to understand and sort of taking a couple of red pills and that, and she's coming on board. But like if I could have got that message across to her earlier, it would have been ideal.
I know, right? I know that's one thing that you can't undo. You can undo your thinking process on the globe. That's fine, but you can't undo that.
Mad. I just couldn't. Yeah, I just. Yeah, I got like I couldn't. I just got angry when I talked about it, and like, how can you not see this? Which a lot of people didn't see, but anyway.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. The girl I was dating previously, it was the same situation. Like, she went and took it, and I was like, girl, well, R.I.P. Like, that sucks, but whatever. So, and I'm sure that was a really troubling time for a lot of couples. Like, I bet you that broke a lot of people up. I don't think it wasn't the deal breaker for us, but yeah, it was. I'm sure it was a big problem for a lot of people. So it's good to hear you guys kind of got through that. But like you said, there's no undoing that process. You can't take it out.
I had to scream up and down until they finally got what I meant for people to not do it around me. And only one did, and that was because that person is a nurse and didn't know any better, that I could have gotten her out of it just with one simple letter.
Right, and it's scary, like how many people just did it and they weren't really even being forced. They were like, well, we'll give you a hot dog if you do it. And they're like, okay. It's like, you moron. Especially all these years later, you can look back and like, well, we didn't really have to. Well, at least, I don't know where you guys live, maybe it's a little bit more challenging, but like where I live in Ohio, bro, like they literally made laws to say like, we're getting rid of this. You know, it's like, so it's been pretty free here for the most part. It was tough. It was a tough time during the process, but after the fact, after they put some of these like laws in place, they literally like banned it. Maybe you know what I'm talking about, Radwin, since you're here too. But
what got everyone here was you could go to the pub, like that turned everyone over. Forget it. You're allowed to go drink beer at the pub. But seriously, is that all it takes?
I know, right? What an incentive here! And like here, they were like, "Well, we'll give you a beer, a hot dog, we'll give you a gift card if you do it." And they're like, people are like, "Okay."
I'll tell you what, we'll take away your freedom and then we'll give it back to you as a reward. Like, what?
Yeah, they were giving out $10 gift cards or $20 gift cards.
Freaking crazy, bro. Like, that's how much your soul's worth. It's ridiculous. But yeah, Ohio was like Texas. We're like, nope, we're not doing this after a certain period of time. So I'm glad I'm in the right spot. I didn't have to deal with a lot of it. So, but, you know.
And my work kept enforcing it up until this past thing when they said, "Oh, it's over," like a few months ago. And I still, from day one, ignored everything and got talked to and said, "I don't care. Fire me then." And they just ignored me at that point.
Good. Yeah, bro. It's like I had a clip loaded in the hopper all this time about how tough it is to say no. It's not easy to stand up and say no. It takes a certain level of person. Why don't I go ahead and play it? We'll take a listen.
Testosterone level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
Yep. So Radwin, he's got that ability to say no. And they were like, even if they pressured you, you're like, nah, not doing it. Fire me. You know, that takes a lot of bravery, a lot of courage. Not a lot of people are willing to do that. Clearly, a lot of people bent over. They're like, well, we'll give you a corn dog if you do it. And they're like, well, okay. It's like, well.
The conversation was more like, fire me because I really don't want to have to work the rest of my life and you guys will just pay me to sit at home.
You can pay me
to kind of put it that way to them.
Yeah.
Hey, that last clip you guys played, was that it? Was that Andrew Tate speaking?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah.
This was his recent interview with Tucker Carlson on
I
Twitter.
actually got fired.
Oh, I seen that. I seen that.
Sorry about that.
It was a great interview. Go check it out. Go ahead.
That whole interview.
Sorry.
Yeah, I see it. I said I seen that whole interview. It was good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well. Go ahead,
Am
Sonny.
I breaking up or something?
I think Sonny wants to get in. No, we can hear you.
Oh, I was just going to say real quick. I actually got fired from a major hospital for not drinking their Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Like as a patient, for not drinking their Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
And after over 10 years of service.
Yeah. My old roommate worked at the hospital as well. He had to kind of tap dance around a lot of it. I wonder. I don't think he had to drink the Kool-Aid, but he had like a lot of hoops to jump through to avoid it.
Right. Well, see, this was before the Kool-Aid. This was 2012, 2013.
Yeah. Well, they have other things they wanted you to put in you, don't they?
Yeah. Plus, it's like tough working for a medical industry and being a patient at the same time.
Right.
What a fucking minefield. So
yeah. I feel bad for those. But I was gonna say too, like I bet you that's probably a common trend amongst a lot of us here. I doubt a lot of us took the Kool-Aid or whatever. So shout out to the flat earthers, man. We're the ones that are willing to stand up and say hell no and go against the grain, even though it's a tough thing to do.
I think a lot of things that we got into when this started 3.5 years ago was, most of us know somebody who is in the medical industry, whether they're a nurse, doctor, administrator, secretary. In my family, it was one of my sister-in-laws is an emergency room nurse in Colorado. One of my older sisters was a nurse practitioner, MP, retired. And then my mother-in-law, who passed away before that, she was a nurse. So there's 3 people in there that was just like, it's just like, okay. And they were anti-government, they were conservative, so that they wouldn't have done what they were told anyway, as far as the thing. And but they all believed in the core principles of someday we'll get to Rumble and we can talk about this stuff.
I know.
But it's just I don't like being silenced, but oh well, it's what life is. And so, but in the flat Earth community, we have so few people that actually almost everybody 85% are believe we live on a spinning space ball. But we all pretty much know people who are in the medical business, and those people are just like almost impossible to talk to about what's actually going on.
Because they're smart and don't want to admit they're wrong. That's why they
also
can't challenge them.
They've come up through the system. Like they're the prime. They're the prime candidates to push the propaganda because they're part of it. Like their paycheck relies on it. It's what they've been taught, and they have like this authoritative figure in their mindset where they it's stick together. Where the authorities on this, and if it comes top down, like you could tell them anything, they just regurgitate it. I still have nurses that I argue with, but they don't blame it. Like they put it to nothing malfeasance. Like it is what it was. Like they can't see how there was anything that was conspiratorial about it.
Literally blind.
Yeah.
But people
defend it to death.
Yeah.
People dug in now.
People don't want to rock the boat. Why? Because when you rock the boat, people depend on the boat staying afloat to get paid. And so, and the boat is actually a boat of lies. And so nobody wants to stand up against it and rock it because they want to send their children to soccer practice and to college and have their vacation. So if they rock the boat, they lose all that.
Right. Yeah, bro, that's funny you say that. I was watching a show recently, and a crime happened. Some dude killed somebody in a movie theater or whatever, and then they left. And so the investigators were they were doing their investigation, and you kind of heard the guys in the back saying, "Bro, if you want to keep your job and make it to retirement, you better shut your mouth about this." And I was like, "Oh, right. That's another reason why people will keep their mouth shut, not speak out about things. Is number one, they have money on the line, they have family, retirement, all these things, their career on the line. Why would they jeopardize that just to stand up and speak out?" So a lot of people are willing to keep quiet. Not me. I'll rock the boat.
It is fun talking to CB.
We ended up getting, we got religious waivers for our children and to silence the school system because they were telling us, "Hey, you guys need to go update such and such." And I got the religious waiver from the school system, and then I had to give the religious waiver to the pediatrician. And then the pediatrician was like, "Well, what religion is this?" And I was like, "Christian." She was like, "Christian's not against that." And I started getting into verses.
I would have smacked her right down. Like, shut your mouth.
Yeah. I started getting heated, and I started spitting verses, and then my wife diverted me out of the room. She was like, "Hey, can you go to the car and get the thing?" Before I got too deep into it. But
that pisses me off. I'm not even that, like, regardless of your stances, when people do that, like, well, that's not what that is, bro. You are not in a position to be telling me, so you better shut your mouth. Yeah, that would have pissed me off too, brother.
And then recently, we got a call from not the pediatrician, but the organization that is over the pediatrician. They were like, "You need to get the kids to come in and update the stuff." And I'm like, "No, I got a religious waiver." And then my wife was like, "I got this." And she was like, "Nope, we got the waivers. It's with the pediatrician, and you can shove it." And then hung up. And then the pediatrician called. Yeah, the pediatrician called and was like, "I'm so sorry you guys got that phone call. Everything's taken care of. Everything's okay. Don't worry about it." My wife was like, "I know. Thank you guys."
W freaking Jim's wife right there, man. W wife. Jim, you were going to say something there? You like talking to me for some reason? What was that?
Oh, I was enjoying CB's back. I was enjoying CB's background because I felt like I was in the forest.
Nice. Sorry, Jim. Did you want to add some more stuff there?
Yeah, my wife also recently admitted to being a flirt, so she's also in the boat.
Super W wife. W in the chat for Jim's wife.
And Jim, who likes talking to CB, we're in Ohio. We are in the forest. We just have houses thrown out sporadically everywhere.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. It makes me feel claustrophobic. When I flew to Cali and then came back, I was like, bro, I'm stuck inland. I'm stuck in claustrophobic. I need to get back out to the beach right now. But, yeah. I see TOS posted a little image in the chat there for maybe a logo. I love it, dude. The two oil rigs. Yeah, man. That is awesome, man. Good job, TOS. But yeah, Jim, we got to get on Rumble, bro. If anybody in this panel has an extra computer or has time and is able to fire up a stream for us, it doesn't have to be right now, but eventually I'd love to have some exclusive Rumble streams every now and again. Just like we do Speculation Sunday, maybe we can do like a Rumble Mondays or Rumble, whatever, Rumble rants on whatever. It could be just 1 hour every once in a while or 1 hour a day or whatever. We can go rant on Rumble, but that would be really fun. So I personally don't have the setup for that, but I'm sure some of you guys have an extra computer, have time. If you can, let us know. Like, dude, we can do some Rumble streams and go crazy, let loose, just like on Speculation Sunday. We can kick the shoes off and let loose. I will say that the last time we went on Rumble, it felt like a breath of fresh air. It was weird. Like, you could literally feel the freedom. It's like you could kick your shoes off. It was really fun. So
You can do that. Melodome is Austin Thompson. He's got his own. He's got his own Telegram, channel. He does once or twice. He does podcasts, live streams. He starts at YouTube, and talks a little bit on things that YouTube allow. Right. But then he always sends the invite over to Rofkin, and you can hop on Rofkin. He turns off YouTube, and he usually goes for about an hour on Rofkin, and you can talk about anything. And it's really really great. And Flatman's the same way. And then every once in a while you'll get Troubling Tribune that will turn off his YouTube, and you can just go to Rofkin and just talk. You don't really see too many live streams on Telegram. I mean, you can if you want to, but you really don't see too many. It seems like Rofkin is kind of where people are kind of going. I think Rumble and Rofkin may be the free speech platforms to go to, even though Telegram's very free speech too. But you don't see as many live stream podcasts on there.
That's funny. That's exactly what Fresh and Fit does. Is they'll start on YouTube, and then if it does get a little spicy, they'll finish on Rumble, and it's a good way to kind of have people filter, catch your YouTube audience and have them move over and get familiar with Rumble. So I would love to do that too, where we obviously we're on YouTube 24/7. So I'd love to all right, guys, we're gonna jump over to Rumble for a little bit. Come join us. I think Kim threw out an idea about having something on the YouTube while we're on Rumble, which we did last time. We just had a bot video playing or whatever. We can always do that. But yeah, man, being on Rumble is totally a breath of fresh air. You can kick your shoes off and lean back, and it's a good time. It was a good time. So
here's the real positive thing. I'm sorry to interrupt. Here's the real positive thing about Rumble is if you want to go on Rumble and stream it on Rumble, record it on Rumble, you can literally take that and send it to your family, friends, and things like that. And even if they don't listen to it, at least you send it to them to let them know, hey, this is what the real world is. It's not the TV. It's not CNN. It's not Fox News. It's not CBS, NBC. This is the real world that we're talking about here for an hour. And would you please listen?
I mean, the whole idea came up because I was watching Fresh and Fit, and there was a girl on the panel, and she was getting into she was just dropping bombs, oh, you must have took the Kool-Aid, and she was saying all types of stuff. I'm like, whoa, I haven't heard a conversation like this in a while. Wait, oh, that's right, we're not on YouTube, we're on Rumble. So I came over here. I'm like, guys, why aren't we on Rumble? And so lately, we did 2 Rumble streams that I could think of, where people went on camera. That was a good time. Actually, I really enjoyed that. If you want to see some of our effy faces, you can go check the Rumble stream from a while back. We haven't done that event in a long time. Been missing our boy Miggy. I'm sure you're busy out there, but
yeah. If you want to go see some older 60-year-old guys, come over to Rumble. You'll see Sonny, God Rockin', and myself, and your day will be much better because of it.
YouTube's days are numbered. Secret Agent Man says I'm on Rumble still figuring out how it works. I always kick my shoes off when I enter my house. It's a nation thing. Yeah, bro. So just public service announcement. Here's what we're looking for. We're looking for more logos, more icons. We'll probably do once we get a lot of them, we can take a vote on which one's the best one. And then, of course, over time, logos change, right? They update. If you look at the Volkswagen logo, over the years, it's been updated the way it is now. It actually just recently changed. Same with BMW, Mercedes. So I'm sure once we have a good one, it'll start to update and get better and better. But we need something to start with. You know what I mean? So I think if you guys are artistic or creative or able to do stuff like that, go and try to make some labels, some icons, and we'll see where that goes. And then, so that's what we need. We need a logo, and we need some Rumble exclusive stream every now and again. And it should be a nice treat for people to come in and kick loose, kick back, let some things off your chest. and then we can get back to regular scheduled programming here on YouTube.
Well, what is the logo representing? What are you trying to do?
We need a 24/7 because let's turn it into a brand, dude. We need merch. You know, like we could go much further. If you look at the server icon, what the hell is that? You know,
you're talking about this server?
Yeah, 24/7. Yep. Yeah, bro. We'll turn this bad boy into a brand. Okay, like Nike. You know, everybody knows what Nike swoosh. You don't even need to say the word you don't need to type out the letters Nike. You see that swoosh, you know what that is. So I'm thinking in the same way, like let's get a logo where you see that, and okay, oh, I know what that is now. You know, so nobody has that. I can't think of any other Discords or any this place is different though. You know what I mean? So I'd love to see that happen in the future. Soon is have us a little brand logo or an icon or something like that. You know,
I love it.
Yeah,
I love those birds, man. It's cool.
Is it loud? I can try to adjust my stuff.
No, I know. I love it. Keep it up. I love it.
Good. It's nice and relaxing.
All right, cool.
Yes.
I've been listening to it all morning.
Hey, Timbo, do you guys drink Starbucks or Folgers coffee in the morning, or do you got your own Australian brand down under?
We do have Starbucks here, but no one who enjoys decent coffee buys anything from Starbucks. We have claimed in Melbourne here. We have claimed to have the best coffee in the world. So
really,
yeah.
What is
we have
it?
a
What's it called?
Huge cafe culture. Oh, it's from. There's all different types. It's a lot of locally roasted stuff, mixed with some South American beans, from African beans. We got we've got a lot of Italians here, so some really strong bitter espressos. It's a huge cafe culture here. So Starbucks is more for
basic bitches.
A lot of the Asians go there and get their caramel salted frappes and stuff like that. But you don't really see many people who really like coffee going to Starbucks.
No, don't drink that garbage. If you're really into coffee, don't drink that crap.
Yeah.
Well, who the hell can afford $10 for a cup of coffee?
That's ridiculous.
I mean,
man.
that's not even coffee. That's just sugary garbage.
And it's huge as well. No one drinks big coffees like that over here. They're all like a small cup, a small strong coffee. That's what most people drink, you know. Like
an espresso, almost. But similar to an espresso, then I guess, huh?
Yeah, more like a lot of people like their, I would say, lattes, but a nice strong one, maybe like a long macchiato or something like that.
Nice.
But I just drink most of the time. I just drink black. Yeah,
there you go.
Double shot lattes.
Yeah, I'll have a latte because I don't know what the long blacks are like. So I'll get a extra shot, maybe a small extra shot, and then at home I just drink black coffee. So
I gotta ask. You said that you guys have good coffee. I've sold wine for a lot of years. Is there like Australian wine, like good Australian wine? I've heard of Austrian wine.
Some of the best red wine in the world, mate. We got an oversupply.
Oh, wait, I'm lying.
China just fucking cut us out of their market, so they're trying to drown us. But we're looking at other avenues, but we've got a huge oversupply. So you can get a good $30 bottle of wine here for about $8. So
nice.
And I would say that Australian Shiraz is probably the best.
Yep. The Shiraz,
maybe the best in the world. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was exactly what I was thinking of. There's a brand here in our market that's like an Australian wine. I think it's. I have to look it up. We'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, we got wineries.
Sideshow is what it's called. Sideshow.
What regions are from? It'll say Barossa.
Eastern Australia.
I'm into the wines.
Me too, bro. Me too. I love wine. But good stuff, man. Good stuff. It's been a good conversation.
Yeah, I love a red. Can't drink white. Makes it crazy, but I enjoy a good red. Sitting around a fire. You know. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
So anyway.
what was I going to say? I was going to say something before.
We need a logo and a rumble. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah,
earlier.
you can dive into color, how colors make people feel. I think as well. So if you go into like an advertising thing, they use a lot of psychology with colors. So you've got blues and stuff like that. They create like a feeling of trust. All these different colors create different feelings when people look at them. So that could be something to dive into as well while creating it.
True. Like McDonald's, a lot of food are red and yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So that could be interesting.
Okay. Well, good to put that out there. I won't be the guy to come up with a logo. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not that.
Yeah.
I'm not the draw. I can't draw. I'm like so bad with that. I'm more in the music. Music. I've done the songs and the soundboard and stuff like that. But one of you guys are gonna have to do the logo. The oil rigs. I do kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. That with the 2 rigs, that's hella funny. That would piss a lot of people. With the 2 rigs, Glover's gonna see that and be like, "No."
I think it's got to be something that's understood, even if you don't know the arguments.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I want to do something eventually where you can take the letters off. Obviously, for a while, it'll have to say 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, whatever. But eventually, it would be great if it gets to a point where it's so prominent that people you don't even need the words. You see the logo, and you're like, "Yep, 24/7 Flat Earth. That's it right there."
It's brand recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like for example,
blowing up, man. I'm not on TikTok or anything like that, but from what the guys are saying over there at the moment, it's they're getting so many views and follows and stuff like that. So whatever they're doing over there is good on them. I wouldn't have the time to do that, but I commend them on their adventure.
Right.
I'm not going anywhere from here.
Me neither, bro. I'm not going over there, but I do have respect for those that are doing it. But whoever does come up with this stuff, though, we can market it. I think I might be a better marketer. Like, for example, maybe you guys remember there was a long period of time where my name was something with a C and something with a B, and it was like that for months. Change it. And right, so now, that's CB. And so now everyone knows we have CB or whatever. So that's good marketing. You know what I mean? So we can push it. Whoever comes up with it, we can definitely push it so that it becomes more recognized over time. So we just need that logo. So keep working out there, guys.
Yeah, you had those playing cards for a while too, didn't you? Not playing cards, but you had some business cards that you were.
Oh no, that's not me. That's I think that's Orion, maybe.
Nah, but I remember you. There's a photo of you. And you
those
maybe
discs?
stickers.
Those freaking discs, dude. No, what happened was
the discs.
There's a big event here in Cincinnati called the Taste of Cincinnati. So everyone goes downtown and tries a little food and stuff like that. And there was a guy who had a little station set up that's saying the moon landings are fake or something like that. And I went up to him. I was like, "Oh, dude, yeah, you probably know a couple things, huh?" And so we started talking flat Earth, and he gave me he's like, "Here, take this little disc. No, here, take more. No, take more." He gave me 10 of them. And so, so that was me walking away from the event holding those discs. I ended up trashing them, but yeah, those are mine. But he did try to give them to me, though. That was really funny. I have to find that picture.
I just want to, and Jim, were you saying Rothkin on purpose, or
I know, I know. I'm old. Anyway, it's
I thought it was just your wacky sense of humor.
I know the younger crowd, and you're obviously younger, Timbo. The younger crowd gives me a hard time because I pronounce it ROFKIN and it's ROKFIN, Rockfin, and I sometimes mess it up because you know why? I'm older.
I think you should just stick with it at this point. But I've been thinking that this whole time, Timbo. That's funny you said it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Troubling Tribune's over there. He has a pretty good sized account over there. And I come over there and I go Rothkin, and it's like, no, it's not. It's Rockfin. So I'll learn. I got to remember this. The K is after the F, but in Rockfin it's before the F. I got to remember that.
I wasn't a fan of Troubling Tribune when he first started. I think he's come a long way.
He's put himself out there 4 nights a week, and he's been very patient with me because he's moderated 2 or 3 of my debates, and they've unfortunately been with TikTok Globers, and I just can't stand TikTok Globers. And so I'm done with TikTok Globers debating them. I'm done.
They'd be all over the place,
So I'm done.
One subject to another.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to dogs on the 27th.
Why are you doing that?
I'm going to talk to him on the 27th for 3 hours on the asylum, and Alan gave me great advice. It's going to be streamed to restream and put on YouTube. So I'll have a record of it.
You post it in here because I'll watch it for sure.
Yeah,
but
Alan gave me some great.
Fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, Alan gave me some great advice last night. He's the one that did how math became reality, and he's a member of this server. And he said don't let him dictate the debate. Stick to your point, stay calm, because dogs will go off the rails. If you stay calm and you stay on point, he'll eventually go off the rails on you, and it's just fine. Let him go off the rails, but stay on point. Because dogs, I've even asked dogs. I've never debated him one-on-one, but we've talked quite a bit, and he even says seriously, he's like Ruhev. What's wrong with repeating what Google says? Exactly. That's exactly what they do. It's like Ruhev and dogs and all those people. Chat, GBT, Google, Wikipedia, NASA. Great. That's my source.
So he's actually a good arguer. So his points are not there, but he actually makes it sound like the points he's making are legit. Now he's got this tricky way of talking, and if you accidentally mention something outside of what you're talking about, he'll fucking grab it and run with it and take you off track. He does it every single time.
He will. Yep.
He's so sneaky.
He is.
And then you'll forget about what you were talking about, and then he'll frustrate the fuck out of you. You'll start swearing at him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go with 12 or 13 in the opening 15 minutes presentation. I'm going to go with 12 things, and I'm going to stick with 12 things, and I'm going to press them on 12 things for the duration of the debate. And because there's 12 things I've come up with, and actually 13 when I incorporate what Alan talked about, GPS. So actually 13 things I'm gonna concentrate on in the 15-minute presentation. At the beginning, I'm just going to stay with I'm going to be on the attack the whole time. He's not going to get in anything from me other than the fact that I can prove we live on a stationary plane, because when you're on a football field, you start walking away. You will obviously disappear in time, and your angular resolution will cause you to disappear bottom up. And I'm going to show a video on that, maybe 2, and it's like if he wants to say that's boats over the horizon, good for him.
Okay, well, what if he says football fields are made to be curved?
Oh, that's a great one. Football fields, for drainage purposes, some football fields are made to curve sideline to sideline, but there are no football fields end zone to end zone between the hash marks where they play their they start all their plays and kick field goals from. None of those are curved. All of those are straight because it wouldn't be fair to have those curved going end zone to end zone because then one team will be working uphill, another team will be working downhill the whole time. It doesn't happen that way. But yes, there are some football fields that are grass that are built to outside that are built to sideline to sideline with a little bit of curve, and even Pledge, the gentleman who used to play NFL football, who's on here, even said yes, he played on football fields where he actually kind of had to run upfield to get onto the field. So yes, but the fields that I've used and the other one I'm going to use here in Chesterton, Indiana, they're perfectly flat because they don't have to worry about drainage problems. So anyway, yeah. So it's
and then he's
all
going to
good,
say, "Well, can you prove that they're flat?"
Yeah, and I'm going to show. I got 2 videos to show them. I will screen share. And I'll go from there. And if you want to think it's that way, you go ahead, because I'm not going to convince you because you're on here for some reason arguing for something that doesn't exist, and we'll go from there.
Because that whole argument, what you're saying is things disappear from the bottom up, even on flat surfaces. Have you thought about using that RC boat video? Just maybe clip that in as well.
I haven't. I've done one football field walk away with my camera, and I'm going to do another one. So I'll have 2 that I can screen share. I might even do 3 just for the heck of it. But
even grab a little clip off Indio's channel of that RC boat with the measurements on it, and just clip that in. It's because that's just another example of things disappearing from the bottom up over water. You know what I mean?
And that's what you get with Chicago. From 28 miles, you really don't get a disappearing bottom up because it's not that far away. But at 38 miles where I live, you definitely get bottom up. Because you got another 10 miles of angular resolution, and the reason that Josh Lewicki went 56 miles at Muir State Park 6-7 years ago, that's the one that Tom Coombs said was a mirage. The reason he went 56 miles, he went 160 feet up on a sand dune. I know where that sand dune's at, and he went 160 feet up because he had to get above the optics, the optical problems that you have directly over water. Plus, he had to get over the angular resolution problem, and he still had a little bit of angular resolution working at it from 56 miles at 160 feet.
Yeah, and he's going to come up with bridges. Yeah.
Oh, it's cool. It's all good. I mean, when you talk to a globe earther, you've heard me say that it's Globerville. Ville is village of or town of Globers, and they're here. 5,000 of them online, give or take 1,000 one way or the other. They're here for one reason. They're here to make fun of us. That's it. I don't think they're here for the truth because I don't think they know what the truth is. They're here to make fun of us. That's all they're here for. And you listen to Kosho talk. Kosho's kind of like the big guy over on Geos. He's a comedian. He's a clown. He doesn't take anything he says seriously. He just laughs. Bacon. You can't take bacon seriously. We know what Ruhef's all about. So dogs is just the extension of that. And so you just got to keep your cool with dogs. Stay on point and attack the position because the globe does not exist, period.
Yeah, just keep him on point. I know you know what you're doing, Jim, but yeah, keep him on point because he's a shifty bastard.
He really is. Ruhif is shifty as well. The good ones, the biggest shifty is Loon McToon. I mean, that guy's just shifty.
Jim, real quick, what's that NFL guy's name again? Do you remember? I want to just give him a shout out.
It's Plegman, Plegman.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much.
Yeah. He was really cool. Him and MacGyver, who've only talked to once since I've been here, and I really like to talk to him again because MacGyver was really great on electrostatics and possible what's happening, and then Plegman, obviously, we like talking sports, because we like talking sports, even though we know it's all crap now. But anyway, it's fun talking to a professional athlete.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to be able to say, like, yeah, we've got an NFL player that's in here, bro. Like, that's awesome. Because people will be like, oh, you guys must be all in the basement. It's like, no, dude, we're not. Okay, we got guys from the NFL, so take it easy.
Yeah, and they think we're all like people that just sit around on the internet. Like, we're all from different backgrounds, and we have some of us have families and businesses and degrees and everything. Like it's why they think we're reality deniers that are in a cult that have no idea about what's going on in the world. It's so fucking weird.
Right, and somehow, like, I've heard people say, like, we're all American too. I'm like, dude, what the? Why would you think that? That's so dumb.
Well, the whole stereotype is we're white American males.
Yeah, right.
That's all we are.
And it's a religious thing.
Yeah, it's white American males who are evangelical, who go, the Bible talks about, no, the Bible does talk about, immovable, stationary, all that stuff. But the fun thing is when we attack the other side, aggressive, assertive, whatever you want to call it. Some people don't like the word attack. You go after their heliocentrism history, because their heliocentrism history is nothing but pagan sun worship. That's all it is. And all they did was substitute going around the sun with going around the great attractor, the big black hole in the middle of the universe, which nobody knows about, and it's fine. But instead of going around the sun, now they go around the great attractor. So cool story, bro. And then we got measurements and observations, which we all know about, and then you get, if you want to get into relativity, you just tear them apart, because relativity is stupid. And then you get into biblical cosmology, if somebody wants to talk about that. Matthew Learns and I did it November 22nd last year over on Geos. And so, Matthew had nothing to stand on because he's got nothing, in the Bible that talks about it. But anyway, it was cool.
Yeah, it'll be that's something to look forward to. I'll be interested in getting on board, watching that or listening to that. Is it where are you doing that?
Well, it's going to be on Restream, and then it's going to be on. I have the worst time pronouncing this gentleman's name. It's the Asylum, and what's his name? Acro something.
Apocryphon.
Thank you. I wish he'd just use his first name, because I'm not gonna struggle with Apocryphon or whatever it is. So it's just like, it's just like, just use your first name. I'm Jim. Just call me Jim. It's fine.
Real quick, Jim. I just want to say I got to step away for a bit, boys. But it's been a good it's been a good panel. It's been good chatting with you guys for today. I might be back on later, okay? But you guys have a good day.
Hey, make sure you feed that bird. Make sure you feed those birds, man. They're hungry.
Later, CB. We'll catch you later. I'll probably see you guys outside. I'll report back in from the great outdoors shortly.
Cool. All right, we'll catch you guys later. Peace.
So is that going to be on YouTube as well?
Yeah, it's going to be. I don't think he's going to do really anything with Discord. I think he's going to use Restream, and then it's going to go over to Discord, not Discord, over to YouTube, so it can be, put there for posterity. And
yeah, so make sure you share a link before you go on.
Yeah. Obviously after it's over. Yeah, after it's over, obviously I'll share it in some places, and we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, I've talked to dogs before, and on another Discord, we were going to do 90-minute on cosmology and 90 minutes on virology, but something came up, so we couldn't do it. So when I told the Asylum, the guy, I'm not even going to pronounce his name again.
Apocryphon.
Yeah,
Apocryphon.
Is that who you're? Yeah. I'm sorry, I was listening a little bit in the stream. You're going to be debating Apocryphon, is that right? Did I hear that right? Or
dogs?
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, dude, APOC is like, he's easy as shit, man. That dude, he would give no fight.
Yeah, it's going to be dogs, but Apocryphon is going to stream it onto Restream and then put it onto YouTube, and it's the 27th. We're going to do it. So between now and then, I'm going to really hit on Alan's GPS that Alan did with Ghostbusters a couple days ago that Austin was on, and he just nailed it. And I got to learn that nomenclature from GPS and why it blows GPS satellites out of the door, out the window, and that's very interesting. I mean, it blows their time dilation. The Globe says they use time dilation for satellites to come down here to Earth. That's just the biggest bunch of baloney ever.
Yeah, as far as satellites, all of that's baloney pretty much, but even whatever it is or that they've got up, if they've got anything floating around in the sky, they don't seem to have that much control. They don't really like guide them down. They just kind of like fall when they want to, don't they?
Check.
Yeah, they do. They do follow the sky and do fall from the sky. You see them on the ground once in a while. Yep.
Yeah. Landing in people's backyards and shit.
We had one wash up on the Western Australian coast just today. I'll try and find the picture of just trying to work out what it is. Yesterday, I think. So I'll find the article. I'll post it. They're doing some investigations to find out what it is, but they're saying it seems like it's space debris.
Yeah, or another Chinese spy balloon, right?
Or one of those frequency generator boxes they put on the bottom of the ocean. I don't know if you guys have seen them. They're about the size of a shipping container. And they sink them down in areas where there's like fault lines and stuff to try and stimulate it so it slips or whatever. Like a way to create a tsunami or something. That might just be all conspiracy shit. But I did see pictures of some container-sized boxes that were supposedly of that nature, and I can't confirm nor deny that. But anyway, is it a box-like thing they found on the beach? Metal box?
Yeah. I've got it here. I'm just putting it in the live stream. Looks like a capsule.
It's space junk.
Oh, that. Yeah. What the hell?
Space junk. Yeah.
No,
let's just
that looks like it's been.
It's just junk in space, right? Like,
yeah.
That looks like it's been in the water a long time. That looks like water junk, not space junk.
Yeah, it's got barnacles and stuff on the bottom. To me, it reminded me of like one of those sea landmines with without the spikes. Remember those sea mines like that they used to plant in the water for boats?
Yeah, they'd anchor them down, chain them down to the bottom of the ocean, and then keep them just below the surface so that ships would hit them, and then kaboom.
Yeah, it looks like it's something like that,
Sort of.
It doesn't look like
possibly even some kind of other capsule, like even like not like that. It's not that like if it had windows or something, like something that you could kind of like create an air bubble and then go deep down. You know what I mean? Like, or I don't know. Whatever it is, I would say that's some kind of. It's something that was intended for the sea. That's just my instincts on it. Like, that's not something that they would have in space. Look at the stuff that they claim to have in space. Like, it's all, there's nothing symmetrical about it. It's not like rounded like that. It's all like just parts on parts on parts, like things jutting out. This thing
on the top.
This thing looks like it has some kind of like actual structure to keep from deforming under under the water from the pressure of the water and stuff like that. It looks like something meant to be under the water.
Yeah. Look at the thing on the top of it. You'd assume that thing on top of it would float above the water, you know? Like, it's...
I wonder what star that is.
Serious.
Well, here, let me post you a couple pictures.
Yeah, there's a Coco Sirius too. Yeah, Sirius. That's
Check
it.
this out.
That was the name of the camera that fell down in Truman Show too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
These all fell from the sky.
What is that?
All fell from the sky. Look familiar?
Are you sure? Okay, so that's on land, so you can't say necessarily that it washed. Yeah.
No,
maybe it fell from.
yeah, they had to dig it. If you research it, it fell into the ground. They had to dig it out. So I didn't do much going into this research, but I had to save these pictures.
Looks like a lot.
Looks like when you see those videos on YouTube where they find like these weird looking animals beached up in the shore, and it's like, and then you find out that some guy just bunched up a bunch of things together. Like, it just looks man-made. It just looks man-made.
If that thing fell in there, if that thing fell in there at high tide, which it looks like it's in that basin there, it wouldn't have gone into the sand too deep. It would most likely be on top when the tide goes away.
I want to go to Joe Dirt. Like, that's just an old septic tank. Donk. Freaking, ew. Come on, you guys know it, right? Like, he's got a...
What?
What is it? We've got someone called Crewmate.
Don't these things look like they make? Don't these things look like they make an arc, like a electrical arc?
We've got Crewmate in the chat.
They definitely look like they're electronic devices of some sort. Where you can see that one, where you can see the glass on top. The one, third one from the bottom. It's got those little windows up there. I would think it's some sort of device that takes electricity of some sort. I don't know. I don't know what it would be, obviously, but
the one with the kind of pointy edges like all around it in the middle. Let's call it the nipple.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like some kind of plug or something, though, doesn't it?
Either that or it's a way to hang it, anchor it to something. I don't know. Could be a plug.
Looks like you could turn it and unscrew it. Yeah.
And they look like they're metal formed, not cut. They're formed out of metal, spun formed. If probably God Rockin' knows what I mean.
You can shape bowls, metal into bowls on a lathe.
Yeah, without removing metal, you shape it.
Yep.
Crewmate, you've got control over your mic. Welcome to the server. Just press that microphone button and introduce yourself. Crewmate, are you there?
Yep.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
You sound a bit young, man. I'm going to put you on mute for a second, and I'll meet you up in the VC check-in. So just go up to check-in, VC check-in 1, and I'll meet you up there, mate. I just want to check your age, see that you're all right to talk on the server, because we've got some rules here. So I'll see you up there in a second, mate.
Yeah, so let's electrify one of those things and drop them from the sky and see if it makes a trail of sparks.
You got to get them when they're young before they get brainwashed.
Like a meteorite. You can see that thing fell down. The first picture you guys posted, the bottom is smashed in. It fell from the sky and hit that beach. Hit the water at high tide.
So, are you suggesting that they're using these things to fake meteorites?
Wouldn't say that. I don't know, but I wouldn't say that.
I don't know. I mean, unless I could physically see it.
I guess these things have been falling since forever, or something like that. At least as far back as they've been recording them. I think I have older pictures and stories from like the 1800s. I have to look.
If you could show that, yeah, if you can prove that these things have been falling since the 1800s, that would be quite interesting.
Yeah, it would. I got to see what I have. It's another new computer, so I don't have everything on here. So when I move a computer onto a shelf, it stays there forever. So, but if it's not on here, I might have to pull one out because I'm missing a bunch of stuff.
Well, I wish I could find something. I'd like to find something like that. Hell, I would just start disassembling it right away. I wouldn't call anybody and tell anybody I found something. I'd just take it home and start disassembling it, figure out what it is.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, you can see weld seams on there, what appear to be spot welds on the one picture that has the two nipples on the ends. Looks like the centers. A band was placed to connect those two spheres together and spot welded down the center, is what it looks like.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does look like that.
And yeah, that thing that I was calling the plug, like it literally looks like, yeah, like it might be a rubber plug with a screw in the middle where if you were to unscrew that, you could open it up. And so what's inside? Anything? What was inside? Anything?
That's what I'm saying. Give me that sumbitch. I'll find out.
That last one looks like those balls that you hang from the Christmas tree.
A big tree.
Maybe it was one of those giant trees, right?
Yeah, the Nephilim.
And does it appear that it came down hot? Because, I mean, you do that to anybody else. I mean, yeah, it looks like the metal is kind of changed in color. Like it did get really, really hot.
Yeah, that could be the case, but you would think falling at that kind of speed, even though if the heat didn't destroy it, the impact would, you would think. But I don't know. It's just awfully strange.
And that one I said it looks like a seam is welded on there. That's a CNC weld, if you want to call it that, because nobody is making stuff that perfect. Because I've looked at this picture 100 times.
What, that weld?
So my company makes CNC welders that do exactly that.
Oh, he's just saying those spots around the ring in the center.
Yeah, the bluish looking lines, right?
Yeah, and the dots. Yeah.
What's so perfect about them that somebody couldn't have done that by hand?
The way that center piece of metal is holding together, it's exactly in the center of that object. I bet if I could have it and measured it from end to end, we'd be right on the money.
I see, like going vertically across it, there's like a band covering like a seam there or something, right?
Yes, that center part that's dark is the actual another weld. That's where the two are meeting, and then he probably also welded the outside. And the reason we do that is to vacuum seal round containers like that. When we make them, they're vacuum proof and leak proof.
Well, obviously some kind of metal that doesn't rust.
We do ours out of, ours are made out of, we form, roll those cylinders, and they're made out of stainless steel.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell for sure in this picture if that's stainless or not, but it could be. It's just very dirty, and it looks like it's been heated up as well.
Oh, it definitely looks like it's definitely it looks heat treated for sure. In fact, the one that landed, that bottom is smashed, is almost. That's how brittle a heat treat would crack, just like that. It would smash in and brittle and crack and not dent. It would just smash away like it did. That's how heat treat breaks.
That first one that got posted looks like it was sitting on the seabed somewhere, and it's all rotted out, rotted away.
The one that Timbo posted, that looks different than what these other ones, like that looks like something, in my opinion, that looks like it was sitting in the water, like, and intended to be in the water for its entire time.
Look, that thing is almost level with when high tide is in. That thing fell in the first picture. You see the bottom is smashed in, and it sat there. Somebody found it. It's not like it's sitting in somebody's backyard. That's on some beach somewhere that somebody finally found. It probably saw high tide 20 times.
It may have. It depends on how remote that beach is. You know, if that's a real remote area, it could have been sitting out there for. Is this Australia? He said.
Yeah, I'll find out where it was.
It could have been out there for months.
Could have been.
That thing looks like.
There's houses in the background.
Okay, that looks like spun brass, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking it looks like brass as well. And there's no way they'd use brass for it to be a space. The melting point of brass is too low, from what they tell us. You know.
So around the domed cap, those look almost like holes too, like some kind of ventilation around it, doesn't it?
I would say spot welds or rivets.
No, like you see the black ovular shaped ring, like hole that go, like there's like a coping kind of a thing, like a ridge there,
like
and
a
then
ridge.
just below it, those look like those might even be holes into the inside even.
Yeah, that's who I'm speaking to. Hello, Justin. How can I be of service?
Yeah, they look like they've corroded a bit or something, which is weird. But look at the pattern. Look at those striation patterns on the domed lid. Almost looks like fiber. You know?
It looks like
like a fiberglass possibly.
Looks like brass wire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then look at that. You see that above where the like barnacles and stuff are?
You have a user ID for
that brass thing looks like it's been melted and pushed up. You see like a wave where the water line would be? That's weird, yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what that could be.
You just took over the property.
Yeah, I mean, brass you wouldn't think, unless it's a very thin layer of metal there, and water started to get like inside behind it, and you know.
Yeah.
Like if it's just a like a thin coating, and then water got in between the layers.
Okay. Let me just take a look at the notes here.
Yeah, we'll see what they say today. The article will probably just disappear, you know? Like they won't say anything more about it.
Oh yeah, Monte-South, Chiquita got shaken.
Like the cocaine in the White House.
So it looks like spears are falling, or I didn't play the video, but the video that was posted, something about a villagers found 3 metal spears.
I'm gonna mute Wave Mixer.
Yeah,
Wave Mixer. If you're just asked to be unmuted when you come back in, we're hearing your conversations.
I was just saying, this video shows kind of like those same objects that you guys are looking at. Doesn't really tell too much, though.
I hope all's well with you guys.
Yeah, either.
Just got back from town. Same stuff, different day. A lot of my posters are still up there, though. I'm happy. I expected most of them to be ripped down.
What are they, flat Earth posters?
Yes, that's why I'm like, what the hell? Because I expected them all to be torn down, but some of them are still right where I left them. The funniest part is I put one that actually, it's funny because it was the NASA means to deceive Hebrew thing and then some other stuff, and I put that up at a church. It's past Sunday, they met. My poster's still up at that church that I put it up, though. And I'm like, what the? But they left it up there, and it's a flat Earth poster. I'm like, okay. And then there's also one over at Sam's Club, which I expected those hoity-toity people to rip that down. Nope, still up there on the pole over at Sam's Club.
Did you put a QR code on it?
I just did the direct link, discord.gg/flat Earth. I should do a QR code thing, though, but I'm thinking about just designing stickers.
Younger people just click their camera on it to see what the hell that means.
Yeah. And that would make it a lot easier.
We got another new person called Base. Base.
Welcome.
Base, how you there? Welcome to the server.
Real quick, is Sam's Club hoity-toity by you?
No, just people who go there is all. And I expect those like pious people to be like, I'm angry, flat Earth thing, and rip it off. The average person goes there just normies, like normal, but there are the upper ones, you know.
Okay, for me, like Sam's Club, it's just like it's for buying bulk. It's for penny pinchers, not for hoity-toity people.
But there are some richer folk who go in there, and you can tell who they are, and they're buying the stuff for their businesses and shit. That's what I mean. Like those types will come in there, and they would see something like that and get angry about it because it pisses them off. It conflicts with the worldview. They're also the entitled type who think they can just tear shit down.
Base.
Of course,
Your microphone is open.
Well.
Welcome to the server. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell us about where you live. Do you live on a flat plane? Do you live on a spinning sphere? What is your conclusion? Alright, I'm going to put you back on mute. You'll have to go through the VC verification process. And welcome to the server. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, I guess.
Have you got power to drag people up? Lou.
I don't know. I kind of doubt it. This pseudo mod thing is mostly for show. I could try, but it's bullshit on the phone. Easier if I was on the computer right now. Who do you want?
Right.
Who do you want dragged?
I was gonna drag this person here, Base, up to VC check-in 1.
I'll give it a try.
If you can. If you can't, then don't stress. Obviously, their mic was open before and they didn't want to talk, so I just thought maybe in a private room they might open their mic.
I used to be able to drag people to different rooms and that. Now I tried doing it a minute ago to that other dude, and I don't have that feature anymore. I guess you guys changed it, huh?
You can move people around in VC 1 and 2. You just not down in the live stream.
I see.
That makes sense. Yeah, because we can unmute up there too, so we can check people. That's right.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
Oh, it makes sense.
No,
I don't think I got that ability. I can ban him though.
That sounds like that'll solve all the issues right there.
That sounds like a lot more power than moving people, though.
We have a problem, Houston. Just throw it in the trash.
Well, I was going to move him, but I couldn't do that, so I just banned him. But yeah, I should have chosen a different word. Hoity-toity doesn't work for that. That's for the elite type, high-level shit. But still, there's a lot of weirdos that go to Sam's. Now, I did have, somebody tore some stuff down, and I put it right back up. Like, that happened when I was at Food Line. Somebody ripped it down while I was there at the parking lot. I just waited a minute, put it right back up. I have all the time in the world, nothing better to do with my life. Like, I really don't care. I'll just keep putting them up over and over and over again.
Hanging posters at Sam's Club and at churches.
Yeah, well, everywhere I go. Anywhere that there's a flat surface, I can tape a poster to.
How big of a poster are you talking about?
It's a sheet of paper. Sometimes I'll cut it into 1/4, so it's a little, like, kind of a sticker type thing, a pamphlet looking thing. But they're mostly just a sheet of paper.
Just like a 9x11 kind of thing, or
yeah.
Okay.
I'll just share the design that I've been posting that printed out.
I keep seeing all the Lutheran churches with colors. I keep seeing all the Lutheran churches with pride flags.
Sorry. Oh, jeez. I mean, it would be okay if they put the rainbow flag up and then a Bible verse that correlates with it, but I guess they don't want to do that. So I put the certain colors up here that I've used hexadecimal coding to find to make it the brightest. Like, that's Han blue, and then it's surrounded by the brightest cyan that I could do, and then there's, like, that red is NASA red, and that green is the brightest line green that I can do, and then I put Han blue for the water. I figured it'd pop if I use those colors. Draw attention to it. The funny thing is, though, it's just I'll deadpan look at people in the eye while they're, like, making weird faces at me as I'm putting flat Earth content up, and I don't care. They don't make angry faces. It's just very confused. Like, wait, what? And it'll trip them out. And most of them are just really weirded out faces. Like, oh my, I saw a flat earther in the wild. Like a real one. I didn't believe that they actually exist. Because it's like seeing a Bigfoot.
Wouldn't you love to go to? You mentioned about the gay and the Lutheran church. It's like, wouldn't you love to go to Joel Osteen's church in Houston, where he has the tilted, spinning ball behind him when he preaches, and go up there and go, hey, Joel, tell me the Bible verse that supports what you have behind you that everybody in the world can see when you preach.
Yeah.
Just tell me.
He's got his false idol back there, huh?
Just give me one. Just give me one Bible verse. And I guess there's this lady preacher that's pretty famous, does the exact same thing, has a tilted ball behind it. Probably the same manufacturer probably makes it. It's one of those see-through where it has the land, but where the water is, it's see-through. And so, hey, Joel, tell me the Bible verse that supports what you have behind you when you're preaching to thousands and a million or so are watching you on TV.
You'd have to pull a McToon and cherry pick 3 obscure copies of the Bible in order to argue for a globe, because none of the other copies say anything of the sort.
Let's get that Douay Reams from 1610 and go to Isaiah 42 and says where it says the sphere of the earth. 1611, the King James Bible comes out. No, it's not in there anymore, and no other major translation has anything in there. And then we'll run over to Job 26:7, where it says the earth hangs on nothing, but in their fairy tale, the earth hangs on gravity.
See, the thing is, I think most people, religious people included, completely separate, like, the whole, like, they don't consider the flat earth thing at all, period, and they put no thought into it. They just, the globe is not conflicting to them. They've never been presented with the case.
They separate religion and science and act like religion is their belief, and science is, well, the scientists know what they're doing, and they act like there's a difference.
Yeah, well put. Well put.
What they don't realize is that they've got more belief than the scientists, right, bro?
like if you were to go to that Olstein guy and ask him where the Bible supports that globe, you know, everybody would look at you funny there, going like, "Why does it have to?"
Exactly. They would be questioning your motives at that point. Oh, you're just being divisive. Weird when a wolf in sheep's clothing will accuse you of being divisive when all you're trying to do is speak the truth.
Yeah, the churches would have stood up 39 months ago, 40 months ago, and said, no, we wouldn't have had what happened. And if the churches would stand up today and say, you know, this tilted, wobbling, spinning, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum outer space is not what it's supposed to be, we could solve it. We could solve some problems.
Honestly, I think that we need to take it to the churches, challenge the pastors to that conversation in front of their congregation, expose them.
Absolutely.
I saw Zerka debating with a pastor, and the pastor was like, "Oh yeah, the Earth's a globe." It's like, wow,
nice belief.
I mean, when it comes to like religion, I guess it sort of varies. Like if you go to a Catholic church, or if you go to a Lutheran church, or if you go to Baptist church, or if you go to, you know, like all these are going to be slightly different on this stuff. But for the most part, most Christians will tell you that all truth is in the Bible, right? Well, if that's true, if they really believe that, then the Bible should support the spinning globe. Right.
Well, they were also told all their lives that God bless America, and so clearly it's the will of God that they went to space and landed on the moon and blah, blah, blah. But they'll try and use that to defend that. It's weird, dude. Very religious.
well, the churches have been infiltrated, so.
What's funny to me is there's more religion in the mainstream belief system than there are in churches these days. And not only that, the churches aren't even pushing their beliefs on anybody, but then you look at the mainstream, there's nothing but devils, all kinds of demonic stuff or weird like devil type jokes. And they're quite literally pushing it on everybody. Oh, don't stop putting your beliefs on us. When nobody's actually doing anything. They're just pushing demons everywhere. It's weird. I mean, they're not even real demons. It's like a cartoon of a demon. Oh, I think that I can't hear.
Okay, I'm reading something Sydney Adams wrote, and it is because I started it about the Lutheran churches with their pride flags and stuff. Like, it's probably a conversation that we need to avoid, honestly, and like who don't want to get too in depth on it. You know, to each their own. It's just that this stuff is. Like I don't have a problem necessarily with a person being gay or whatever else. I do have a problem with the agenda that's being pushed on the kids and stuff these days. I have a problem with a lot of things that's coming out of that community. But yeah, like I don't know. It's just like I drove by this Lutheran church when I'm picking up my daughter, and they've got the flag up there, and then they've got a sign saying, and it might have been just because of Pride Month and all that stuff, but it said, what is it? Something accepting or something about being open and affirming, like the whole affirming thing. Like we need to affirm your gender. Like, no, dude, it's not. No.
Aren't you supposed to affirm a belief? Just saying.
There's something bothersome about it. And I don't, like I said, I don't think we can go like that in depth with it. But
I mean, and people actually go to that church?
It's a big building. I would have to assume so.
Man, if they did that over here, a church that I go to, St. Michael. Well, it's a Catholic church, so it's a little different. But
yeah, no, dude, there's a lot of shit. When I'm driving between my house and my daughter's house, there's like 4 churches, like 2 Catholic churches and 2 Lutheran churches, and like both the Lutheran churches are flying the pride flag.
Probably not the Catholic though, right?
No, the Catholic ones are not. No,
it's a little bit more strict. The Catholic churches are a little bit more like I don't know, like they're like I said, they're a little stricter, right? They don't believe in all that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean until the Vatican changes their stance on it, and then all of a sudden they're all on board.
Yeah.
Like you said before, though, it's not even about what people do with their own lives. It's about pushing agendas on children and innocent people. That's all. It has nothing to do with anybody else's decision or any of that crap. Do whatever. Just about children and people.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, like, let them do whatever they want, you know? They'll go to hell, but who cares, right? That's their choice. And just don't put it on me.
Yeah, and even the idea of saying that they'll go to hell, that's not for you to judge. That's for God to decide. Like, that might be your belief, but that's not for you to choose. Like, if you consider yourself Christian, then you should be well aware that that's not your job to do God's judging. To decide who's going to heaven and who's going to hell.
I'm not saying they're going to go to hell.
The Bible never says not to judge at all either. It actually tells us to judge with righteous judgment, but it warns against just randomly judging by like outward appearance and stuff because people jump to conclusions.
No, I'm not talking about that type of judgment, like being a judge or anything like that. I'm talking about deciding who's going to heaven or hell.
I mean, how can you tell somebody's last moment of their life anyway? Like, yeah, they may look like they're going to help, but how do you know the last one of their life or what will happen there? You can't. It's like presumptuous to assume that somebody's moments can't change.
Yeah, even though I don't like the churches pushing that stuff, I'm just saying also, I don't like so-called religious people, the ones that are out there saying, you're going to hell, you know, like, fuck them.
How can you go somewhere you already are? I mean, there's a lot of ways you can't go to hell if you're already there. Here we are. This is the closest thing that we're ever going to see to hell if you're going up from here. It's kind of weird, though, that people are more concerned with the negative than the positive aspects of that part.
Yeah, but if you think about it, why would you say that, though? Why would this be hell?
Hey,
I mean,
if they tell you that, you just tell them or ask them, do you pay taxes in hell? It's probably better than here.
You could have the worldview, like I've thought on it. Not that I have decided, but like Earth, this existence, this life, depending on your situation, it could be hell for one and heaven for another. You know, it could be like a living hell, you know, or it could be like just super great, or it could just be whatever you make of it. And maybe that's kind of what's intended there. Maybe this is the only plane of existence. Like hell isn't actually spoken of in the Bible. Yeah, there's talks about like Hades or something like that, but like,
there's like 5 different places, and then they just go hell and call all of them hell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you get cast down to a lower existence or anything like that. Like, it's just that perhaps you. I don't know. It's sort of new agey, but I sort of think like there's lessons to be learned while you're here, and you can ascend, or you could almost like a reincarnation type of thing. Like you might be forced to do this over and over again until you actually learn your fucking lesson. And if you refuse to learn your lessons and you're stubborn, it might seem like an absolute fucking hell.
I used to believe that there's heaven and hell.
So, biblically speaking, nobody goes up. The kingdom comes here. Like it all comes down here. Everything comes here. So the imaginary, like we're gonna play harps and clouds and hang out with cherubs with the butts hanging out or whatever, and it's got Cloud Man, God sitting on the throne telling deeds and pissed off at human. That's not real.
I mean, I just don't think God would create this world and then you could just call it hell. I think, like the other guy said, maybe some people might think it's hell, other people might think it's heaven, sure, but I don't think...
Oh, to clarify, I didn't call this place hell. I was basically implying that it's just like a hell, and that this is the closest thing that some will ever come to hell because of how close it is. Not that this is hell, but it does feel like it for many.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
And now, yeah.
I want to interrupt you guys' conversation, but I'm new here and I have a few minutes to talk to you guys.
No problem. What's up?
I just want to jump in and say hi, and I really appreciate you guys and what you guys do, and the conversations you guys have. I've been on this for like 2.5 years now for the whole flat Earth stuff, and I don't have a very good mic, so like when I'm driving, I'm a truck driver, so when I'm going on the road, all you're going to hear is like something like a freight train, so I don't want to be annoying.
Dude, to be honest, I mean, if you're driving right now, your mic sounds pretty good, actually. I've heard way worse.
No, I finally got to a place where I'm quiet.
Okay.
So I'm actually using my cell phone right now. But I just want to say hi and thank you guys very much.
Welcome to the panel, man. Feel free to stop in anytime you get a chance.
All right, cool, dude. Huh? Somebody said something.
No, I said God bless, bro. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, God bless. Yeah, man. I'm all the way flat earther, man. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm not phony. I'm not fake. I'm not gonna be in here trolling and shit. I'm from Billy Jim.
If you're thanking us for our conversations, we didn't doubt that. We kind of assumed. I did anyway.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I just want to pop in.
Or are you a globe skeptic, or are you like all the way flat earther?
Oh, I'm all the way flat.
All the way flat.
Oh, okay.
It says
we gotta upgrade this man's rolls.
I'm really hoping. Could you pretend to be like partially glober so that we can make fun of you and stuff?
No, there's no way. Man. No, it's over
team,
with.
my friend.
Well, high five, y'all.
High five.
So thank you guys very much, and then once I get more time, I'll be back in.
Stopping by.
Yeah.
Well, here's a reverse card for you. You're a trucker, and you help keep stuff going here in America and in the world. So thank you for what you do.
Yeah. Hey, my pleasure, man. I get to listen to you guys for a lot of my time. Oh, it's pretty entertaining.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, y'all have a nice night.
Yeah,
you too, brother.
All right.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Stay blessed.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
Whoa, that guy talking through a CB.
That was Gus Grissom. How are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
Nice.
Best astronaut ever. Only one that I know to tell the truth.
I'll be right back. I gotta go. I'm on my just talking through the speaker. I gotta go grab my headphones.
Yeah, same. BRB. I'm gonna grab some tea.
The Earth is a spinning oblate paroid in literally nothing. Somebody prove me wrong. My mic's not working, or nobody's going to prove me wrong. I'm going to assume the mic's not working.
It's funny how they're pushing the whole alien narrative so hard right now. Because when I was younger, they used to think you were crazy if you believed in aliens. Now they completely flip-flop.
Can I get a mic check? Is it working now?
Yeah, you sound okay.
Just okay. All right, I'll shut up.
I mean, you sound fine. Like you sound okay.
See, where you think the aliens are going to come from that they're going to try to fuck with people about? Out of the ocean or out of the sky?
Because you guys are showing somebody there was putting all these balls that are supposedly falling from the sky, and you look at like the video, like the NASA UFO video, right? And it's like a little ball. It kind of looks like UFOs, right? They're showing it in the video. Like that's the video I'm talking about.
Check, check.
I check. Look, you sound good.
All right, cool.
Lunatic is back on the air. Go ahead and monologue for 10 minutes. Do it, Luke.
Nah, dude. You can probably tell. Like I'm not drunk yet. You got to wait till later. Then I'll go on for 20.
Somebody told me you went back to the spinning oblate paroid that exists in literally nothing. Is that true?
Who was this person? Name him.
I just made that shit up.
Not very Christian of you.
Let's get some people in here to discuss something. Somebody do something. I don't know what.
Hey, so who brought up the alien invasion and all that stuff earlier?
Oh,
Somebody
we were talking
brought
about that? I must have missed that. That must have been before I got on.
Okay. No, because I do have a question. Like, if there's alien invasion, like later on in the future, do you think they have like some type of technology to kind of like wear like some type of suit, but it's actually human, to make us think that it's alien instead?
Oh, if you're asking my opinion on that, I stand outside of the box so often. Most people in here will talk about that fake alien invasion thing. I don't think it's.
Bro, the fake alien invasion, just think about it. Turn on the YouTube, search for aliens or UFOs, and there you go. There you have it. The fake alien invasion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a card they're really going to play. Even if it was one that they had, like, as a card that they could play, like, it might still be. I think that maybe the time is like we've seen their hand and they won't play it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think they're definitely going to try to pull some shenanigans in the sky, in the heavens above. And that's what's going to make it so believable.
I think they're just waiting for the right time to. I don't know when's the right time, but I think they're waiting for the right time to play that card. But regardless, even if it happened, I wouldn't be surprised because they've been playing for years.
There might be the fake alien invasion, right? The one that we see on the TV and the movies, and people kind of like believe it and fantasize about it. And then they might be mentally preparing people whenever there is an actual, let's say people from the heavens come from above and they start coming down and everybody sees them. There's going to be some people out there saying, hey, look at the aliens. Let's fight them. Let's go fight them. The aliens are coming. Let's fight the aliens.
For me, here's a possibility about it. Like, if for some reason all of the people just say enough is enough, right? Play that card, the enough is enough card, and we get on together and start revolting and blah 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 blah. Like, that's where weapons from the sky. You don't have to see the aliens. You don't have to see the invader. All of a sudden, shit just starts blowing up and burning.
Yeah.
That might be the way that card gets played. But as far as Mars attacks happening, not gonna happen.
Yeah. I just want to see what you guys think about that part, but yeah, I mean, even if, like I said, even if it does happen, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, any true earthers wouldn't be surprised because they've been planting the seed. They've been trying, letting us know throughout the years already with this whole fake alien invasion. So
There's guys right now, like adults, that fantasize about meeting alien girls, like right now.
Oh, dude, it's been happening since at least. It's been happening as long as science fiction has been around. Like, look at in the 40s, 50s, like at the comic books and stuff. They always, or the early Star Treks and stuff. They always have blue and green women in short skirts and like nice figures and stuff. Like, that's been one of the big motivators, like the big things to catch people into this whole sci-fi and space stuff.
Yeah.
The first porn ever was I've seen it being credited as to this, what was it, Barbarella or something. It was like a Martian or some alien woman. Like, it was like one of the first porns ever.
Wow.
Yeah, it's well known. Sex is a like pretty much the biggest motivator for mankind.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that when they say let's go colonize Mars, they're thinking about taking the girls from the Martians?
No, because they're not claiming there's like Martian women that we can mate with yet. Anyway,
I remember a few years ago. I think it was a few years ago. Elon Musk was like, "Oh yeah, we probably colonize Mars by 20 something." I forgot.
I saw an interview recently. He said 5 to 10 years. He said five years in the best case and like 10 years in the worst case.
Oh, yeah, something like that. I forgot what he said. But yeah, all right, man. I'll see you, man. See you tomorrow, bro. Take it easy.
Hey, see you tomorrow, bro. Have a good one.
Hey, I was just I'm dropping off my coworker and and just tell him I see him tomorrow.
What is stopping them from putting some cameras and a connection on a very far away region of the world that you and I can go to and start recording people there and say, "Look, we're in Mars."
They're already doing that. They set up.
Done that with yeah.
They set up a facility where they're training people.
Devon Island.
Yeah, that they're training them for when they go to Mars, and it looks like a red, like the land looks red, and I don't know, it looks similar.
There's a stupid reality show. There's a stupid reality show right now with freaking Captain Kirk on there, freaking as part of it, where they're. Yeah, it's basically put 7 people in a house or whatever the fuck, like it's real world, but with a fake Martian landscape and a fake like hut that Martian hut, like they got these stupid missions, like they had to they'd go out and like patch holes because of a meteor shower that like started wrecking their place and they're gonna run out of oxygen. Like they got all kinds of celebrities on there. Marshawn Lynch is on there, freaking. But yeah, they're giving you all of this kind of predictive programming type stuff, just to not really predictive programming, but more of like the type of stuff just to get you more accepting of it, to just kind of get it into your subconscious to think on it, and so it's not as ridiculous when they do try to do such a thing.
What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do and show you on TV? Science or more drama?
Yeah, it's always more drama, right?
More drama. They're not gonna send scientists and set up a science lab in Mars.
They got Lance Armstrong there. Lance Armstrong, Marshawn Lynch, I don't know, and a whole bunch of other like people that were already in other reality shows.
You're gonna have like the one girl that they send falling in love with the other girl, not with the dudes, and everybody's gonna be mad because the girls are lesbians. So the guys are gonna have to turn gay now, and then you're gonna have a real reality show.
The chat's going, what have I joined into? Like it didn't get that bad. Like you guys are overreacting.
Well, he asked about the aliens. The aliens came from somewhere. We want to go to that somewhere, right? And find it.
What aliens? There's no evidence of aliens ever.
What do you mean, bro? Have you ever heard of Mexico?
We get aliens over here all the time.
Bro, if you want an alien girlfriend, just go to Texas and you'll find one.
I'm
in Texas right now. There's
I'm not talking about the kind selling oranges on the side of the freeway, man.
Hey, man, but at least they be hustling though. That's good, man, because you don't see Okay, like let me tell you something, man. This is something very true. I when I was living in Florida, I was in Tampa, and I went to visit Miami, and I only saw maybe one or two homeless guy, the most. The rest, I see people just selling water, selling flowers, selling fucking mangoes, fruits, whatever they can sell on the street, at the stoplight, on at the corner street, everything. I was impressed. Like I was like, I was impressed because where I was from, Florida, Tampa, there's a lot of homeless people everywhere. But Miami, where I was, I barely saw any homeless person, and I was like, wow, So they have a very tight communities. I guess their community also take a lot of pride. They don't want to fucking sit like next to the street, on the street or whatever, begging for money, or in the front of the store beg for money. But yeah, their commute was tight. So, and that was crazy. But in Texas, I'm in Texas now. I see a lot of homeless too. So
that's a pretty valid point, though. I don't know if I've ever really seen a Mexican beggar. It's black dudes, it's white dudes. Never a Mexican.
Yeah,
Mexican what? What did you just say?
Beggar.
Oh. Beggar. Okay.
What
do you
thought he said?
No, you'll never see like a Cuban, a homeless guy.
Exactly.
Like,
I think it was more like a Cuban community up in down in Miami. It was a lot of Cuban communities, a lot of Colombians, and I guess they really proud of the community, so they take a lot of pride. That's why when I was down there, I didn't see none. I saw two black homeless guys. I don't want to sound racist, but that's
no. You're right. I live in Miami, dude. Like I see this all the time. It's really hard for me to find a homeless person.
The Latinos want to offer some kind of service. They're gonna hustle and work to try to earn that money.
If you go to California, they have camps everywhere of homeless people in the streets.
But you barely see a freaking Asian homeless person too, and that's true. Like I barely see. Maybe I saw a couple in my entire life. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a feeling if you go to like some of the places of the country where homelessness is such a big problem, like the San Francisco area or whatever, you might find people of all creeds, colors. Yeah, you might that are homeless, but
that's happening on the flat earth.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't say. I don't want to go into that, but
go for it, brother. Go for it.
Nah, that's good. We'll leave it at all colors.
The reason why I say whatever I said, and then I say flat earth, just to make sure we talk about flat earth, so we don't go off different subject.
Well, we were staying somewhat on the flat Earth thing up until Gemsy decided that aliens were just people that weren't, Americans.
Hey, listen. Alien, strange, foreign, from old French, strange, foreign, as noun, and alien, stranger, foreigner. Hey, I'm in the middle of my reading of the sentence. From Latin, alienus, right? Or being from another, not one's own, foreign, strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's not what
a stranger.
I'm reporting.
A foreigner. Listen, I'm not done.
Oh,
shut up.
I thought you were hot, Mike.
Shut the fuck up. And other, different. The meaning, let's say, residency in a country not of one's birth. We're talking definitions here. Words have meaning. Words mean things. Then Then you can also use alien, right? Let me find the other
otherworldly
definition. You could also use aliens. Listen, this is the end of it. Oh my goodness. In science fiction, being from another planet. In science fiction, so you can actually use the word aliens in science fiction for being from another planet, right? So that's when people are talking about alien from people from another planet, they are talking science fiction by definition.
That's the context we were using it in, though, Gemsy. So thank you for the other ones, but that's the context we were using it in.
I'm actually reporting in from the land of the aliens here. Oh, see, there was some of them now. Just kidding. Anyway, Spanish Landing, where I stand here. Wait till you see this view of the city. I'm sure you're just dying to see it.
What up, Sonny?
What's up? I'm out on my bike. You see
How you doing, brother?
You see the plaque where I stand, where the Portola Serra expedition in 1769 camped here, and they began the Spanish occupation of Alta California at that point from this place where I stand now, called Spanish Landing.
Yeah.
And right across the way are the wrecked barracks. Right across the highway are the wrecked barracks where I actually went to boot camp in 1985.
Shit, I wasn't even born yet.
I was.
And furthermore, I was 26 years old in 1984. I joined.
How old are you now? Oh shit! Oh, okay. Now I got it.
You can do your own math if you want to. I just gave you the answer. It's an open book test.
Sonny's going to tell us about when he stormed Normandy.
No, not quite.
25.
No, I stormed Venice Beach. That's what I fucking did. Yeah, I fucking stormed that place. Shit. Lots of water around there. Lots of water here. There's these vertical takeoff freaking aircraft here. You should see it. Like San Diego, this is the home of the freaking Pacific Fleet. This is where the SEALs, Navy SEALs train here right around the corner. A lot of times I can hear the 50 and 20 caliber machine guns doing target practice from North Island, the Navy SEAL training base.
This is how I know. This is how I know that the Navy or the SEALs, Navy SEAls, cannot really be the baddest of the bad when they're doing their training in sunny frickin' California. They got to go somewhere that's a little more hardcore than that.
Especially since Sonny right here could probably kick one of their asses on my own at 65 years old. So bring it on.
I don't know about. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't go that far, Sonny.
Well, Bucket, you never met me yet. But that's besides the point. They ain't call me fucking flying squirrel for nothing, bitch. Just kidding. I'm joking, man. I'm in a good mood. It's great weather. It's fucking fun to have a mobile phone now, and I'm fucking on the move.
Of course, it's California. Like it's like never bad weather.
I know. It's beautiful out. 80 degrees. But anyway, I'll take a picture of the city from this location. It's fucking pretty astounding. Let's see. Stand up here. Oh, hell yeah, look at that. Let's use the camera. Oh, this phone is badass, man. I love new technology. Let's see.
Talk to you guys later, man. Take care.
Yep.
Look how fast I finished.
Wow, they got to do something about the zoom. This still isn't good enough. Holy shit. Oh, there's the city. Sending. Look at that fucking picture. Pretty crazy. All right, let me get back to the chat. I'll mute myself. I'm going to ride on a couple miles more. I'm not that far from the beach, but a fog bank is fucking coming in. Hold on. Let's get a picture of the fog bank. Oh, shit.
Fun fact, Spanish was spoken in the Americas before English, right? Based on history, right? In the history that you shared over there, Spanish landing. So based on that history, those history books, Spanish was spoken in the Americas before English.
Yeah, and the reason...
Español.
Like, our actual history is a mystery. That's why my story became a mystery, where I stand on the ground where all my ancestors were, became a mystery because they hid it away, and then they changed it to his story. From our story, which became a mystery. We're actually Americans, most of us, from the very beginning of time.
Yeah, of course.
Look at that line of clouds coming in. That huge fog bank coming over the western hills, southwestern. That's actually almost directly south.
Wow.
Line of fog. Look how straight that line is of clouds. Straight across, too, just like the shoreline on the other side. That shoreline over there that I can actually see with my naked eyes, well, with my prescription glasses, I can see the water line of their dock about 2 miles away. Like 3 miles is supposed to be 72 inches below my line of sight. Well, why can I see the water line on boats more than 3 miles away? But you'd only see half. You wouldn't even see the hull. Refraction! You're seeing a mirage, so all those people you see dangling their feet in the water, it's a mirage. And that seagull right there, that's floating in the water, and you can actually see where the bird and water meet. You can see the water line of the bird. That's funny shit. There's some boats going by. Very pleasant day for sailing. Let's take a picture of these unsuspecting people. They probably think they're on a spinning globe, even though they were sailing on flat water. They're going out of the harbor. Where'd it go? Here we go. Whoa. Hi, folks. Say hi to 24/7. Flat Earth Discord. You didn't know you're being shared as you go out. Here they go. See, they're going out to sea. They're going out to harbor.
Do you guys have a sex down there?
The water's flat. Hey, how flat is the water out there? You detect any curve? They're busy sailing the boat. They probably couldn't hear me. I have to get a loudspeaker, and then I could talk to them on their boats while they're going by.
No, you need a radio. That's what you need, a radio.
Earth is flat. Bicycles ride on a flat plane. Hey, folks? No? Is it curved? Okay. Those are bicyclists. I'm the Flat Earth Bicycle Bandit. Reporting in, aka Sunny on the plane.
Wouldn't you be able to get in a short wave radio and probably connect to a bunch of those people that talk on the radio from the boats?
Yeah, exactly. You have to be careful. You need a license though, so you know. You gotta be careful.
License for a radio, really?
Yeah, you get a license for your boat radio. You have to have a number and everything. Yankee Zulu 658. We're running into the rocks because we were trying to navigate with a ball Earth. Can you come and save our
I'm talking
asses?
you in on your bicycle with a radio.
Yeah.
Not
See,
on the boat.
you see on the bike how many people I can flat smack, and one day I can go to each area. Everybody that goes by.
Yeah, but they're gonna say, "But your wheels and your bicycle are round, dude."
They're round. What do the wheels roll on, bro? I'll go to the beach and I'll talk like that, and everybody will go like, "Cool, man." Especially around here, you go to Ocean Beach, people are hip on the water thing, man. That's a big surfing town. But of course, you might find some baller surfers. You might actually get in a fucking fight, but that's okay.
Yeah, don't get into any fights.
No, I run really fast. I have good shoes, and I'm on a fucking bicycle. Try to catch me, bitch. So if I did have to stand my ground, I would just simply do that until the time was, the time would be clear when to leave. My physical, continuing on with my physical self without damage is the utmost of importance. So that's the premier. Primera.
Primordial.
Primo. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I think I'll move on to the beach, though. I got a couple more miles of riding. And see what happens at that point. Stay hydrated, my friends. And watch out for zombies at all times.
Crunchy Yellow, are you there? You have control over your mic. Gone.
All right, where's my afternoon drive entertainment at?
It's very quiet in here, mate.
I noticed that. You know, I was listening a bit today earlier from work, and I'm done working. I'm on my way home. I'm in one hell of a good mood.
That's good, man.
Good, because I had to mute you before.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I went into one of the other channels to listen to somebody and talk to them, and I thought I unmuted when I came back. So I hope it didn't pick up any sensitive information.
No, that's why I did it. I heard you were in a conversation, so I just muted you.
Oh, cool. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So that's Timbo, correct?
Yes.
So you probably heard before my talk about how I hate Los Angeles and being in a concrete jungle, and you've probably heard that whole spiel, haven't you?
Yeah, you're looking to get out of there, and you're looking at building a sustainable house. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I've got the property located. I'm going to be putting a bid on it this week.
Dang.
It's in, yeah, and it's close. So my son's wife's parents are originally from that area of the world, and we're going to be neighbors to them. Like about 3 blocks away, around the corner, there's a vacant lot. It's a gated community. It's like one of the richest neighborhoods in a third world country, but it's like we'll be living like kings.
Yeah, how good.
So,
in the US, or are you going outside the borders?
Central America. Central America, Nicaragua.
Maybe one of these days I'll visit you. Maybe not, probably not. Maybe one day.
And your wife's on board with that?
Well, yeah, because she realizes, you know, to start off with, I just turned 65. My wife's going to be 65 in October. And, you know, looking around to buy property with the money we have to pay cash for a property. I don't want to make any payments on it. I already been that route once, and back in 2009 in the big crash, I lost a home. And, you know, I'm never going to let that happen again.
Yeah. Good on you, man.
Yeah.
So
that was predatory, wasn't it? They took a lot of homes.
And you know what sucks? Oh no, that's fine. But what sucks is it wasn't like I was a bad debtor or whatever you call them. I had a good paying job, but the company I was working for got bought out, and I went ahead and worked for a few years, replacing my role with a program called SAP. So I helped them get all my databases set over to that, and when it was all done, it's okay, goodbye. And, you know, I looked for 3 years to try to find a job, and it, you know, finally got to the point where I had to give up my house. And I promised my wife that I'd never let that happen again. Yeah,
wait, so it's SAP?
Yeah, SAP.
And so they had you program a SAP, and then they basically threw you to the curb like a sap.
Well, if that's pretty much it.
I'm picking a little bit, but yeah, that sounds messed up, dude. That just sounds messed up.
Well, you know, the actual matter is they gave me an option to go ahead and leave, and I would have gotten a severance. and a little bonus for sticking around for 3 months until the whole transition happened. And then my boss came up to me and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, this database that you built? We need to convert all of this over to SAP. Can you do it?" And I said, "Well, yeah, but it's not going to be overnight." They said, "That's fine." So anyway, it lasted another 6 years. And after everything got done, it's like, "Hey, SAP is all wonderfully working great now. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you. Here's your pink slip, Grant. See you later." So.
Damn.
Now,
I think they would have kept you around to help maintain it or something.
Well, everything was being handled by the parent company, which was in another state. We were just a small little branch. It's the largest medical manufacturer in the world, medical device manufacturer. So, but anyway,
I'm really excited for you, man. Like, I've been hearing your progress as y'all are making your plans and preparing to make this move. And I think you got an adventure ahead of you. The planning's the boring part. The adventure is when it's fun.
Well, what I'm doing now is I'm studying on my Spanish. I took some copied some YouTube videos that I can listen to at night while I'm asleep. It's about a 6-hour video, and it just says the American, or English phrase, and then repeats it 3 times in Spanish, then goes to a new phrase. So I listen to that all night when I'm asleep. I listen to that when I'm driving to work in the morning, and I was listening to it tonight because it was dead on here. And I started feeling drowsy, like I was sleeping listening to this stuff again. So I figured I better wake up somebody on Discord to talk to.
Sorry, Wave Mixer. I'm just going to interject. There was someone wanted to speak. He thinks the conversation was boring. I was wondering if he could bring a better conversation if he thinks it's boring. Who was that? Oh, he's gone. Of course. Fucking pussy. Sorry to interrupt.
You shine the spotlight at him and he ran away. Sorry.
Yeah, anyway, the part that we're going to be moving to is one of the top 3 safest and best places to live in the country. And the area that I'm buying the property in is the equivalent to what would be known as Beverly Hills here in America. So I'm not going to have, a big Beverly Hills style mansion, but there's a lot of really huge mansions. But anybody that knows me and knows how to find me on YouTube, I've got some videos up of some of the houses that we were looking at. And also there's one in the piece of the property. And I've decided I'm going to go with the property because I can build the house the way I fucking want it. If I want to have a urinal in my own private bathroom, my wife can have her own private bathroom, and never the twain shall meet, we'll be good. But I'm looking forward. As far as sustainable, the property, it slopes. There's a hill towards the back of it. So the back of the property is higher than the front of the property. And what I intend to do is have like a notch cut out of the hill and build the house. So the back of the house and the side walls are all have earth on the sides of the walls to help to maintain a constant temperature. I'm not sure what I want to do with the roof yet. I think what I would like to do is have some kind of a water catching system for the rain. It rains 6 months out of the year there. The place is always green, but sometimes they have problem with the electricity, and the water is pumped with electricity, and sometimes the water goes out and the electric goes out. So ideally what I'd like to do, I want to put solar collectors up on the roof. It's always very windy there. There might, mild winds, but I want to get a wind turbine generator. I want to set up a water distillation system so I can purify all the water that comes in. And I think because of, the economy down there, I think I'll be able to do this fairly easily. So have a house built the way we want it, have it so in case of emergency and there's no electricity, we'll have electricity and water. That's something else that our in-laws have. They have big, huge water tanks, and they have that because when the electricity goes out, the water goes out too, the city power water. So I'm gonna get some tanks to store the water. All the vegetables and fruits and everything are organic. And there's this guy. I mean, you can go to town to the little markets and you can buy stuff, but there's a guy that comes by with a little truck, and he has fruits and vegetables. And so you can get fresh stuff delivered to your door, and it's, none of this Monsanto modified seeds with all kinds of herbicides and stuff on it. I want to eat a little bit healthier, or a lot of bit healthier. And since I'm not sitting in a desk in front of a computer, I want to get around and walk around and see some of this world. I'm tired of seeing inside the buildings. I feel like I'm in a giant container. It puts me under pressure. Something else, the videos, I've been there once. I went there about 6 years ago for my son's wedding. But the skies are blue there. Well, they're either blue or they're cloudy, and it looks like it's going to rain, and it does that about 6 months out of the year. So, but everything is green around there. I mean, literally green everywhere you look, and that's it's going to be right outside of the city. Now, of course, the city, they've got the concrete streets and the little concrete, or whatever buildings. But for the most part, where I'm going to be, I'm only going to be able to see maybe a few houses. Everything else is just going to be all mountain view. So, getting back to nature the way God intended us to be. And some people look at it as like a setback because, we don't have all the modern technology, latest nano, IE stuff. I can access it all there. And I'm probably roboting real bad. I think I robot in this area. Cut out. So I could be talking to myself right now.
You're good, man. We can hear you.
Oh, cool.
Seems to be coming in clear. For me, anyway.
All right, good. Yeah, but what I was saying, though, is, I've turned into an old fat fuck from sitting down at a desk for too many years. And, I remember having a talk with my grandson when he was very small. And I told him, you know what? You can work two different ways in this world. You can work smart or you can work hard. And I said, I used to work hard and I got a bad back. Now I work smart. And I'm inside of a nice air-conditioned building sitting in a comfortable chair. And I'm not out there, twisting wrenches in the hot sun or the cold rain or whatever. And so I told him, pay attention to what you're doing in school, because trust me, when you get older, you're going to want to work smart, not hard. And I thought that was good advice for him at the time. And then I got fat, got diabetes. And because I'm not doing as much physical work now, my body's suffered. And I'm thinking, there should have been more of a yin and yang there to work smart and also keep physically fit. But just the whole idea of working for the man, working for somebody else, and just the whole system we're in, the schooling system, pointing my grandkids to, go to school, learn all you can. I kind of have a guilty conscience about that now. I've got a 2.5-year-old grandson, which my wife and I babysit. Sometimes, I drop her off on my way to work and she watches them, and I'll go after work and till our kids get home, and then, bring her home. But I watch some of these shows, the educational TVs, and I see them showing astronauts and globes and rocket ships, and I cringe, Our kids know that, I'm in a flat earth. My wife hates it. My kids don't really think about it. My daughter-in-law's brother, I planted a seed with him and watch it come into fruition. He's been with me to a couple of the flat earth meets. But just the whole thing with, teaching my kids, and grandkids, and about, pay attention in school so you can get smart to have a good job. So that kind of, I don't know if that was that good of advice now. I wish they would have been homeschooled and learned a little bit more. But I'm a little bit too old to get into planting my own garden and stuff, which is what I would have liked to have done. But you know what? If it's the food's cheap enough there that I can have somebody else and get all organic, fresh food, and I'll be able to have a maid. A maid costs between $5 to $10 a day for all day, and I want to. If I'm going to retire, I want my wife to be able to retire. So we're going to be able to afford to have someone do the cooking and the cleaning and washing the dishes and making sure the laundry is clean. And we'll have a chance to enjoy life a little bit, and I'm really looking forward to it. Natural food, clean air, beautiful green surroundings. Not I'm right now where I'm parked, not parked, where I'm sitting at a red light. I've probably got at least 100 cars at this intersection. Just the streets are so full, and stereos blasting away. That's a car next door. But I don't want to be a hermit. I don't want to get away from existence altogether. I just want to get away from the hustle and the bustle. Driving by and seeing homeless Americans sleeping on the sidewalk, with nowhere to go. There's no excuse for it. Where we're going to be moving to, you don't see homeless people on the streets. You don't see graffiti on the buildings, and you don't see cops, flying around. I like to call them a ghetto bird. You don't see the helicopters flying around overhead. You don't have, a cop car on every corner. You don't have cameras on every corner. And that has really got me feeling good. It's the fact that there won't be any cameras, because I don't need all these places looking at me all the time. It irritates me. If you've ever seen a movie, it's called Echelon Conspiracy or something like that. It's interesting. It shows you just how much they do all the tracking and everything. And that's an older movie. And I've talked about enough for right now. So I got to pull over for a bit. I'm going to try to unmic this thing and be back in a few. And I'll see how this.
All right, man.
I hate these phones trying to get stuff to work on them. I slide my finger on it and I can't get the little controls up.
Smartphones, right?
Yeah,
we walk around
smart.
with smartphones and they make us all a little bit dumber regardless, or make us look that way. The tech is so weird. I hate smartphones though, because you used to be able to take your battery out of stuff and actually have access to your own property, and now it's all proprietary. There's no way to do anything. It's weird. It's weird that there's so many smartphones and most of them kind of suck. Anyway, how about that Earth?
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
Buzz-looking alien! Where?
We need some globers in here. We can get some discussion going. We could rant about the flat Earth all day, but we're not going to say anything new. These conversations are more important. Speaking to folks. Though the monologues are cool sometimes. In a world where no one can measure the curvature of the Earth, only flat earthers know the answer.
You don't live on a cartoon ball.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
You're good. Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm back. Done with my little excursion. So just before I headed out, you were saying something. I forget what it was. Do you remember?
Not really. I got distracted by what's going on in the lobby.
Okay. Is there somebody?
You're breaking up a little bit, I think.
Okay, I was just wondering if there's anybody out there ready to talk now that has something to say that's this server related about the world that we live on. If you want to snag somebody from the lobby and bring them over.
Yeah. Oh, it's all regular users talking in the lobby right now for some reason. Which is weird, because normally there's at least a couple, like, white names or VC verified, but no, just regulars talking right now. Oh, we might have... Who's Purplet? Maybe that's a newbie.
Do I have any road noise picking up here? Or my AC, is that hot mic now?
You're coming in all right. It breaks out slightly a little bit occasionally.
Because I'm on the road.
Oh, Wave Mixer, I hope when you make the move that you get really strong internet when you're down there. So you can remain connected to all the bros here. Well, the bros and the sisters. All the Flat Earth fam. Either it must be a slow day today, or we've got somebody streaming elsewhere, and there's attention being drawn some other place. Though I'm thinking it's a slow day because I don't see any links around.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
No such thing in my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rock. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
The ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Now get out of here.
Okay, I think I might have my mic back on now. And there's nobody talking. Everybody's hiding out. But yeah, I put it on mute because I figured there might be somebody in the lobby that wanted to come in. I didn't want to hog it. But no links. And all the regulars are just hanging out in the lobby because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
So
yep, it's just us.
I don't mind helping. I don't mind helping being the devil's advocate to Dead Ear Dave and putting a little content over the airwaves. Is there anything in particular that you would like to converse about, my friend? And
really,
that would be you, Ethergrass.
Honestly, at the moment, yeah. Well, honestly, I'm at the moment I'm trying to distract myself from things. That's why I'm here. So yeah, you talk about anything, but I don't really have a subject to talk about. I just came here to talk.
Well,
if I start thinking about what to talk about, it'll probably get negative. So I'd rather you choose the subject then.
Well, let me ask you this: on your medical conditions, are they improving? Are you doing better from when we first started talking?
Yeah, I didn't really want to talk about that.
Okay. What about that fresh air that you said? What about that fresh air that you said smells sweet? Does it still smell sweet out there today?
Oh, it's a nice day today. The sun's kind of going down and it's feeling nice and cool. Got a breeze kind of going through a little bit.
So I'm south of downtown Los Angeles, and behind downtown Los Angeles, I can see the mountains in the background. Mount Wilson, where we have our TV antennas that cover most of the greater Southern California area around here. But that's nice because the air is clear enough that at least you can see the mountains. They're not crystal clear. They're, a little bit of haze there. But I'm looking forward to some clean air. And when you were talking about how the air smells sweet where you're at, it just got me jonesing. I don't know if anybody remembers that term, jonesing. That's from the 70s, but
yeah. But now there's a place in North Carolina that's way better than where I'm at. There was this place called Maggie Valley that we visited, and the way that every morning, the way that valley was, the air was far sweeter. Like it was, I don't know how to explain. It was delicious to breathe in the air. There's no other way to put it. But those type of places, like all of that fresh air is rolling down the mountains that trees are producing, and it ends up settling in the valley area, and that's why it gives you that environment. Pressure gradients. Where I am, we're surrounded by kind of a bunch of trees. Like we kind of have this grotto, and there's forests all around us, so it does a similar effect, and that's why the air will end up smelling good where we're at.
So today we had our in-laws go down to the property, and she took some videos going all around the property so I can see how big it is and what the view is going to look like and stuff like that. I haven't posted that up yet, but I'm going to be posting that up a little bit later. But and when you take a look at how much greenery is around, maybe you've got that much greenery around you, but I think that it's very important to have greenery around because of the whole, transfer of carbon dioxide to oxygen and our ecosystem and the way we're designed to live. And these concrete buildings don't breathe. And these artificial tree-looking cell towers, disguised as trees. I don't know if you've ever seen those, but we've got those here. So that's kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah, those are weird. You see them and they'll plant those near real trees, and then the real trees die, and that's weird.
Oh, I remember what you were saying. You said something about you hope there's good internet service there. They do indeed have the internet. And I actually use WhatsApp to go ahead and communicate with them there instead of using a phone. So that's pretty cool. And I got to tell you, the internet, I've got a love-hate relationship with it. It's been putting the food on the first house, or, with the down payment on it. The bank owned it. I did that. I got all sidetracked here looking at traffic.
No worries.
I forgot what I was going to say now.
Internet. You said something about WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah. As far as internet. Okay, wait a minute. I got to turn here. Waze was freaking out, and it was telling me to go different ways, and I'm in the middle of downtown Los Angeles trying to figure out which street I should turn on. You turn on the wrong street, you end up in heavy traffic, and you might sit there for an hour. So I really like Waze. I was talking about the internet and technology. So, that's been paying the bills, put the roof over my head, for a couple of decades at least. And I've always enjoyed technology, but just looking now at how technology can be used to weaken us, it's opened my eyes. So my wife's aunt, who lived in New Mexico, she used to have a piñon farm or ranch, or not ranch. Yeah, I guess a farm. She raised piñons, grew piñons, and they'd sell them in the town, and that's how they survived. And she, used to always say, the TV is bad, don't watch the TV. And she was talking about a lot of this stuff. And, my wife and I would just kind of laugh like, yeah, she's so old school. She doesn't even realize that, this is what should be happening and stuff with all this technology that we have. And she passed away. And now I look back and say, damn, she was right. I can't even think of any specific things off the top of my head, but just, with the way that modern civilization is being led. And she was more like, you have your own little area, you do your thing, and then you share with the neighbors, and everybody's able to be happy and survive, and it's all good. She's got like about a 300-acre of property out in a nice hilly area. So, but she passed away and left it to her daughter, who is my wife's cousin, and one of her probably favorite relatives. They talk on the phone almost every day. And my wife would have preferred to move out to Mexico. But number one, it's a desert. Number two, the areas that we could afford cash for a home wouldn't have gotten us something real desirable. The prices went sky high when everybody started working from home a couple years ago, because then you could work from anywhere. So, but her cousin, her grandma, or my wife's aunt used to, talk about modern civilization and what's happening with it and all the disadvantages of it. And she was right, And I'm probably going to get into a dead area here. So, right in the heart of beautiful downtown Los Angeles. Gotta love it. I will love being able to say, I'm from Los Angeles instead of I'm in Los Angeles. And for what it's worth, anybody that has a state they live in where it's legal to smoke of the herb, I'm going right on the freeway. I'm going right through a whole bunch of warehouses where they grow the high-test stuff to sell in the medical marijuana. Or they're not even medical now. You don't even have to be medical. But right in here, they got a big grow area, and driving on the freeway, you almost catch a contact buzz just driving through. Here's a big sign: pre-ICO cannabis members get 15% off every day. The big green arrow pointing towards it.
It's a big industry.
I remember when I was a teenager and I was a card-carrying, pin-wearing member of NORML, NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. And I now, sometimes take a look and just wonder, even though they've put the big no, you can't do this up against it. And a lot of times I think it's like with other things. They go ahead and tell you what you can't do to get you to want to do it more.
Yeah. Because I'm the type of person where I actually think that medical use for cannabis is fine, but if people are using it like a toy, after I saw the video of a dude take a 7-gram dab to the face and then go full on retard, like in the instance, I'm like, some people don't need to smoke. They just don't need it at all. But I do understand there's some who they do need it. I use it. It helps me with my problems. But there's a lot of kids out there that they'll just use it as a toy because it feels good and think that they're doing something. Then they end up just playing video games until they're so derpy that they don't know how anything works.
Well, let me ask you something. If you've got a brand of sativa or cannabis, okay, and there used to be, it's basically you had sativa or you had cannabis, and depending on where it was grown, would be how well, it would turn out, how well it was taken care of. But now there are so many different strains, and they're mixed sativa and indica, which normally would not mix. So would that be considered a genetically modified organism? Inquiring minds want to know.
Most of them probably all are modified now. It'd be hard to find an original strain. They've been so hybrided.
Yeah. Especially because Monsanto and other companies started getting involved in playing with the seeds, and now we don't know.
How does my volume come through?
I don't regard. You're
sorry.
clear, bro.
Oh, good.
You sound clear to me. We're just delaying a little
Sound
bit.
good, Sonny.
Let me mute.
Yeah, it's just I don't regard selective breeding as being the same as laboratory genetic modification. Like, yeah, it's technically GMO to selectively breed, but it's not the same.
Well, they say it's selectively bred.
To be fair, what it is botanically or horticulturally modified. That's what it is.
Yeah. And I don't mind that when it comes to like selectively breeding stuff. Let me pick the biggest, best version of this and we'll grow that. That's fine. That's normal. When they do a lab thing and you don't know what they're doing to it and the long-term side effects of them modifying this, that, or the other, nobody knows. Now we've got an experiment and we're going to have to test it to find out if it even works or what the long-term side effects are and crap. It becomes weird.
You should take one of those insect-eating plants and hybrid it with a marijuana and make the plant only eat off parts of globers that walk by and grow marijuana from it.
So would it look like the Mario Piranha plant and just kind of pop up and bite their ass?
Just small bites, yeah.
Yeah. Get that pound of flesh.
A Venus globe trap.
There you go.
Oh, shit. The funniest things come out when you're on the beach in nature. Holy shit, wow. Fuck, I'm stoked. I have full bars, man. Like, this phone is rad. Like, I wish I had a better camera, though. Maybe I can... It still doesn't zoom in as much as I'd like it to, but they don't want you filming the moon from your think if everybody could film the moon like you can with a P900 from your mobile phone. Some people can, actually, with those $2,000 phones.
Oh, yeah, like an iPhone type thing.
The audio sounds really good.
The i25 million and 34. It's good. The other's a badass phone, man. I haven't had a new piece of technology in years. I had the other phone, like I said, I was telling someone else for like 6 years. Dropped it off my bike a couple times. Took it to the beach quite a bit.
Sonny,
what's that?
I was going to say, do you have an auxiliary mic, or is that using the earbuds to pick up your voice?
No, it's just the phone.
Oh wow!
The phone.
Okay,
it's just the phone and the phone speaker. I'm just using the phone away from my face, a few inches away.
You say you're at the beach, Sonny?
I'm at the beach right now. It's just beautiful here, man.
Curvature there at the beach.
No, as a matter of fact, see, the way my sight works, I can see the horizon, but when I try to zoom into it on the phone, you can barely see it out there, but I see it sparkling way the hell out there in the horizon. When you see the waves sparkling the sunshine off of them, you look further and further, and it looks further and further and higher in your like the better you can see further out, because there's some fog, right? So
that's a good answer. I was talking about the curvature that may be scantily clad in a bikini.
No curvature. Everything looks flat and parallel lines. I mean, you could draw these lines from like the line of the beach all the way out, extended out to the line of the horizon, and they would just line up like perspective.
So there's no bikini curvature around you right now?
No. And this is one of my favorite places because I can go to where like I'm about feet above sea level. Hold on, there's stickers here in the sand. I'm running around like a native. Let's see. Oh, so I'm about 20 feet above sea level. Look at this picture. I'll take a picture. 1 second. Now, I'm standing above water, and then there's a breakwater or jetty in front of me, and behind the breakwater or jetty, there's more water, Then a little ways further, like another 3/4 or a mile, there's a bridge, and you can see where the bridge enters the water above. I'll show you. You'll see what I mean. It's going to be clearer today with this new phone. Let's see. So here's the building. There's the building. Okay, that's zoomed in as far as I can. Okay, so you're going to see water, breakwater, and more water, and a bridge. Now, how in the hell, if it was a curved earth, can you have any water, like let's say behind an obstruction like that jetty, which is about 20 feet tall, or maybe 15 feet tall off the water? See more water behind it that's higher up in level. It should be going down, folks. You shouldn't see that water out there at all. You see the picture? Can you zoom in? Like if you zoom into that picture and see the bridge behind the breakwater and it's higher in level where it enters the water than the jetty itself, which is like freaking 20 feet. So even with that height, it wouldn't bring anything up above this freaking so-called curvature. You wouldn't see where it entered the water because there'd be a bulge of water no matter how big, basically. Even if it were 6 inches, you wouldn't see where the bridge entered the water, is my point. Thanks. I'll be here all week.
That was a good monologue. Asking about bikini coverage. People any of that around.
1 second. Let me get control of this device here.
Never mind, I'll shut up. Y'all continue.
What'd you say? What'd you say there, Dave? I missed part of it. I was listening.
Breaking up bikini curvature. Is there any of that around you?
I'm kind of in a remote area. I could go search out the bikini curvature, but it's a weekday, so that might be kind of fun. It's only the locals hanging around right now, so you don't have all the crowds. They're all in whatever. I guess they're in summer school. I don't know what they're doing. Who knows? Who cares? They work. They have regular jobs. Whatever that means. If someone could tell me what that means, I'd sure like to know. This is my job. Being at the beach, that's my job. I actually just went for a swim. This area is really nice because it's where the river comes in, and right now the tide's coming in from the ocean. But the water where I'm at is about at least a half a mile from the actual beach up the river. But it's still beach all the way around, miles of beach actually, and the water's about 71 or 72 degrees in this little area. It's like nice. It's like pool temperatures. So I'm trying to decide how long I'm going to stay here. I got a little shelter to set up. I dare someone to fucking tell me not to set up a shelter when it's 85 degrees at the beach. Sure. Ain't gonna happen, especially here in OB. The Obesians on the rise. That's why we were all called OB. This is a special place. If you've never been here, I suggest you have me take you on a tour of Ocean Beach, California. Previous home of the freaking Hells Angels, hippies galore, and nude protests. There used to be all kinds of shit.
Now I know why you're there, Sonny.
It used to be a rowdy town, man. People didn't put up with shit. These people protested them putting this jetty in, which actually diverted the whole river out to where the beach was pristine before. So they made this big fucking harbor. they made this big thing called Mission Bay, which actually was called False Bay by the Spanish because it looked like a bay, but it was locked. There was no way in or out of it. So it was like a lagoon, and here's some history. They used to use this lagoon for dumping trash for freaking 50 years. But in some areas, like the Famosa Lagoon, which is like the watershed for San Diego Harbor, with San Diego River, which used to flood out its bounds and flood Old Town into the freaking ocean back in the old days. But I digress. But I used to be able to go duck hunting very close to where I am right now. You could go duck hunting. I've seen old brochures for Ocean Beach and Point Loma back in the old days, like from like 1910, 1920, and there were people duck hunting in Famosa Lagoon, and this place is all built up now. I heard tells, actually, I lived in this area for quite a while, since the 80s, so along this riverfront area over here used to be like a permanent camping area. And they locked it down, which is fucking stupid. Like, it should be a wild land. It's a wild land area. So they make all these rules. More and more control. Like, stand up and revolt against this.
Yeah, I actually stayed at that Mission Bay resort back in like 2009 or so.
Oh, really?
Beautiful place, yeah.
You stay at one of the hotels in Mission Bay here?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and there's like Mission Beach, and Mission Beach is like a real popular hangout for the young crowd, like the young rowdy crowd. There's a real mix of gritty streetness and higher up elite kids that are fully parentally funded to come to college here, spend all their money on drugs, booze, and girls, and vice versa. Whatever your choice is. But that Mission Beach, yeah, it's a rowdy place. Always has been. And then you got Pacific Beach, and that's kind of going up in gentrification, I guess you would say. And they tried to gentrify Ocean Beach here, but it's still a very rustic, Southern California authentic beach town. It's still got an old-fashioned flair to it. It's pretty cool. But it's pretty quiet here. I'm in a really, like, this is a school. What's that?
Well, I was just going to say one thing on this is not being so close to the beach, like a half an hour away when I move.
Say it again?
Okay, I don't know if I'm roboting right here. But that's being at the beach and being only a 30-minute drive from the beach here in California where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's 30 minutes to the beach, 30 minutes to the desert, 30 minutes to the mountains, right in the heart of the city, right in the heart of the suburbs. Everything is right here. But out of all of it, I think what I'm going to miss the most is being close to the beach. Yeah. So that's, you got the Pacific on one side, the Atlantic and on the other side. The waters are real clear there. They have some islands, and I'm looking forward to taking my P1000 there and try to do some long distance shots where there's clear water, clear visibility in the skies, and try to see what kind of distance shooting I can do from there.
Yeah,
but you're talking about you're talking about duck hunting a little bit a while ago, and that's something I don't think I could ever do. I like animals too much. Little kids and animals are attracted to me, and we get along great, and I don't mind eating animals, but I don't want to prep one to eat. I don't want to take a live one and end its life.
Yeah, I know. I was mainly just commenting on the change in culture. Like there was a lot more freedoms, and probably there was maybe a need to go duck hunting or to go fishing in the river back in those days. That was part of your survival. It was more rural. There wasn't as much infrastructure. There weren't even good roads for a long time. So the middle of this big valley called Mission Valley used to be nothing but farmland, dairy farms, chicken and dairy, and other kind of vegetables, from what I hear, but I don't know exactly what. Like beans, used to be bean fields and dairy farms all over.
Well, this area used to be orange fields. Originally, it was a desert until they piped all the water in. Then around the area I live, there's a lot of orange fields. Actually, in Pasadena, I have a street called Orange Grove. It used to be all orange groves back in the last century.
Oh yeah, I still remember it from the mid to late 70s in Orange County. It was nothing but orange groves for miles and miles. This is before the airport was put in there at MacArthur Boulevard, which went from a prop airplane airport when I was getting dive certified there, right there at Corona Del Mar back in the 70s, like 76. Others are playing.
So, Sonny, I don't know if it's you or me, but I can't hear a word you're saying. Breaking up.
Oh, well, I turned it off because there was a jet going over, so they're flying right over. So I was saying I was dive certified at Corona Del Mar back in like 1976, 75, 76, 77, somewhere. And John Wayne Airport was just a prop airplane airport then, and now it's John Wayne International. It's one of the largest airports in the West Coast. Like it went from nothing. I remember seeing all that change.
Yeah. What I'm seeing happen up here is the Keck Medical Group, KECK. And the county hospital that used to be USC County Hospital is now the Keck USC Hospital. And they're building buildings all around the different cities. And not just, little buildings, but big buildings.
Yeah.
And just about everything. And I'm looking around, I'm saying, hey, what the heck is going on here?
There's a Keck Boulevard, I think. I remember.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, and
go ahead.
Oh, and just the whole idea of getting away from all these, handful of people that run everything, and getting back to a little more, the civilization that you live with is where everything comes from. That, I may change my mind after living there a couple of months, and it's going to be too late. But, I want to get away from all this big corporate bullshit, everywhere you go. Anyway, I didn't mean to be a downer on that.
Oh, no, it's all right. Call me crazy, but I'm still willing to go actually explore this place. Like, now that I'm so mobile, like, I'll make it more streamlined. But they talk about, okay, if you watch Carameo Ahua's channel, I've posted it a bunch of times. Go watch the old newspaper reports they don't want us to know about or never heard about. Part 2, it talks about the giant they found in San Diego. But not only that, they said that the 3 cities, like the Bay Area, Los Angeles, and San Diego, have ancient cities all underneath these major cities.
I heard something about that.
I think I can find them. I think I've actually already found some in the park where, excuse the jet there. Excuse me, jet, you're flying right over my live stream right now. Stop it.
Well, we can't hear the jet, so you're good.
So I found this hill. I've seen this hill for years. I've always wondered why it has these block walls, stone walls built up from the very lower parts all the way up the sides, but they look like they're all deteriorated, like it was terraced at one point. So it had walls going all the way up, and it looks like at the top would be a great place for like a fortress. And so it's all fenced off, but it doesn't look like it's any part of anybody's property. It looks like it's separately fenced off from the private property and the park property. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Why would you build these like they were building a lot around here during the World Exposition in I think 1915 and 1932 or somewhere around the 30s. Might have been 1930. So they were doing a lot of building, but I don't think they were doing that. Like it doesn't look like something they would. This stuff looks fucking ancient. So I'm gonna start filming it, but I'm looking up this valley. I'm gonna start going up the valley to Mission Gorge, which is where the torrential water washed through, and the first civilizations, the indigenous people, no doubt lived right along this river. Those ancient cities are probably right around here. I want to go find them. I think I can still find them. That information has been so lost as to where were the original indigenous settlements here. Can you go look in your own area? I bet you can't find shit about who was lit. Where were the villages? They just got erased and no one knows where they were anymore? What?
Yeah, it's right under where that casino is now. That was their village right there.
No, listen. Along the coast here, there were hundreds. You know what they said along the coast in L.A., like around Santa Monica? There were hundreds of separate villages all along that whole area, along Los Angeles beaches. There were hundreds of different tribes and villages dotted the whole coastline, all the way up and down the coast. They were all
and I was being sarcastic when I said they lived where the casinos are.
Where the casino. That's okay. I enjoy that. Anyway, the more and more I go on, like in my studies and my research, I more and more look around me and I go that I feel that it is the ancient world. Like, holy shit.
The more I open my eyes, the more I see that a lot of what I'm looking at may not be all of what this reality is really about. And looking at history books and, teaching about George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and the cherry tree and all that shit,
Oh yeah, that's just like
I don't think I can believe anything in history. We talk about being 100% sure. Am I 100% sure I'm talking on Discord right now? Yes. Am I 100% sure I'm talking to Sunny right now? Yes. Am I 100% sure of all the reality that I've told what is reality all through my life is true? Hell no.
There are some things we can be 100% sure of. One is that water doesn't curve. And the other is Wave Mixer is a real, live, intelligent human being right now. 100%. There's people that would doubt their own fucking existence. So this is the funniest part of all. We have people that question whether they're even alive or not, trying to defend globe Earth with it has no proof. It's hilarious. What a joke!
I've been out of California as far as going to Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, and down into Mexico, and that's about all of this physical realm that I personally have experienced. But every place I went, it looked flat. Now, I haven't been around the world. I haven't measured it. I don't know, if it's flat, how far out it goes. All I know is that when I tried to find the curve, I couldn't find it. And I heard, YouTube channels, back in 2017, talking about some of this stuff. And I said, what the fuck is this shit? You can't, I saw the space pizza flying around. And I thought, well, how can these people, believe all this kind of shit? And it wasn't until, I found some other sites that were a little more realistic, and not talking about some little blob flying around in space, but that I actually took a look at it, and I, it caught my attention, and it stuck. And that just kind of put the pieces all together for me for a lot of other things that I've been looking at that are so-called and unquote conspiracy theories. So anyway, so I've looked around. I haven't found the curve. Bought a P1000. Found little ships that should have disappeared over the curve, and they came right back. Ships, little tiny boats, like little passenger boats that were, 5-10 miles away. You still see them bouncing around, just like a little 4-passenger boat. So there ain't no curve. And the lies, so many lies, lies. A restaurant out here, Chinese restaurant near my house called How You Lie. That's the
How
truth.
you lie? How you like it? How you like it? You like it? You like it hot? You like it all night long?
It's just when I drive by that place and we laugh because we know somebody that everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie. So if she tells you one thing, you pretty much will believe it's going to be just the opposite. And we drove by that and says, "Oh, look at that restaurant, How You Lie." And it wasn't spelled like, how H-O-W, H-O-W and then Y-O-U. I forget, it was H-A-U, how. Anyway, I forget how it's spelled. I'd have to take another look at it. But.
Okay, no brain twisters while you're driving. Anyway, just be safe.
Yeah. Well, I'm at a stop signal right now. I'm almost home.
Okay, how you like my picture of the sun? How you like that?
If you did, I can't see it.
Okay, yeah, don't do it while you're driving. Don't be watching the memes on 24/7 Flat or Discord live while you're driving.
Hey, you see that little logo thing that I showed or gave to CB? He was asking for like a logo. I did a little black swan with waves in the background. I got to do I got to do a little revision to it though too. But
I know the sun is looking freaking crazy. Wow.
Well, I'm trying to block the sun. I've got my visor on the side window to keep it out of my eyes, so you can probably figure out I'm traveling north right now.
This is a much better camera. Look at it. The sun looks like outrageous. Wow.
Set to 68 degrees.
It's cloudy. It looks super low to the horizon and it's like a huge sun. I started hacking up the city airs to get out here.
So it's time to shut all this down. Thank you very much, everybody, for keeping me company on my ride home.
Absolutely. Wave mixer, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just get this phone to turn off.
Trying to decide if I should stay here. I could put up my tent. It's a long ways to home. I might just do that. I have almost all the accoutrements. I have my pad, except I don't have any food. I just have some granola. I guess that's food. So come to California, girls, ladies, and help me search for mushrooms in the forest. How's that sound? Then we'll have breakfast. Should I call you or should I nudge you? Just joking. Whoa, there's one of these planes. Oh my gosh, it's a freaking vertical lift aircraft with uh the propellers on each end of the wings, and they rotate. They can lift straight up and then just start flying around like a helicopter or like a plane. They're like cruising around the coast all the time now. So weird. I'll try to get a shot of some of those things coming in the future here, even maybe some of these freaking Navy warships. Like, you wouldn't believe what they look like now. Too bad we have a retard in charge. Oh well. I digress. Are you still there? Is anybody there? I'm at the beach. Everyone else is gone. I have food, shelter, communications with flat earthers. Send a signal if you are reading this. Can you hear me? I usually get an adult beverage just one, usually when I come out to the beach. So I didn't have enough funds this time. So I bought this little bag of vodka. It's a tiny little bit, but a couple little sips of that are like, whew. I don't drink. Yeah, so I'm on this pretty secluded beach, and as the time goes by on a weekday, it gets more and more secluded till literally there's no one around for like a mile or two, which is pretty fun. Had to push my whole bike through the sand a little ways. I didn't hear anybody else speaking. I assume I'm still connected. Calling from the wilderness here. You call me Sonny the Baptist, crying from the wilderness. Just not me. Is there anyone at home? This'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. I used to think the earth was spinning. Is it really that quiet on a Tuesday night? A Tuesday night quiet riot with your host, Sonny, on the plane. Hey, Globe. Any globe proofsies for the globe? Any globe proofsies? Anyone? Bring them on in. We'll put them with the repository of the globe proofsies when we find them. When we find one. Does anybody in astronomy, paleontology, archaeology, astrophysics, cosmology, probably cosmetology, also basket weaving? Do you have a scientific process for anything? Any scientific experiment? Any science concerns? Or you just want to tell us something that science says with the science mouth? What does the science mouth look like, Your Honor? Bring forth Exhibit A, science mouth, please. Okay. Your Honor, the defendants, the globe Earth, are claiming to prove their case with only hearsay and an appeal to authority, along with reification fallacies, and begging the question, what are we to do? I know you deceive me, now here's a surprise. I know that you have, 'cause there's magic in my eyes. I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. The horizon is flat now, we know that you lied. You gave up geometric horizon. Hello.
How you doing, man?
All right. Is this Eli?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, I'm out on the road now, finally.
Johnny's on my bike.
Yeah, I'm like on the beach myself. Few people walking dogs, but probably see some pictures. That's all right. You probably see some pictures I posted. Like, fucking beautiful place here, man. Got my feet in the sand. I could have a drink in my hand. All I need is a beautiful girl. I'm really digging being mobile and having everything I need. Got my little vape, got extra water and shit, and things to charge my phone with. And a mat to rest on. You gotta have an air mattress, man. I don't know about you. I'm an old guy. I gotta lay down sometimes. Here I am. Here at the beach. Here's my setup. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. Let me see. It's kind of foggy out. It's kind of froggy out. The horizon. Funny. Funny shit, Sonny. Hold on. Oh, there's a bright spot out in the ocean. Hold on. Oh, dang. On the clear days, this little hill I'm on, you can see over all of the breakwaters and stuff. So you see way the fuck out there. Wait a second. I'll get you a picture. Some boats coming in, but there's a sailboat. Oh, a second here. Again. And there's a sailboat way the fuck out there. Where is that? God, I wish I could zoom further. Oh, come on, man. Oh. Oh. Come on, what's up with that? Oh. There we go. Let's see. Still not good enough, but it's looking right out to sea. It's directly out to the ocean. It's pretty spectacular. And then there's a place, hold on. There's another one. This is looking, okay, south. Let's go back. Let's see. Try that. Whole bunch of flat land everywhere. Can I mute from there? Oh, hold to record. Oh, shoot. Go. Recording. Okay. Hold on. Let's do this record thing. Oh, here we are at the beach. Oh, I see. Now that's only sound. Fun. Where to go? Stop. Oh, shit. Boomer Radio here, reporting in. Ow, shit. Stepped on a sticker. I did. I wish I had a Barbie to put a shrimp on. That would be handy. You could do that at this beach. I'm going to try to gather around all ye Southern California flat earthers, if you're listening to this. Oh, there's one of those planes. Hold up. Oh, go back. Damn, get the plane. Get the plane. There it is. Where is it? Shit. I can't zoom in enough. Okay, take it. I miss it. Okay, there's one. I don't know. I think I missed it. Oh, you see it in the far left. There we go. Wow, that's tiny. Can't even see it. Cheap camera. I'm not complaining. I'm having a blast. Hey, I was just here 2 days ago. I'm back. The low for the night's supposed to be like 72 degrees or something. I don't think I'm going to be getting cold. Have just enough extra clothes though, because it gets damp. Sometimes it can get so damp here it actually drops, like it literally is raining almost. Everything gets soaked. I found one of these vapes that has nicotine in it. Like I cleaned it off and tried that. Like, what the hell? That's so strong. Totally different. I haven't smoked tobacco in 20 years. But anyway, not going to make that a habit. Besides, I like my granddaddy purple too much. Just saying. Preferences, you know. Oh, the sun's coming out. Holy shit. We have a lot of OGs in the house here. We got Elijah, F, Jedi, Effie, Batman. I don't want to miss anyone. God Rockin', Michael Gleason, Miguel Su. Shout out to all of you. One Invincible God. Yeah, thanks for messaging me. I think it was you, or maybe One Big Pond. I don't know if anyone knows that. Anybody new in the place? Sydney. Sydney, hi Sydney. Sydney. Truth Acknowledge. Ethergrass. All of you listening in YouTube land. If you're there, shout out. Who's this guy? Second. I don't recognize, so if I missed anybody. Car, yeah, good to see you, Car. Right on. Welcome far and wide across the plain, wherever you're at. Flat Earth Travolta, didn't want to miss you, and Flat Earth Professor, dude. Good to see you in here. Flat Earth, dude. I like to just call you dude. All the rest is too long. I like just, hey, dude. My Flat Earth friends. Shout out to Flat Earth Dude, actually. Flat Earth Dude helped me get to freaking 3 Flat Earth get-togethers. Am I missing? Wait a minute. Hold on. My sound jacked up. Well, I don't know. What's up, bros? Girls and boys, girls and ladies and gentlemen.
Just got off work. Time to hang out.
Yep. I present to you the flat and stationary Earth that we all reside on. I'm just a bystander, noticing the world around us, just like the rest of you in the panel here, and countless thousands. What do we have, 30,000 in this server? Where are all the silent voices? You're surely, are we doing a good enough job? In other words, like, okay, so you might get sick of Sunny after a while. No one says anything. I appreciate that. Nobody tells, no, you're a dumb shit, Sonny. Yeah, you know why? Because I do it myself. It's pretty hard to do that if somebody already does it first. We'll just laugh together, okay? Shall we? Laughing at someone else takes being able to laugh at yourself, or else you'd look like a doofus. Just my opinion. Opinions are resplendent, but what we don't have enough of is proofsies. Reading me? Are you reading me loud and clear? I can't hear you.
I would welcome proofsies.
Proofsies.
I'd take some proofsies. Does anyone have any proofsies out there? For the Baltard?
What's really handy in the summer when the sun gets really low to the horizon, you're near this water, that reflection is so freaking, it's like literally hot. Like it's shining a beam of heat against my stomach. A long brim ball cap. You need the long brim. It has to be extra long. Not too long. You don't want it to be a sail, but just sail away. There goes Johnny. His hair was too big. Sailed down the beach. I was just kidding. Anyway, back to more serious matters. I'm going to pull out my sewing kit here in a second. I have a corner of my small one-man tent, which is fucking bitchin', man. Little tiny camouflage tent. Go anywhere with it almost. But I digress. I'm going to sew the corner back up. Got to know your equipment, man. You got to know how to like fix shit on the road. I'm saying it's Tuesday. This does not feel like a Tuesday at all. I think it should be Friday. I think this day from henceforth should be Friday. Feels like Friday. Why'd they go changing that shit on us in the first place? Anybody reporting in from their region have anything to say? Whatever region that may be. Go. Any curvature reportings or look, the picture I just posted, melted buildings. Just kidding. Not to put down melted. It was quite interesting, actually. I don't know if they're melted buildings. That was clearly a sandcastle. Sort it out yourself. There's a big old piece of driftwood. That thing is huge. It's about 5 feet long. It's pretty light. That is eucalyptus or something. It looks like redwood. You be the judge. I'll get a picture of it. It looks like redwood to me. I could do this all day. Quite a fascinating place. Here's a picture of up the river. What if I try to get right by the water, like the sea level? Hold on. I don't want to drop my vape in the water or my phone. Let's see. Hold on. Alrighty, let's go with. I'm trying to get a picture of like right along the like sea level, like the water. See how close I can get. Oh yeah. Let's do it there. Let's try it again. That's pretty far that way. Hold on. That's good. That's good. Oh shit. Yeah. Got any other posts? No. Hi. That. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't realize I had my mic on. Did you hear the dogs going by? Anyway, hi. No, I'm actually in the water. The hazards of the outdoor life. Electronic technology, very close to the water. About a little more than, oh shit, a little more than knee high. Oh, you gotta watch out for sculpin. There's these little fish, they can't sting the shit out of you, and that would feel like a stingray. No fun. So, you gotta shuffle your feet. It's called the stingray shuffle. Oh, here's a picture. Here's a picture for you. Wait a sec. Oh, God, that water feels great. That's fucking fun. Hold on. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at how the reflections went straight to my feet. Crazy. All right, so in the water. Hold on. Let's get a white shot. Pretty quiet. I'm still astonished by this place. It's pretty crazy. All this flat water is just sitting here, completely level. Outstanding. Isn't that wild? Let's see the skies. Fucking seaweed on my feet. Okay. Oh, shit. This is fucking great. Wait till I get in the water with a GoPro and you go underwater with me. Oh, shit. Okay, here's right near the water line. Oh, dang. Wait a minute. Oh, wow, look at that. Hold on. Wait a second. Let's do another one. That level. Oh, fuck. My fingers are almost touching the water. Over. You know, I'm only about 6 inches above the water. This picture. Wait up there to go. Where to go? Oh, go. Holy crap. That's pretty wild. My fingers are touching the water. You can still see the line of the breakwater out there. You can't see the second one though. Like now, my feet are in the water, so I'm a little bit closer. And cha. Try to identify me with those white legs. I dare you. All right. Beautiful. I feel so fortunate to know more about the place I live. Where'd it go? Oh, look at the sunset. Wow. Look at this shot. Look at this next shot. And there you go. Wow. Back out of the water. Oh. Nobody does anything around here. It's just like casual. Most people don't give a shit what you're doing around here. It's a fucking beach. That's retarded. They would have to contend with me. That's something they don't want to do. Anyway, enough of Sunny. All right, I'm just rambling on here at the beach. Good to talk with all of you. I'd like to hear someone else speak. The earth is flat. See all that water? No curved water. Let's see. Maybe I'll try to play something on the bot. All these controls I can do from remote now. It's so much easier. Oh, here's something. Let's see. Let's see.
That's good, gang. Y'all hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Cool.
Check. Who is this?
It's your boy CB in the house.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I didn't hear enough of you. Okay, so, yeah, I got you, man. Good.
You know what time? You know what time it is.
It's that time again. Glovers are in trouble. They be scattering.
Very nice chuckle.
Okay, don't scatter just yet, Glovers. Stay tuned. Come on in. Relax.
Sounds like you're out on the go. Did you get your phone working, Sonny?
Yeah, and I'm at the beach right now. Look at the live stream voice text. I've been posting pictures.
I saw it. I see you rubbing it in.
TikTok. I've been doing more. I'm just trying to stay active, and it's pretty fun. It leaves like a whole wide range of things I can do, and really the results aren't up to us anyway. So I think of like TikTok and stuff like that as just a funnel. In here and to our individual channels, like Indio's channel and like the live stream voice, the live stream cut the clips and stuff, like all those archives of it. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I think it's perfect, especially for all you guys trying to get all those followers. It's good to like give them a billboard and point them in the right direction. So yeah,
I just pointed it towards it, and then I linked my YouTube channel, Flatter 2017 Consciousness channel. That's my YouTube channel to the on TikTok, to there and to the Discord here. Yeah, so there's a Coast Guard helicopter just flew by, and like they're flying level. I mean, you can see it like. Spatially, they're level with the ground. As they move across the sky, they're going in a straight line along the contours of the land that's beneath them. All right? The water is a testament to all of that.
Exactly. Yeah, we always want to ignore the water. But, we don't do that around here. I see a few people have joined since I've joined. I see Flat Lloyd Wright's in the panel. Shout out to Elijah. Shout out to God Rockin'. Shout out to Michael J. Gleason.
Yo.
What's up, Elijah? Yep. Not much, brother. Not much. Figured I'd pop back in for a little bit. Maybe host a stream for a little while.
Yeah. Somebody had said, Diesel Boy, he said, is the North Star ever visible from Australia? No. Why?
Right, I guess you're in the South. Why? Yeah. The Earth is big, man. The Globers are like, well, why don't we see all the stars? It's like, well, Earth is big, dude. What the hell? Why would you expect that anyway?
Sorry. Polaris has actually been seen as far as 23 south latitude, 23 degrees south of the equator. That's pretty fucking astounding. That can't happen on the globe. And it's happened several times. It's even been reported by the Royal fucking Society. The Royal Astronomical Society, whatever they are. Those people. They reported a bunch of this stuff. I think they must have leaked it out. But
that's what happens when you get a leak.
Yeah. You all of a sudden realize they were navigating across the oceans for all known time. With right triangles and elevation angles. You know? It's a kicker. It really is. Think about the
Pretty
gravity
amazing
of
how
that.
people figure this stuff out.
I know.
It is amazing that people actually like figured this stuff out all this time ago. It's not like they did this recently. This is being figured out. Shout out to the big brains from forever ago who figured this stuff out. But I still look at the stars.
So I think those original people were our ancestors. We came from greatness. We came from civilizations that ruled the world, like the first navigators, the people that, the first of the original languages here. Like we're all from greatness. That's what's been taken away from us. It really has. We're like kings and sons. We're royal. All of us are like royalty in our own right. So we've had that completely. Our namesake, our heredity, our own ancestry was taken away from us, and I'm kind of pissed about it myself.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's not like we're getting any closer to this. It feels like we're falling away from that. You know what I mean? It's getting worse and worse. So the mindset of people, attitude of people, the intellect of people, the logic, it's all getting worse and worse.
Yeah,
but
you know what?
Hanging on by a thread.
Well, I think what it's doing is it's separating the wheat from the chaff, and then the people that are willing to stand up, like myself, are going to be more. We're going to be more upfront. It's going to be we're going to have to be the example. Sorry about the jet.
No worries. We didn't hear it before. But
have you guys seen the? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say what's up to the panel. Go ahead. What's your question?
Just was going to ask if you guys saw the modern day debate with Witsit and with Witsit.
Yeah, a lot of people were reflecting. I didn't watch it personally. I think I was in here while that was going live, but a lot of people were reporting back on that. Had a lot of things to say. AI was dropping screenshots. Some people were in the chat talking about it. Did you watch it, or were you just reporting on it, or what?
No, I'm thinking about breaking my friend in with that debate. I was like, "You want to watch a debate?" And she was like, "Yeah." She doesn't know what it's about though. That's why I'm like, I don't know.
Is it a new friend or a lady friend or an old friend?
It's an old friend.
Okay. I'm surprised she hasn't heard. You haven't pulled her aside about this topic yet, or is this her first time?
No, it's not like we've been like we reconnect every now and again, and so I told her that I don't believe in the moon landing. That's as far as I went, because you could kind of tell,
like how they react to that. See if you can go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she reacted in a bad way, but when people start connecting dots, like you kind of realize how far they are. It's like when they start talking about space and stuff, it's like, do you have the patience to hear me go, well, that's not it. That's not true. That's not real. It's like, I don't know. It's a slow process for some people because they're so full of what they think they know.
Yep, and it's almost like they don't want to hear it from you. They're waiting to hear it from CNN. They want it to be announced on the news or whatever. It's like, well, they're not going to tell you. That's why I'm here telling you. Come on, man. Give me some credit.
Right.
So I see Jedi snuck in and snuck out. I'm gonna send him a message in the chat.
So what they say about the latest debate? Did the Globers washed as usual?
I have to pull up some of AI's screenshots. I don't remember. I was kind of busy cooking in here. If I pull up AI's chat history, maybe I can find something. But shout out to Witsit, man. He popped in here recently too and was giving us a nice little bit of content. So shout out to Witsit.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I just wanted to pop in because I watched that debate.
Oh,
I would say
that's all W.
Give us some intel.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good, as in like not super technical, like some of the other debates. Like it'd probably be kind of hard for somebody new to get into it, be like, what, So I mean, it was definitely, I would say, lower level globe evidence, if you will. It was kind of the same jargon, and yeah, especially during the Q&A was kind of nice too, because I would say it's a little more freely, but it definitely had all the, I would say, the classic tactics, if you will, from both sides. So I mean, pretty good explanation. Kind of long though; it was like 4 hours.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But like the last hour, I would say, like, check this out. But yeah, they were saying some wild things. The Glober was like, dude, there's GPS and satellites. And, it was like after the whole damn conversation. And then so Witsit was spamming them with like, but what about the curve? But what about the curve? It
was like, oh, my bad. I forgot that the satellites
and
were
they just kept going around it. Like,
they're ridiculous. But my phone. Like,
but my phone.
Come on, man.
Dude, it's amazing how cordial we are in this place. I mean, flat earthers, hats off to you, because we're intellectual people, and I've been on TikTok for the past, couple of weeks now, just like throwing my sword around, just because, it's like the lobby on steroids. Some of these conversations. But
they come out of nowhere, man. I don't know where the fuck these people are coming from. It's like,
but it's so funny.
Scientific evidence. It's like, yeah, but scientific evidence has to do with cause and effect and a natural phenomenon, not concrete nouns. Like, oh, the satellites are the scientific evidence. I'm like, yo, that's what I mean. Like that chasm between their understanding of the method itself and just a buzzword. Like satellite is crazy. It's like, I don't even know if I don't know how to talk to you at that point.
I got one that was like, you're a disgrace to science. And I'm like, how do I even respond to this, man?
Yeah, that's when their wig just flops off straight onto the ground. It's like, oh, okay, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what they do. They just use buzzwords. Oh, you're a science denier, without knowing what science means.
Did you order already? No.
What's up, Jedi? I see you pop back in. Glad to have you. You sly dog.
What's up? What's up? What's up? You good?
What up, brother?
I missed you, man.
What's up, Jedi?
Hey, hey, hey. I hope you're all doing well this evening, this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are on this beautiful flat earth.
I know you've been busy lately, so I guess we don't want to, don't let us distract you from your your busy life here. But
congrats, by the way, man.
Yeah,
no, I appreciate it, guys. It's just going to be a busy few days. As soon as I get myself situated and sorted, I'll be back now.
Cool. I was just every time I go through the panel, I always channel my inner Jedi. I'll never forget it, man. You guys, when I first joined the server, I think my first time joining the live stream, you had a referee role, and you were just boom. How's everybody doing? Elijah, F you, Batman. Boom, 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 boom. You're just going through the panel. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's got some energy, and that left a very lasting impression with me. So, just want to give you a big shout out. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate it, man, and I'll tell you what, if anybody's picked up that torch and run with it, it's you, buddy. You do a fantastic job in that, so I'm glad. I'm happy that you're influenced by me, mate, but you grab that torch and run with it.
Yeah, well, like I said, man, I was left with a great first impression, so I'm just taking that torch and trying to keep it lit, you know what I mean? So I appreciate you guys and everybody here, so I'm glad to be here.
Love back at you, brother. So what's going on in the server today? What's been happening? I can't even talk properly. I'm that tired.
I know, but I'm with you there. I've been fumbling over my own words here lately too. Honestly, I haven't seen any ballers today, but I've had to just type up. I've been trying to write stuff down in terms of content just in case it does get quiet. But no, we're just shooting the breeze. A couple other people on the panel. There's Carr and Ethergris and Blind Spot OG. Sydney, Mr. Logical, Michael J. Gleason, and Miguel Sousa. See, I'm over here fumbling my words too, man. But yeah, shout out to the panel.
How you keeping, Elijah, mate? You doing well, buddy?
I think he's bopping around them New York streets right now.
Fair play, fair play. I'll catch up with you in a bit, sunshine.
He's at the streets of New York streets, and I'm sunny at the beach. Here I am.
You're sunny at the beach.
I left my phone on the counter when I went to the ATM. My bad. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man? You keeping well, yeah?
Yep. It's a hot day, but the sun is down.
The sun's been looking absolutely wild lately. I already typed it in the chat, but the sun has been glowing bright, big, and orange lately. I don't know if you guys have seen it where y'all live, but it's crazy looking lately. So,
Did you see my pictures that I just took of the sun? Like, it's really low and like huge.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but they can't pull the there's a fire thing twice. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm like, there's phenomena that happens that is like, what the fuck is that? But you'll never question it because they'll be like, oh, it's just some air or some shit. Like, what if these are just phenomena that's like on a god tier level, and we just like brush it off as the fire in Canada or some shit.
Right. Dude, Elijah, you were the first person that said that to me, at least. First person I heard talk about that, and I agree with you. They could just give you some fugazi story, and don't look too deep into it. That's what they're always trying to do. You're looking too deep. Stop asking questions. But what are all those? What are all those planes flying in the sky making those lines? It's just ice crystals. Forget about it. Like, really?
Exactly.
Are you sure?
That's the shit they tried to pass on the fucking
out the globe
with the sun.
The smoke.
They tried to pass off the whole the three suns in Mongolia. They're like, China's making like artificial suns. I'm like, no, those are sun dogs, fam. Like, look, what are you? 3 fucking suns. Look at it. Those are obviously prismatic effects. Like, you can see it.
Yeah, there's something happening. Rahu and Ketu. Apparently the ancients knew about these things. They wrote about them in the Sanskrit and the Vedas. No.
Yeah, I learned about that from Crow 777. Shout out to Crow 777. That's where I heard about Rahu and Ketu. We don't really talk about that a lot, but yeah, it is very interesting.
Those are things I learned about like years ago, but see, all the dots weren't connected. Like, they came from various places, like my ex-wife of all people. And like that's the first place I learned, like, the lost books of Eden, like the missing books of the Bible, and that all those things, the what do they call the Apocrypha writings, and the Bhagavad Gita, those old, the Vedas and all of that. So I remember reading about Rahu and Ketu, even way back then.
I know, right? Glowers have little like it's like almost like they've never heard about it, because they'll be like, "Well, how do eclipses work?" It's like, well, I bet you never heard of Rahu and Ketu, but like, we don't need to get into that. But I don't know, man. There's so many mysteries about this place. It's like you don't deserve answers for everything anyway. Shout out to Adam Price. I see you just popped in. Dude has popped in as well. Flatsy, Kim. I think that's it. Car, maybe. It's yeah. Welcome everyone. I see people piling in, man.
Yeah. Good thing I made it Friday. Good thing I changed it to Friday today. Aren't you happy I did that? Now everybody's coming in because I changed it from Tuesday to Friday. It's not Tuesday. It's Friday, folks. Welcome to Friday. It's a new Friday.
Tuesday's new Friday. Okay. All right. Here's what I'm thinking, guys. I want you, if anyone's around or you're just hanging out at the computer or something, like, I watch a lot of Fresh and Fit. You guys probably know that, but like, the way they have it set up, right, is they'll try to engage with the panel. They bring the whole panel on, just like we have a panel here, and they'll go around the table. All right, what do you guys think about this? Go ahead, you. All right, now you. Oh, why do you think that? And so what I'm thinking is, like, I'd love to have a list of questions, and I try to write stuff down every now and again. But I'd love to go around the panel more often and see like what people think. You know, let's just to get a little bit more engagement. You know, people always sit it. Well, there's 20 people in here right now, so it's like, but it's usually like one or two people just chiming in. You know, so I'd love to try and get a little bit more engagement. I know people are afraid of the spotlight. It can be a little intimidating. I see Dave Pico just popped in as well. Welcome. But yeah, the spotlight can be intimidating. But maybe if we just phrase it, like form it into a couple questions and go around the panel and just have people, oh yeah, I think that's good, or no, I disagree with that. It could be really fun and maybe a way to increase engagement a little bit and give people a chance to speak on the mic some more as well. So if you have questions in the chat or questions in general, feel free to type them in the chat and we can go around the panel and see if we can get some engagement. I'm trying to think of a good list of questions, but so what's up, Dave? Yeah, I already know what it's going to be. Go ahead.
Why do all these people think they live on a spinning oblate paroid that literally exists in nothing?
I knew it. Yeah, we can go around the panel on that. Why don't we start with the bottom of the panel? Son, you want to go first? Why do these people think this in 2023? Or anyone, if you guys want to go, if someone wants to go first. But what do you think, Dave? You want to go? Man. You want to lead it? you want to go first, Dave? Tell us what you think.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave. I had to pick my thumb back up.
I'll be they got caught it before they knew how to think, and they never thought about it again.
I would say I'll go next. I would say peer pressure has is a large factor. It's almost like you know, when you go to high school, you have your homecoming football games and stuff like that. It's much easier to just blend in with your home crowd. You don't really have to do much. You don't have to say much. You just wear the right color and you blend in, and everyone's going to accept you. And like if you do go to the other side, maybe you change colors, change your shirt and put the other team's color on and go sit on the other side of the bleachers. Well, they might boo you and start trashing you when you go to the bathroom and stuff like that. So it's just much easier to blend in with the crowd, and there's a lot of peer pressure surrounding it. So I would say peer pressure has a big factor. Anybody else want to go ahead? This dog's being really annoying. Sorry, guys.
Definitely agree with that one. I would say ego is stopping a lot of these Glovers, from really actually taking in the information. Because I've noticed so many times trying to tell somebody this information, like they'll hear it, but they won't really listen to it, or have the ego to drop enough to go, maybe I should sort of re-examine this. I've never looked, I've never calculated. Sometimes I'll even ask them, have you ever proved the glow for yourself? And they're like, no. So to me, ego and accountability.
Yeah, I want to respond to that. Like, that's a great point, the ego. Because it's almost like they just don't want to hear it from you. There's no way this little Discord could have figured it out. Why didn't the experts figure it out? How come you guys got it first? So that's that ego getting involved. Like, well, there's no way these guys figured it out. It's like, well, if you put that ego aside, then you can figure it out too. But you're waiting for the news to tell you. So who else wants to go on that question? Anybody else?
I'll jump in, CB. I think there's a couple things that strike me, and to really piggyback off what a lot of you guys are saying. I don't know if it was Dave who first brought up the question, but I think there's still a lot of people out there that don't even realize that an alternative is possible. I think it's such an indoctrination that maybe if you're lucky, you've heard the term flat Earth on some hit piece or something, but the majority of people who aren't plugged into social media or whatever the case don't even realize that what they've been indoctrinated with, that there's an alternative to that, right? It's just presupposed. It's just assumed to be true, I should say. And then the other point. Yeah, the other point on the ego side, I think we, I don't know who we is. I think humanity or our society, let's say the West. Let's blame the West. But let's say the West has set up this dictatorship of experts where so many people that have even heard the concept will not believe anything anyone else says unless they're credentialed. And we were talking about, Elijah was asking about Witsit debates earlier, and I've been going back through modern day debates and watching some. And it was the one where it was him and Kai against McToon and Carissa, I think I'm watching. And one of the super chats was, let's go through all four people and what their credentials are. What a dumb super chat in the first place. You know what I mean? And in other words, show me that you know what you're talking about, or show me that you've gone to an institution, paid $100,000, spent 6 to 8 years there, screwing off, and therefore you got some letters after your name, and now I'll believe you, right? I mean, but it's even if we think
But that's an indictment.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's an indictment on the audience themselves, because number one, like, isn't it good enough to talk about it? And it's like, well, let me see if you have the credentials to talk about what you're talking about. Well, don't you know enough to know that what I'm talking about makes sense or
Right.
doesn't make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah.
Or that I'm
In other
talking about a method, or you know?
No, that's a really good point. That's interesting. You have to have a PhD to understand what a PhD has to say, right? It's you get into this weird loop. Yeah, that's really insightful, Elijah. And I mean, yeah, it just shows the stupidity of the entire point, right? And if we go back and we talked about this the other night, CB, the past few years of the beer bug or other malfeasance. Well, you can't question it, right? Because Dr. So-and-so says so, therefore it must be true, mask up, right? Or whatever. So it's just this dictatorship of experts. I'm not a biologist, so I can't tell you what a woman is. Are you freaking kidding me? Like that's where we've ended up now? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that was a good point. I actually had to write it down before I forgot. You made a great point there about the appeal to the white coat. And you're totally on point too about the last couple of years. We could see it in live, real time. How people they want to appeal and lean on the white coats for their for their answer. Well, the white coat said I need to take this juice. It's safe and effective. So, well, facts. Well, not me, but the whole world loves those white coats, don't they? So that was a great answer.
Yeah, I was going to agree just because the university I teach at, like, a doctorate can only get his or her doctorates from another doctorate. Like, it's this never-ending loop cycle. I mean, that's a good point. And it's instilled. It's instilled in them too, right? Like, oh, like, if I have this honor, I must be better than everybody else. You know, I've had some doctorate friends, especially in architecture.
Sorry. Go ahead and finish.
No, you're good.
Apologize. Oh, well, because Elijah was asking earlier about the most recent Witsit debate, and Karen B was on there, and she presented as her opening argument the 120-page PDF document that FE Corps put together. They spent money and weeks and time and energy and measured the Earth, right, as far as they could through that observation or through those many observations. And the one guy, the Glober Bitar, the guy who I've been mocking for the last few days because he thinks we should all be in jail. But, you know, he said unironically, he said, well, why don't you just publish it? And it's just like, you know, it just shows you how little he's a first year software engineering student or whatever he is. But do you not understand the system and how it works, right? Kind of like what you're saying. Only the doctors can put forth other doctors, right? And if you go to publish something, right, you have to first submit it. To who? To who are you submitting that, right? Well, you're submitting it to people who utterly, fully disagree and will just chuck it out on for whatever reason, right? Without even giving it a second thought. So I thought it was just such a stupid statement by him to her question to Karen.
Yeah, right. And also, like, God, this dog is so annoying. I just want to go like the dog, but like, it's just barking at nothing. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. But there's a clip I have of a girl asking like, well, what's your credibility? And as soon as he answers it, she's like, I don't care about that. Let's take a listen.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He
question.
spoke to over 2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a best-selling
for you.
Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
study.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to me.
It's like, dude, so they don't really actually care about credibility.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, too. It doesn't actually matter at the end of the day. Like, 2 + 2 is 4. That's facts. Whether a homeless person says it or someone with a degree says it, it's still true. So, like, the amount of credibility doesn't matter when the statement is true, nonetheless.
Well, it's only certified credibility. It's like, I don't care how many chicks you've talked to. I don't care how many books you've sold. I don't care what you study. Do you have a PhD in chicks? You know what I mean? Like, unless you do, we're not talking. You know,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it just so happens I actually do. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Very nice. Anybody else want to answer Dave Hinkle's question? What keeps people on the globe in 2023? Why are they still on the globe? Anybody want to go next?
I think my thing over the last year or so has been that they want it so badly. Like, I don't even think that they believe the PhDs or care, but that's an excuse to believe the people who are on their side. And they want to believe the story they were told, and they want to believe that there is no God.
Damn. Yeah. Little bias there. Yeah. They want it badly. Yeah, man, that's true. No, that's why they'll come up with different. Maybe just they come up. They'll start just on this fly. They'll come up with weird excuses and stuff like that. They're just trying to maintain their belief, cling on to it by any thread remaining. So, yeah, I'm with you. Anybody else want to answer Dave Hinkle's question? I think your dog does. Put him on the mic. Yeah, dude, I'm going to go over there and freaking stab that dog. It's like, shut the hell up, man. What are you barking at? It's like literally nothing here.
So I think it has to do with the degree of sociability of people. So some people are very sociable, and that means a lot to them. That is part of their identity, is their sociability, how they associate, their networking, their friends, their family, their close associates, whether they went to school, whatever it is. They have a heart fondness for all of those people. So, like, they cling closely to them. Now, there's others that verge more toward the middle, where it's like we could take it or leave it. Whereas, like, I can be around people, that's fine, and I like my solitary time, and I generally am, like, pretty much more about facts than about opinions. So now there's the people from the far other side who are probably more like myself. I don't have to be around people at all. So it's very, like, I mean, I digress because I'm around all of you guys. That makes a difference to me. But I don't have to go to, like, social events all the time. Like, some people are driven by those things. So I think it's the appeal to authority based on that degree of sociability that's built in or inherent in each person or group of people.
Nice.
That's part.
Anybody else want to chime in? What keeps people on the globe in 2023? Why are they still, all this time, why are they still on it, 2023? Anybody want to go on that? Come on, guys, don't be shy before this dog wants to answer. Go ahead, guys. This is Shekels in the panel. I'm sure you want to answer. Car or Ether or somebody? Anybody? Or we can just go to the next question, and then the last five guys can chime in again.
Go on believing, hold on to that feeling.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was
right people. Excuse me, that was horrible. No, probably not that horrible.
I'd say pictures from space keep a lot of people on the globe. Not photos, pictures.
All right. Well, Dave's gone anyway, so maybe we can move to the next question.
Yeah. Why don't
Anybody
you
else got
flat
another question?
earthers? Why don't you flat earthers believe in pictures?
Boo! Bad question.
I didn't mean to revert to, like, the George Bush voice, but it just came out. It was spontaneous.
You keep it up, Sonny, and I'll throw a shoe at you. Well, that might actually lead me into one of the questions I did write down. Is like, what's the worst thing a globe earther has, like, done or said to you? Anybody want to start on that?
Repeat the question,
What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing a globe earther has either said or done to you?
Dox me.
Dox? Yeah. No surprise there.
That's quite bad, right?
Yeah. Oh, I actually have. I could probably answer this for someone else. Flat Lloyd, right? I think it was you, wasn't it? Do you want to answer
Yeah, I was
this
gonna
one?
say.
Oh, I
Yeah.
already know the answer, dude. This is terrible. You guys got to listen to this. One's crazy.
Hold on, my wife is calling real quick. You can tell it, man.
I'll go. Yeah. Well, I'll go next. You can tell it because it's such a good one, dude. The fact that happened to you was absolutely bananas. I can't believe that happened. And this is the perfect person to have in the panel for this question as well. I have to think about what's the worst thing anyone's done to me. Honestly, I've had a good experience. I haven't had anyone do anything too bad. Well, it'd probably be in real time. Friends or family members, so called. I think I was hanging out with a couple friends. We were watching, I think, UFC fights or some shit, and it was like two of my. We call each other cousins, I guess, but we're not really blood. But one of them goes, "So did you hear Alex is a flat earther?" My name's Alex, by the way. And like, you could hear the record scratch in the background. My other cousin was like, "Wait, what?" Like, he got up, went to another room, grabbed a laptop, came back, went to NASA.gov, and like showed me NASA. He's like, "Well, dude, don't you see this?" I'm like, "Bro, what?" Like, and not gonna lie, long story short, like after having a conversation with his little brother, I was like, "Well, dude, no." Like, we started talking about like elliptical orbits and all types of stuff. Eventually, he kicked me out of his house. He was like, "You gotta like." He didn't like say you gotta leave, but I was like, "Dude, I'm just gonna fuck it, bro." This is lame. But it was just hostile. It was so hostile. It wasn't even comfortable being there anymore. And I was with my girl too. It was crazy. So essentially, I got like kicked out of my boy's house because another one of my friends brought up the fact that I was a flat earther. So not that bad. I'm sure you guys have experienced worse things. But that was pretty lame. I had to like drive home with my girl. We're all quiet. She doesn't like flat Earth either. And she was she was a champ. She was being a champ about it because I know she never liked the topic. But when bro brought it up, like she just sat there quiet and didn't like engage. So I appreciate the fact that she didn't like try to flame me in front of my friends. But yeah, so that was probably the worst thing that happened. It wasn't really that bad, but like, yeah, I got basically like kicked out of a friend's house because I'm a flat earther. So that was lame, but it is what it is.
Well,
Anybody else want to go next on that one?
I'm fairly new, so the worst thing that's happened to me so far. No, go ahead. Sorry, who was it?
No, I'm saying friend. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, fuck it, for sure. Yeah, we literally don't even talk anymore. We play golf maybe once or twice after that, but like that's about it. We don't even like. I'm like, dude, you're a lame. So anyway, go ahead, OG. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, the worst thing that's happened to me so far is that Ruhif said celestial navigation is only possible on a globe. So that's the worst thing that's happened to me so far. But I'm too new to have any war stories, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he was doing it on land and wasn't navigating. And he was using an instrument that they don't use out at sea. Then he said, "You use a plumb bob out at sea." Thank you very much, Ruhib. Good job. I'm still waiting, by the way, for my sticks and shadows and plumb bob navigation kit. If you could please provide that.
Yeah, what they have to do because they can't defeat the argument is change the argument. It's like that's the same thing they do with when we talk about celestial navigation. Then they say you have what is it, 60 degrees to a mile or something like that, to a nautical mile or whatever.
Right.
It's like, ma'am, we're talking about an angular measuring device. You're talking about, well, let's take this geometrical figure and let's do this math stuff.
What else you guys got? Anybody?
Elijah, you got to have some war stories.
I know. Come on, Elijah. I know you got some good stories. Your girl, man. Come on, dude. I know you got some good stuff for us.
Not really, honestly. horror stories. Okay, I mean, I guess this is a horror story, so I brought it up to like a Facebook group that I was in, and not even. I said, "Hey, what do you guys think about the moon landing?" And they were like, "Oh, are you a flat earther?" And then shit kicked off like that, and I was just like, F equals ma is wrong. Earth ain't a ball. I gotta see if I can find the picture. Space is fake, and they were like, they put like cause I sing and shit, I do music, and they just like put like an album cover of me like next to like some galaxy looking picture, and they had like Flat Earth greatest hits, Earth ain't a ball, like it was like super fucking hilarious, to be honest.
Oh, they being comedians now. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. What a bunch of jokers. I hope you told
But
them.
at the time, I was rocking out with Jeranism's 100 quotes that tell you you've been lied to, and
yes,
just with that and all the citations, I'm like, look, you can look it up. This is what this person said. Look, like, look, the citation, it is a citation. It tells you where to find it. They were just like, at that point, my boy was like, yo, you're. I don't know what to make of this all the flatter stuff, but I know you're making sense, and you're kind of going ham on people in the chat. Like it's like let up on them. Like you're destroying them. I don't think it's good for their psyche.
He's like a public health service message. Like, so, check it out. I think the worst thing that's ever happened with any Glober has actually been here on the server. But the problem is they always got cut off because they go into a wind-up, and the people here are so acutely aware that the moderation is like on it. Like as soon as they start getting that heartbeat, you can hear it, and they're on the wind-up. They're about to say something. Boom, they're gone. Like that's how it's been for me. They all been disappeared. Sometimes they come back later though. Hoymar, Mr. Sex Robot himself.
Oh my God.
He came back?
He has been.
No, that was Pagus, bro. That was Pagus. Hoymar is another goofball. Pagus is the sex robot kid. But,
It's crazy that we deal with this stuff because the truth is like we need a PR team because people don't know. Like these are the conversations we're having. Like that. Like that's how guarded people are. Is that if our family and friends and people knew that this is the level of conversation, like they would immediately be interested. But they've been inundated and preempted. Like when this shit dropped, like they didn't get the information from us. They got the information from you guys. Know you Google it and yada yada.
Yeah,
and it's like it's ridiculous.
You guys got to hear Flat Lord Wright's story on this one. FLW, you there, brother?
Yeah.
Please share your story. This is one of the worst things I've ever heard. When I asked the question, I knew this is like probably the worst thing I've ever heard. So please go ahead.
Well, it definitely taught me a lot. But the worst Globy I ever encountered was actually my ex-girlfriend before I actually found my wife. And I ended up actually even taking a break for a year, because I was just so like, man, never again. I got to find the right woman,
Yeah.
But, I was dating this girl for about 6 months. We were living together, sort of thing. And it was going great. And, one Saturday morning, I was, woke up a little early, was making some eggs and making an omelet and whatnot. Put my nice MacBook Pro on the kitchen table and, tuned up some Eric Dubay. And, I was just listening to it, cooking and whatnot. And, she woke up in a whirl, right? Stomps over, and we have this like old, wood floor, stomp, kind of thing. Goes all the way, fills up a glass of water, and pours it on my laptop, and says the Earth is not fucking flat.
What? Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Dude, that's freaking.
And I'm sitting there, in my tidy whities, like what?
That's no. Hell
That's
no.
wrong, bro. That's super wrong. She was over here like.
Had she previously dated Eric Dubé and had a bad breakup? Like, what's the deal, dude? Like,
You would have thought. You would have thought, man.
That's crazy.
The craziest thing though is it ended the relationship right that day. Like she's like, I'm getting my stuff. I'm not being with you. Like, nope. And I was just like, whoa, what the? You know, like I was in shock. Like I thought you were cool. You know.
Bro, that's cool. Well, you gotta tell us, was the mackerel cooked after that? Was the
it was done. I was pissed. It fried out right there. Like,
I mean, you guys are.
It stayed on for a good second.
Talking about sleeping with the enemy. You know, you never.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly, dude. I know. Man, what a bitch, dude. You know what? She belongs to the streets, dude.
She belongs to the streets.
How is this conversation? The fact that something like that can happen should let someone know something's wrong here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no,
there's no excuse for that type of behavior.
My thoughts was that she was actually listening to it a little bit, you know, for a while, you know, kind of thing. If I remember correctly, I think it was like 200 proofs or something. So she probably heard one that was like, no fucking way, you know.
But yeah, dude, like Elijah makes a good point there. Like, how is that your response? Like, not a conversation, not, hey, like, what do you think? She just pours a glass of water on your MacBook Pro. What a biatch.
So she had to be getting stuff from her friends for a long time before that. Like that can't be an initial response to listening to some podcast that has a differing belief than you.
I don't know, bro. A lot of people, this topic really seems to trigger people. Like I was saying that my experience was I was at a family member's house, and my other cousin was like, yo, did you hear Alex is a flat earther? And they like literally kicked me out of the house. Like they had never even, this topic just really rubs people the wrong way. It triggers people, you know? So, bro, like that should be a red flag. That's a red flag. Like, cause I could say something else crazy. Like, oh guys, I think grass is purple. People would be like, yeah, funny, whatever. But if you say the earth is flat, they get like pissed. It's like, whoa, what's going on here? Who told you to get mad about that, you know?
You can be on drugs or identify as literally anything except for a flat earther.
Yeah. That's like,
God forbid, if you're a flat earther, get the fuck out of here.
Like I get if like your whole livelihood is like tied to that, right? Like if your livelihood is tied to the globe, like I can get being frustrated, but I can't get that type of response from fucking anything. Like unless you're talking about like bring back Hitler or let's go kill babies, like I just don't see that type of response to that shit. Like that's just ridiculous.
But that's what they hear,
dude.
That's basically what you said is exactly what they hear. Because
Elijah.
When I was talking on TikTok, I had posted like a video that or it was a meme that said, listening to differing opinions doesn't actually cause any real harm. And the guy said, yeah, it does. What about Hitler or something. So it's like when you have an opposing view, they think, oh, that shit is dangerous. Like this could really lead to, murder or something. I don't know. They're fucking insane.
That was that modern day debate with Whitson and Karen.
That's that guitar kid.
Yeah, the guy said that they haven't presented anything at all, and what they presented is a dangerous conspiracy theory that needs to be censored. Dude, that's contradictory, okay? Either they said something or they didn't say anything. If they didn't say anything, then what are you censoring?
Right. You're always trapping them in these like cog-dis statements, the contradicting statements. It's so funny.
Yeah, another guy in text said one of the super chats was, Flat Earthers presented no argument, and he's going to make fun of the arguments they presented. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it was something along those lines.
See,
I'm all about leaving stuff uncensored. I would rather people say whatever's in their heart, whatever's on their mind, doesn't matter. But the problem comes when you try and incite other people from a space of anonymity,
Right.
because then you have no repercussions, right? If you go out there and you say Hitler's the greatest, and I'm not saying that, by the way, that's definitely the opposite of the way I feel. But if you go out there and say Hitler's the greatest, like I'm cool with that. That's fine, but do it in front of people with your face. Because
well, I agree with that. Have the courage. Don't be a coward.
exactly, if you have that conviction, then show that conviction. Don't do it behind a keyboard. You know that you're not going to do it in public because somebody will rock your shit.
Yeah.
You don't have the conviction behind your words to do it in person, so shut up. And that's what I've done on a lot of Discords. Like there were a couple of guys that were doing some stuff with some girls that one of the girls moderated him, and he was in a live, and he was saying some anti-Semitic stuff, and she asked him not to multiple times, muted him for a minute or whatever the thing is, and then banned his account. Well, he came on with 8 other accounts doing the same thing consecutively. So he got pissed. Well, he found her on Instagram. She lives on the other side of the world, and her Instagram wasn't tied to her TikTok. But he found her on Instagram and called her an ugly fat bitch or something like that. So she said something about it on another Discord, and I found the dude. Like, found his location, sent him a message on TikTok, asking about his girlfriend by name, asked about the movie theater that he worked at, and just kind of let him know that I knew who he was. I didn't give enough information for anybody there to know who he was. Not giving out information, they don't have my restraint potentially, so I didn't want any harm to come to him. And so he dropped off. Well, I asked him kind of what his girlfriend would think about what he did, about knowing that he stalked this chick from around the world and then said what he said. And he laughed, and then like 2 minutes later, like he left the live. Well, I sent his girlfriend an email and with screenshots, and he was single the next day. So I'm a firm believer that if you have the conviction to say some shit, fucking face the music.
That's savage, bro. Savage.
Sorry, that crickets was a finger slip there. The evil laugh was on point.
I got you. But I mean, I'm all about you sharing whatever viewpoint you feel is the way that you want to share, right? The way that you want to be perceived. I'm all about it. Share whatever ideas are in your head, but don't do it from anonymity, and don't try and do it to incite others to do things from your safety. Like if you're going to try and incite
something
others,
you would never do yourself.
Yeah,
but you want other people to do it for you. Yeah, that's effed up.
Like on American History X, the guy that was the older guy that was trying to like control the skinhead group and make them go do stuff while he was sitting back. Like that's the kind of bullshit that I just can't abide it.
That was a very graphic movie as a child coming up.
Oh hell yeah!
The dude get his mouth on the curve. I was like, whoa, this is my favorite movie.
Damn.
I mean, it needed to be that graphic so people understood the level of hate that is there, and I wish it wasn't there, but
Yeah, that's that mob mentality. It's easier to kind of like attack from the mob. You step out of the mob, nibble on an ankle, and then come back to the mob real quick. Yeah, it's just a weak thing to do. It takes a lot to stand on your own. So, yeah, I agree. That's kind of slimy and weaselly thing to do for sure.
Man, this is so easy. Like, it's standing on the truth. It's so easy. Like, I'm so hardened, and I stand on this that I triple dog dare. Like, I can't wait for someone in my office to go, "Are you a flat earther?" Because oh boy, because after that day, it's going to be real uncomfortable for anyone to try to say otherwise. Because I'm not gonna sound like some crazy lunatic. It's gonna be like I don't really know how to deal with the points you're bringing up, type shit, you know. And I know I was in the office one time, and this girl, I missed it because I wasn't paying attention, but she said, "Congratulations, blah 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 blah." Even though he's a flat earther, and I wanted to be like, "Who was that?" But
hold up. So she was congratulating him about something, and said even though he's a flat earther to try and take away from what she was congratulating him about.
yeah, well, who knows it? It did sound more playful than a real dig.
I don't know. That playful stuff has a setting, and I don't know. That strikes me as really, really messed up.
Yeah. I mean, we're a group of loose individuals. Saying something like that in front of the office is not a big deal.
So who else has got some experiences? What's the worst thing someone has done or said to you in terms of this topic? Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Like in real life?
Either or, online, in person, just in general. I'm sure Crit's got some good ones. Go ahead, brother. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, the online stuff, I take it with like, they're just snowflakes. They're just flaking out. But in real life, I've got like, flat Earth T-shirts, like on, bumper stickers. The Earth is flat. All the stuff, right? Because I would always wait for someone to engage me to come to say to, because if you go to them, then they can kind of do that. I don't know, like they're. Like, Winston did a really good job. Like, went around the country, people came up to him who were interested. So I was at a gas station, and I was pumping the gas, and, the guy behind me said, like, something about, like, oh, fucking flat Earth or something like that, right? Is that a joke? And I was like, no, the Earth is flat. And then I said, well, how do you know the Earth is a globe? He just said physics. I go, how about this, right? As long as you're teaching physics, I'm buying. Pick whatever restaurant you want, everything's on me. And he just kind of like scruffed and just been like, kind of like, and went into his car, said something under his breath with akin to like, whatever idiot or something like that. And now the dude passed up free meal and drinks. All he had to do was talk physics. And he couldn't do it. And you know what? He couldn't do it. That's probably the worst thing, which is actually kind of odd, because compared to like your online experience, definitely like for video games, like playing online, online experiences may vary.
Yeah, they just have these buzzwords, and when you try to dig a little deeper, they run away.
Yeah. That was my first experience for it. Like, my first foray into this flat Earth stuff. Like, I heard about it, and I started going to talk to other people, like friends and coworkers, and they said the exact same thing. They're like, oh, just physics, bro. Physics. What? And, like, all these years later, now I realize, like, oh, they're just spamming buzzwords that they don't even understand. First of all, that's not a rebuttal. Physics. So you're saying you offered this guy dinner to explain it a little bit more, and he's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm nothing. Like, couldn't explain. He knows that what he knows about physics and what he knows about the globe wouldn't even fit on a bar napkin. It wouldn't even. He wouldn't be able to fill a bar like that, like 2 by 2 inches. Wouldn't have. He doesn't know enough to even fill that out with like what he knows. He knows really zero, but yet he's so sure the Earth is a globe that he's going to engage with somebody because he got triggered by their bumper sticker.
It's just an easy
Yeah,
out.
dude, that's exactly what Elijah. He's been through that multiple times. All right, well, go ahead and back it up. I'll give you $50, and they're like, nah.
Yeah.
So,
No thanks. They don't want $50.
so
I think the worst online experience is that the dude who runs a modern day debate Discord server, the anathema, dude he stays triggered, and he blames flat earthers for it. He blames this server for it. He said that he came here and he got harassed and then banned. But you look at his posting history, the only thing that happened was he said an F word, got timed out for 60 seconds. Somebody posted a GIF that said "fuck your globe," and it triggered him. He said, "Why am I timed out if I say the F word, but you can post a GIF that says "fuck the globe"?" And he flounces. He leaves the server. And if you go to the modern day debate server, you can't post GIFs. GIFs are bannable, a bannable offense if you post a GIF. So I tell him, this is like your superhero or your super villain origin story. You went to a flat earth server, you got triggered by a GIF, then you left the server, said you got banned, and now you're going to dedicate the rest of your life to fighting the flat earth and deplatforming flat earthers. That's another thing too. The Modern Day Debate YouTube channel has platforms flat earthers. The Modern Day Debate Discord channel is just used to trap and troll people who they think have a different opinion. I posted some of the stuff.
Jedi or somebody. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, some of the stuff that Anathema has sent me, I posted in the Golden Globies section. It's just one toxic thing after another. Like here, he's happy their Discord server just passed 2,000 members. The YouTube channel has 113,000 and 12,000 watch a flat earth debate. And he thinks he's doing God's work here because they've got 2,000 members on his Discord server. Dude, people tell. They can smell a rat.
I had been talking to my best friend for, I mean, it was years when the 2016 election came around. Before that, I was like, dude, everybody wants to talk about vote, but nobody pays attention to the lead up to the general. Like that's where all the gold is at. That's how you can tell people are lying, because you can put up what they said 6 months later to what they said 6 months before. And I would have all these clips, all that shit is deleted and you can't find it on YouTube anymore. But back when that wasn't a thing, back when they weren't like heavily controlled, I mean, they probably did a little bit of shadow stuff, but it wasn't like a serious thing to where now like the mainstream media is like on YouTube and the comments are turned off and all this other bullshit. So anyway, I used to show him, I was like, look, yo, Jonathan, do not watch this CNN, MSNBC, Fox News bullshit. It's all bullshit. And I would show him, I was like, look, this independent journalist over here, look what they found. They're talking about the same information that this news clip is talking about, and they're pointing something out to you that the news clip did not. Isn't that crazy, the spin they put on it? If you'd have just went with what they said, he's like, yeah, like, so for years, like, I was just breaking that down, like, oh, look at Hillary Clinton, the snake, oh, they killed suffrage. Let me, I probably can't say all that on it, but anyway, it's like all this shit was like, oh, look at these scumbags. I always had a video or some article or something directly from what they were saying. And he was with me all the way. And one day I was like fast forward 2 years, I was like, yo, bro, I was like, how I'm always like here for the truth and always exposing stuff, right? And I never say anything without like there being backup. He's like, yeah. I was like, dude, I'm gonna just say it, man. the Earth is not a globe, fam. It's flat for sure. Like I'm pretty sure at this point. And he was like, no. And I'm like, yeah. I brought him in to speak to QE. It was actually an easygoing conversation. So everything he could have possibly seen and heard was as good as the information was going to get. One day I went over to his house, right? Do you know this motherfucker had MSNBC on his big screen TV? And I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, yeah, I know. And we're sitting there talking, and he's like, and by the way, the Earth is not flat. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And he's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And he's like, no, it's not. That's just fucking retarded. Like, we got satellites and NASA and I'm like, damn, bro. I was like, yo, hey, if that's how you feel. He's like, cause it's not flat. It's not fucking flat. And I'm like, I put my hands up and I'm like, damn. If that's how you feel, then it is what it is. You already know where I'm coming from with the information. So that was like my one of the worst in person moments for me, because it's like, this is my best friend. It's like I walked into his house and I knew that the mind virus got to him just by seeing MSNBC on. And I'm like, fuck. And then the whole flat earth thing came up, and I'm like, fuck, dude, they got him. And I knew there was like nothing I could say or do.
As soon as you see Rachel Maddow, you know they got him.
And it's really crazy because it's like, dude, I've been working on freeing this dude for years. Like, it must have been 5 years at that point. And they just got him just like that. That was a scary realization for me, you know? And I'm like, what are we dealing with exactly?
It's such a strange phenomena that you can get him to up to that point, but it's just a line that can't be crossed.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be the line with everyone. Like, you can tell them everything else, and a lot of people will reject that, but you have a lot more success with that. But this it hurts when, like, people close to you, like your best friends and that, they just can't grasp it, and you just, no matter what you do.
That's that Agent Smith effect, right? When you're having a totally normal conversation with someone, and then you happen to bring up the juice, you're like, no, it's safe and effective. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, whoa, bro, whoa, you're parroting the news at me now. Hold on, hold up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny when that happens. But I'm curious to hear from other people. Does anyone else? Jed, I saw you wanted to chime in, or Chubbs, or anybody. What's the worst thing that's happened to you, or someone's done to you in terms of? This,
before we move on,
you got something else? Go ahead.
Before we move on, sorry, to the whole wabby wab thing, right? Last 3 years or whatever. Like, I realize, and it's the same thing with Flat Earth. It's the same thing with talking to people about, finance. Because guys, I'm going to keep saying this. Make no fucking mistake. Being poor is a mindset. It begins with a mindset. It really, and if that's the case, where do you think you get that mindset from? Seeing is that you didn't decide what school system you would come up in. Seeing is that you can't really buck the school system for the name of your children now. Like, just think about it. They don't just have their hands on your brain cells. They got their hands in your pocket, and all of the energy you put out there to do better in the world, they're taking it from you. I find that shit personal. You guys got to go further than they're lying about creation, because creation comes with, guess what? Abundance for you and your family if you so choose to fucking take reality as at face value. So anyway, like, what was I gonna say? I'm sorry, I made that longer than the wabby wab, right? So it's like chess trying to speak to people because you can't just take, like, your first move, take the king and go knock over the other king and go, I win. Like, unfortunately, like, the outcome, how it's supposed to go, what winning is, but you kind of can't skip steps. And it's like, when someone begins throwing all of this, it's like skunk juice or something. You're just trying to get to them, and they're like, "Oh, my uncle died. This medicine." It's like this is like skunk juice that you gotta kind of fucking deal with. You can't just like somebody saying, "Oh, my uncle died." Like, you can't really go, because you want to tell them, yes, they did, but what you thought happened wasn't really what happened. Not only that, they murdered him. Like, they're gonna look at you like you're the most disrespectful cunt on the face of the earth if you just say shit like that. So it's like, you gotta be fucking super tactful, and it's fucking maddening. Because it's like, but they did murder. They did do that, but you can't, at the same time, you can't say it, and then that's bullshit. But that's what we're dealing with, the psychology of these people who, I used to have everything. Let's look at CDC's website right now. Let's look at what was on there 2 years ago. Let's wait a year and see what. Nobody gave a shit about any of that. They're just like, oh, the doctors and the science. And I'm like, look at what I'm showing you. No, the doctors and the science. Wow, But
then anyway, no, never mind. I'm not gonna go into the topic further.
I can't wait till we get on Rumble, folks. We'll get on Rumble and
we could spend 12 hours here
for sure. But who else wants to share? This has been a really good chat. Who else wants to share some of your? What's the worst thing that someone has either done or said to you in regards to this topic? Go ahead, guys. Anybody else want to chime in?
I don't know about like worst thing, but I've definitely seen a visible reaction. So maybe about 2 years, I tried to speak to one of my housemates about the Earth being flat and so on. And you know what I'm like decent conversation, and gave him some facts and whatnot. And when he was unable to go against the things that I was presenting him, he did become visibly violent and red and shaking and wanted to like punch cushions and shit. Do you know what I mean? It was nice chilled out conversation in my room and whatnot. But yeah, his face started going red and he started sweating. And he didn't really speak to me after that, to be honest with you. I've got loads of little stories like that where people just become visibly disturbed. They can't argue with what we're saying or I'm saying, for example. And you're 5 seconds away from getting your head caved in, to be fair, if you don't calm the situation down and walk off. But yeah, I've seen people get visibly angry by these conversations, so much so that I didn't really want to talk to me anymore. Fair enough. I mean, we've all lost friends and family and so on. I understand that, but it's the visible, violent reaction. And I know that we have that violent reaction with the way that we're spoken to. For example, especially in the server, we get called this, that, and the other. We're commonly called flirts, and all our science acumen is below fucking, I don't know, sperm grade, let's say. But basically, yeah, it's the visible, violent reaction that some people that some people do get when they're confronted with the truth. It makes me wonder why the truth makes them so angry sometimes.
Yeah, you can definitely see people getting triggered. Those people should really stop and think, why am I being triggered by this thing? If someone said something else ridiculous, I wouldn't be so triggered. It's just this one thing.
I think because I think the reason they get so triggered is because, like, we're just talking with words, and we kind of can't see the forest past the trees. Even us, when we're speaking, we don't know what's going on a subconscious level. And what I think is going on a subconscious level is the kind of thing that happens all the time. Like say if you're arguing with your girl and it's like she brings up a point and you bring up a point that you and anybody that can rub two pennies together would realize, okay, this kind of refutes my entire premise. So they'll just distract from it just so they can make their point true. When it's like, no, why don't you just accept all of this mental energy you put into this bullshit argument that you tried to come at me with? Why don't you just admit that you were fucking wrong, and let's fucking have a nice dinner and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and let's have some sex or something, and it's like that never happens, right? It's always the argument. It's like, you just trying to be right. Well,
Such a romantic.
I think it all boils down to, when you bring this conversation up, subconsciously, there's a logic string that they're not aware of that goes directly back to creation. And I think that the powers that be, the people that people supposedly hate and love at the same time, like Roman Catholicism is everywhere. People will claim that they hate the church, but they're heavily into it at the same time. All of these ideas that were given to them, they're like, well, maybe spiritual this, maybe I pray to this, and all of that comes from the same thing that they claim they hate. It's intrinsically linked, and on top of that, that's all a lie. The fact that you're supposed to worship idols and just being a pagan and thinking, oh, you know what, maybe it was nature, and I'm going to pray to the nature gods and I'm going to be rich, and manifestation, even though manifestation is like a thing. But it's like they've been exposed to the truth and then whipped with it so much that they refuse it. So it's like you can't even talk about it, because for some reason the truth is like somehow connected to some bad traumatic experience in their life. Like, oh, this place is creative. Oh, what are you trying to say, that I got to go to church, that place where I was abused? No. Like, oh, what are you saying, I'm gonna go to hell because I'm gay? No. Like, where's hell in the Bible? Like, you don't even know. All the shit that you're afraid of isn't even real. Not biblically speaking, but you're fighting against a ghost. No.
Sorry, I was just adding some more sounds to the soundboard in the background there. Who else wants to chime in? What else do you guys got for stories?
I just want to touch on what Elijah said.
Okay.
Yeah, Miggy and I used to say this a lot, and you've probably, CB, you've probably heard me, Elijah, we've probably said this before. I think you're kind of right. Somewhere in the back of their subconscious, they realise God's waiting for them. With this type of truth, when we were talking about the Earth being a created system, they must, somewhere in their subconscious, know that God's waiting for them. And I think that's kind of become more obvious to me over recent years, especially, the more that I've delved into this flat earth subject and the more that I've spoken to people and tried to get them to change their mind, because their mind is wrong, so I want to help them change it. So I strongly believe that subconsciously, or even within their own conscious as well, it's the fear. I think they're scared. I think they're scared of admitting that this place is a created system, because you are literally another sentence away from admitting that God is real. And then you have to be accountable for your actions. I think people are just generally scared of the truth for that reason, especially this flat earth truth, because we're talking about the creation itself, right? And why they've lied about the creation and turned it into something else and given us a new creation story. I really do think that's one of the reasons why some of these people react in the way that they do, because they're scared.
Bro, yeah, completely agree. Defense mechanism. Why I get so triggered, it's like, well, if I get angry, I don't have to really address what he's saying. It's totally a defense mechanism for sure. I call it the snowball effect. If you're on the top of a mountaintop and there's tons of snow everywhere, and you make a snowball if you let that sucker go down the hill, it might start getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and next thing you know, it might even turn into an avalanche. So if I just don't let this sucker roll off the cliff, then it'll never turn into avalanche, and I'll never have to deal with it. So yeah, it's like a totally a defense mechanism. They don't want that snowball to get rolling. But our job, we're over here chucking snowballs off the cliff like crazy. Like, nope, we're gonna start an avalanche, dude. So that's just what we do.
Yeah, it's that burden of responsibility. But once you start doing it, you realize it's not so bad. Like, it's just tipping them, like getting that snowball rolling for them. But that's a tricky, that's a hard part to do. But like once you've started, it's very easy to just accept everything for what it is. It makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, it's not so bad, really. That's at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty good.
Does anybody else want to go on this before we move to we can move to another question if this one's drying out a little bit, but I want to give people a chance to chime in. Anybody else? We got a pretty big panel. Question is, what's the worst thing? Let me type it in the chat for those that maybe are just watching or listening. What's the worst thing someone has said or done to you because of this topic? We've had somebody pouring water on a MacBook Pro. I think to me that's like the top spot, bro. That is the craziest thing. I would choke a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. Wayne Brady would have to choke a bitch if they poured water on my MacBook Pro. That's absolutely crazy. But does anybody else want to chime in on that? Yeah, FL Dub says it taught me a lot today. I bet you did. Man, she got kicked to the streets, son. That girl belongs to the streets.
I think
she belongs to the streets.
I think if you combine it with virology and cosmology, I'd say the worst thing done to you because of this topic, if you add in virology, is want to divorce you. That's probably so that mine will be final in January or February.
Damn, yeah.
So,
I have a lot, man. My heart goes out to you guys out there that are dealing with stuff like that, because those are two big topics that seem like they could definitely break up relationships. Is one, the flat Earth, or two, the virology thing. So my heart goes out to you guys. I've somewhat been there. The last girl I dated she took the juice and she hated flat Earth, but we had a great relationship nonetheless. But we didn't break up because of that. But it was a factor at the end of the day. So my heart goes out to you guys. I feel for you guys. I know some other people are dealing with that. Jim, sorry to interrupt there. Go ahead. But yeah, I feel for you, brother. I know Wave Mixer is dealing with that to some degree as well. I think not to put his business out there, but he's said a few times that like his girl's like totally against flat Earth and stuff like that. She's telling him like, you better either choose the flat Earthers or choose me. It's like, might have to kick you to the streets, girl.
She belongs to the streets.
No, I'm just messing around. But Jim, sorry to interrupt you there. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, it's all good, CB. I'm eating right now, but it's all cool. I mean, it's fun. I had that Chris Sparks who did heliosorcery. They have a Bible study, and Tom is one of the guys who helps lead it. And he told me February 3rd when I was driving across Missouri on my way to Michigan City here. He said if you support God's position on things, then you can be a majority of one. Don't worry about it. But I've never felt like a majority of one because I've always felt people are with me and like-minded.
Yeah, I do like that. I've never heard that before. Majority of one. That's good. I mean, mid relationship, I was really big on like trying to keep it going, and I'm a truthful person. I'm honest. I'm vulnerable. I don't want to hide secrets and stuff like that. So I'd be like, yo, I think the Earth is flat. Like that backfired big time. So I ended up trying to work through it, and I called into I think it was Crow 777, Jason Lindgren, his like his co-partner or whatever, and they had a guest on Dr. Andy Kaufman, and I called into their show and I asked them. So I was like, guys, well, like, how do you guys deal with your partner being if you're a flat earther or whatever, how do you guys tend to deal with these truth type of subjects in your relationship? And they gave me some advice and stuff like that. They said, like, start with other subjects and whatsoever. But I do resonate with those of you out there that are in relationships with people that don't necessarily agree with this topic. That's got to be very difficult. And I see there's got a couple girls on the panel, so I'd love for you two to chime in as well if you want to add in on that. Like maybe once we finish this question, I do have another question about possibly like relationships with someone that isn't necessarily on board with some of these things. So maybe we can get into that shortly. But I definitely resonate with those of you out there that are in relationships or working through some of these subjects. Partner. So it's a very difficult thing to do. And honestly, if I could go back, and like I said, I'm an open person, I'm an open book, I like to be honest. But honestly, if I could rewind and go back, I just literally wouldn't even bring it up. But like then like how do I, I don't know. It's just tough because I spent some time on Discord and I've worked up the ranks and stuff like that. So what am I gonna do? Like, hey, well, who are you talking to? Nobody. So I don't like to lie. I think there's a reason why they call us truthers, because those who aren't are liars, and I hate liars. I hate lies. So yeah. So just put that out there. I definitely resonate. I feel for you guys out there if you're in.
CB, where did you go?
He's going to have to come back and tell us this horror story that's happened to him. Somebody's got him. Somebody's...
Yeah. The hell?
They've kidnapped him.
I'll tell you what, though. Whilst he's not here, I mean, look, that boy is doing fantastic things for this server, right? He's doing really well. He's keeping conversations going. He's leading by example. So whilst he's not here, I think we should appreciate that for sure. He's doing a fantastic job.
I couldn't agree more.
Kudos, CB.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic.
I hope he's all right, though. I hope he didn't fall into some black hole or something, or get taken into the ether or whatever it is.
Abducted by aliens, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I love the new concept that he's bringing, though. In other words, let's kind of bring up some questions and go around the panel and get people to chime in. There's oftentimes, and you all know this, right? We kind of sit around here and there's maybe one or two people kind of BSing about random stuff, and it just gets a bit stale sometimes. So I think it brings a whole new energy. I think it's a great idea.
No, yeah, 100%. But now he's not here. I don't know what to do.
Go get a soundboard, quick! Clap, clap, clap.
Yeah,
clap.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh my! There we go. I can do that.
That's one of my favorites.
Yo, so I don't know if anyone else that feels this way. It's side topic. Because I'm sick too, and we were the AI was in here. We was talking about tall women and how how do I want to? I'm just saying, like it's hard to find a sexy tall woman. Like something about the dimensions, like they don't match, right? So I found this unusually tall woman that I think is like, I'm like, yo, that's hot. Like can I marry you, please? Like, check it out.
Okay, Elijah, fess up. How tall?
7'1".
7'1". Oh my god!
Holy shit!
But she doesn't have that weird tall girl face or that weird tall girl body. It's just like, fam.
Okay, Elijah. We know she's not 7'1". How tall is she?
No, she's 7'1". She's look on. I didn't. Hold on. Look at this. I'm gonna post her family too.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The scary thing is, I actually know who you're talking about, Elijah.
Oh my goodness.
She's so hot. Oh my gosh. Like I'm 16, so I'm looking at her father. I'm like, that's how tall I would be compared to I would climb that tree every day.
Where is this person? Where does this family live? It's not the United States, is it?
I don't know. I believe so though.
Oh my goodness.
Right? Like I've never seen a 7 foot tall woman that with those proportions. It's like,
oh my goodness.
Whoa.
It makes you believe. It makes you believe in Goliath, huh?
Yo, yeah, it's crazy that you said
She's
that.
a Nephilim. She's a Nephilim.
I wasn't gonna go there, but it's like when you hear about those, even though they tell you like the heights and stuff, I'm like, yo, especially when I go to like Knickerbocker and Bushwick, or that's a place in Brooklyn, or even today I went to Main Street on Queens, and over there they're like, a bunch of Asian people, and they're all like, there's an average height for everyone. It's a city, so there's like hundreds of people, that you see passing by, and it's like, dude, like I'm like a foot taller than everyone. So it's like I can imagine, what if you take someone like a region where most of the people are like 5'5", and then you have like people from somewhere else that's like 7'7". Like, of course they would think that those people were giants. You know what I mean? Like it's of course they would.
Okay, Elijah, is there a possibility this is all a scam, and the angle of the camera makes her look that tall, and that everybody made up the 7'5", 7'9",
refraction.
6'3"?
Refraction.
Is that possible? This is a scam, Elijah, just to get you to lust after a tall woman?
No, because there's a 6'7" dude or 6'9" dude that I also follow, called he's like on TikTok called The Tallest Man or something like that, or it's on YouTube. I follow him actually, Tallest Man, and he always like they'll comment and they'll tell him to do something, so it's like stand next to the tallest woman, and then he'll walk in the house. He's like, all right, we're gonna find the tallest and then he'll stop because he'll almost have run into his light, well, his ceiling light, and then he'll duck it and go, "Yeah, we're gonna go see the tallest one." It's like, I like that. It's a little editing. Anyway, but yeah, I know he's as tall as he is, and that's how I found her. Like, I was like, oh my.
Sorry. So Eli's attracted to the long skulls. I see. He's like, he's only kidding. 7'1".
I've never really been with like a taller girl than me. Like it's never been. I've never met anyone that looked like this, that tall. Ever.
One of my first girlfriends was taller than me, a tall blonde, looked like who is it? Who is the actress, the blonde and
Derek.
No, another one like her.
There was another one like her?
Yeah, hold on, I can't think of who was that.
Not Pamela
the one that
Anderson,
played
right?
Daryl Hannah. That one. Yeah, she looked just like Daryl Hannah.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was okay. Did you see her? Did you see her in that Fish movie with Tom Hanks?
Come on, Jim.
Yeah, this is what one of my first girlfriends looked like her in that movie. Just almost spitting image, like looked just like her.
Hot.
Did you see that? Did you see the part where I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. Did you see the part where she came out of the ocean the first time and she ran into the building? You remember that part?
Yeah, that's the part I'm talking about.
Yeah, you guys gotta look at. Just go to her Twitter, man. Sorry, I think because I'm on TikTok, you can't hear me. Just go to her channel, you'll see. Like this isn't yeah, this right here.
Okay, this right here. Oh my goodness, he's in love. He's in
I've
love.
been seeing the this family on the YouTube Shorts a lot.
Shorts.
Yep.
Give me a break. Shorts. Ha Hey, Timbo, do they grow 'em this tall down under?
Yeah, that's
no
right.
way, mate.
You can watch the tall people shorts. That's correct.
We do have quite a tall population. I'm like average, and I'm 5'11", and I'm on the lower of the average size.
I saw two couples here in San Diego that were they were all talking amongst each other walking down the street. They were like 2 feet taller than the average person. They were like extremely tall, like their heads were to the like bottom of the freaking street signs, you know, like it's pretty tall.
Hey, Sonny, are you telling a tall story right now?
Tall story. This is a short from Sonny about tall people.
I thought maybe, you know, a bunch of tall stories we can tell, right?
She's like Chung Lee or something. I don't know, man. Look at that tape measure right there.
And we know Eli is enthused about dimensions, so we got to look. Hold on.
Just that the body shape on someone that tall is really nice.
That's what I'm saying. It's as nice as it gets. Like, what the fuck?
Does that add?
Yeah,
does that add, Elijah? Does that add up to 180 degrees?
How do you get an elevation angle from there?
Yeah, how do you get that? Elijah, talk to us.
I think Elijah wants to try to get an elevation angle from that area, or one or more areas.
Horizontally. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface, though.
Yeah, at least we know Elijah's taste now in women. It has to be 7 foot or taller. Cool, we get it.
I don't know. So far, because I've never seen a tall girl with this body and with a cute face. It's always manly looking. Like this she looks all woman. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, all right, moving on. Sorry, guys.
Only her groomer knows for sure. No, I'm just kidding.
It was, you know, it's a pleasant thought, you know, Elijah, but I'd let it go about 5 minutes into it.
I was going to make an off-color joke, but I didn't. I stopped myself.
Okay, Elijah, so far, I think she's all yours.
Yeah, I like him short.
Plus, it's a family show.
I'm so old. I go back to Bo Derek running on the beach in the movie 10, you know, with Dudley Moore and Julie Andrews. So that's kind of where my mind runs back, you know, running on the beach. Yep. In slow motion.
That's the third time you've brought that up this week, Jim.
I know. Timbo, I have flashback issues. Oh my goodness. It's too easy, man. Too easy.
You know what I don't get is these parents that let their 12 and 13-year-old girls run around in these leotards or these clothes that are just so tight. They show every little bulge, every little portion of their body. I mean, it just stands out like, oh, hey, look at this. And I just don't understand why they would let their kids dress like that. I mean,
You should see what they dress like. You should see what they dress like here. If you've seen a slingshot before,
That's about the material that you're talking
Right. That's my point. I'm getting at. They're here too, son. It's not a California thing anymore. It's a nationwide thing, as far as I can tell.
I agree, man. Our 13-year-old, we're pretty lucky with her because she's a bit of a hippie. So she kind of dresses in, she's got some baggy jeans with, of course she wears singlets and stuff like that, but tends to wear like oversized clothes a bit, like, with kind of hippie, earthy colours and stuff. So she's not into the fitness outfit. Well, when she plays tennis, she wears a tennis dress, but when she's just dressing casually, I think we're pretty lucky with her, and she hasn't got into the makeup thing yet either. So good.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Someone poured water on my MacBook Pro.
No,
We thought you were kidnapped by aliens. We just didn't know. We figured you'd tell us the horror story.
Oh, dude, my battery died. No, actually, no. Someone poured water on my MacBook Pro. Though, I'm dead serious. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just joking. My battery died. Sorry about that. What I missed? How are we talking about? Whose man's is this?
We're talking about Amazonian women.
Oh, see what happens when you snoo, huh?
Oh, you missed the whole thing.
Are we doing this again?
How did you guys get to this? How did we go to this?
I couldn't help it, bro. Like
what the hell?
Mic check.
Yeah, we got you.
I was thinking that I was like, yo, because I don't know if you were there, but there was a conversation with me and AI and a few others were talking about really tall girls, and we're just like, with the super tall girls, like beyond 6 foot, like they just either they kind of look manly somehow, or they're not that pretty. Or first of all, I realize how ignorant.
I was gonna say, how did you like? Y'all really need me around, huh? I gotta babysit this.
We missed you, bro. We missed you.
Is she not hot? Like 7?
Hell no.
You tripping, bro? Like,
Hell no.
7 foot.
Eli wants that snoo, bro.
CB, you're tall, and you're telling me that you don't find her attractive. I'm
not
only
gonna lie.
5'11", I think she's hot, man.
It's a boss move to go around with a tall chick. I'm not gonna lie. That's a baller move right there. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not talking about being.
That's what I'm saying. Like you take her to like you take her to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, but like, how did this even come up though? I'm trying to figure out like, how did y'all think it's on here horny or some shit?
We took your new approach, CB, which is
you take her to the playoffs.
Is that the next question? Y'all like tall girls?
That's right. Yeah.
It legitimately is crazy that Jim brought up the point about David and Goliath, because honestly that's the only reason I brought her up, and then I got sidetracked, but but she's mad hot. Like, but then he brought the point back, and I was like, yeah, because there are places in New York like Spanish Harlem, or whatever Asian places where the average height of someone is not that tall. Like I'm 6'2", and I'm like towering over. I'm like, how is it possible that I'm taller than everyone? Like, it's like you can see a sea of people, and then you're just like a whole foot taller than everybody. And I'm like, what if David and Goliath was a story about like some Aztecs that are like 5'3" on maximum or some shit, right? And then like they met some dudes that are like fucking 7'8", 8 foot tall, like. And then giants, right? Like, what if that's? I don't know. That's really where it was supposed to go.
Elijah says, "I'll take her to the NBA playoffs. She's taller than LeBron." Right. Hey, Elijah, I got a question for you. What happens if LeBron was single and he was looking for a tall chick? Would you feel intimidated?
No. Come on, man. LeBron ain't got real game. Come on.
You imagine Elijah takes this 7-foot girl to the Laker game, and LeBron's shooting layups and stuff like that, and LeBron looks over and goes, "Hey, there's my second wife right there."
Nah, she wouldn't go for LeBron. He's too tall. She's into short kings. Like I'm considered a short king to her, so it's like I'm in safe territory there.
Oh my goodness!
All goofy as hell, man.
CB, save us.
Get us back
CB.
on track, bro.
Elijah's seen her on a TikTok video, and now he knows her personality as well.
Yup.
Now we know his type. Now we know his type.
Now we know how a Glober thinks. Using imagination.
So basically, I missed nothing.
No, this is a tactical move. So people are like, Earth is globe, and I'm like, nah, watch this, and I get on top of her shoulders. Looks flat to me.
Can't see the curve.
Can you see the curve, babe? No,
you a fool for that one, bro.
Stupid.
In that case, all you'd have to do is look down. You'd see the curve.
Oh, John, that was too easy, man. That was too easy.
So back to regular scheduled programming. Yeah, I was having too much fun. My battery died there. I'm sorry about that, guys. I missed y'all. Apparently, I missed nothing. So we
didn't say anything nice about you while you were gone. So do not rewind. Yeah, do not pass go.
It's too good. It's all good. Well, did anybody else want to go with the question, or should we go with another question? I've got some more, bro. I got a list here. So, and I got time. I got time today.
I don't think we can get any better than what Elijah just came up with.
I think the point goes to Flatloid Wright for that one. I think he's had the worst experience. I can't think of. I mean, bro, getting kicked out of a friend's house is nothing, but having someone pour water on my $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 MacBook Pro, you got to be kidding me. That's, bro. I'd go straight Wayne Brady and choke a bitch after that.
What? Because of flat Earth?
Yeah. You didn't hear about this?
Tell me the story.
Bro, Flatloid Wright's girl, his ex-girl, who's now belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
He was just, casually listening to some flat Earth, MacBook Pro on the counter, and she rolls up and pours water, a whole ass glass of water on bro's MacBook Pro.
That's bad shit, fucking crazy.
That is bad.
He was listening to Eric Dubay. That's what he said.
If that's not demonic possession right there, I don't know what is. You just gotta you hear a conversation. It's like she would if that was a girl that he was, talking to, cheating on her with on a Zoom call, she would have never even fucking poured water on his MacBook Pro. But because she was listening to a little Eric Dubay, she's like, hell no, not in this house.
She was over here like, fuck your MacBook. That's so wrong, dude. That is so wrong on so many levels.
This is the double standard, yeah? Imagine a guy did that to him.
Especially because I don't back shit up. Oh man, I don't back shit up. So it's like, what? My music was on there. Like, yo, you got 5-10 minutes before my sister comes here and whips your ass. There's no fucking way. There's no way.
I know, dude. I know. If that was a guy, he's getting knocked out.
He'd get the MacBook fucking smashed over his head.
Yeah, bro, dude, do not touch my technology, bro.
You get that Mac Pro up your ass.
Yeah, dude, she was trying to pull a Don Pettit and destroy that technology, bro. That is crazy.
Like, what possesses someone to do that? Why didn't she just turn around and just say, "I've had enough," and walk out? Like,
or just close the MacBook. Like, shut the MacBook, close it or something. You know what I mean? Damn, like, you're gonna pour water.
Well, even that would piss me off.
You
No,
like
that's like
the most
controlling
appropriate
behavior.
response would have been to close the MacBook and go,
Have a
wait a
conversation.
minute,
Yeah.
did I just
Hey,
hear
baby.
what's that about? Hold up, let's pause this for a second because what? Like that's a natural response. Because when I heard, because I was a Joe Rogan head, right? I didn't know none of this shit was going on, right? I'm just watching like his interviews, and I'm like, yeah, I'm getting smart, motherfucker. This LSD taking mushroom dude enlightened me. I'm about to
I
meet
was
the
exactly
guy,
the same.
right?
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, he has Eddie Bravo on it. Eddie Bravo is like, yo, we didn't go to the moon. The pictures from space were fake. And I'm like, nah, bro, no way. Immediately, like, I didn't pour water on my computer. I was Googling pictures from space. It's the first thing I did. I was like, hold up, wait.
Yeah,
What?
straight away. The scientists and
Bro.
the scientists.
That's by far the worst thing I've heard. So I mean, y'all better shoot. R.I.P. to that MacBook, man. R.I.P. That's tragic. Holy, that was a big fail.
Those when Eddie Bravo does that and he starts saying, "Oh yeah, all these scientists." He goes, "Name me one fucking scientist. Give me his fucking name."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's not a bad idea. I actually have that wrote down because, like, you know, girls will be like, "I want a high value guy." It's like, well, what's a high value guy? So you could just kind of in the same way. It's like guys with Glovers will be like, "I trust a scientist." Oh, well, what's a scientist? Name one. I'm like, oh, just all of them. Oh, okay. But let's see. All right. Well, anybody else want to chime in before we move on to the next question? And anybody else got
Especially
some
the ones you
terrible
can't
experience?
name. The scientists, the most important scientists are the ones you can't name, of course.
Yeah, right. It's always this vague panel, some vague entity you can't call to the stand. You know, I'd like to call a witness to the stand. Well, it's actually a vague group. You're not allowed to address them individually. Oh, okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I have this vague group I'm going to bring forth as the eyewitnesses. You can't actually speak to them in person. They have to remain behind these curtains. Just trust me.
Yeah, they just have all the answers, but yeah, don't ask them any questions. All right. Well, anybody else? I just want to give people a chance because I mean, I don't think you can top the MacBook thing unless anybody else wants to. What else you guys got? Anybody? Russ, Sasha. There's a couple of people have joined since I've gone. He said, Flatwood right in the chat says, and as she was leaving, one of the only things I remember her saying was, "Good luck finding another flat earther." And a year later, I found my wife. Yeah, exactly. And guess where she's at? X. She's in the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets. Yeah, like, yo, that's why the first thing I say is, yo, it's all bullshit. Like, that's the first thing I'll bring it up just so like there's no mistake. Like, let's not 2 years into this it's like, oh, I didn't know that. No, the fuck you didn't. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Right.
There's gotta be, this has to be like a segment that we do. Maybe we could start it off now, like on a daily basis, but then like when it gets really big, kind of like make it a once a week thing, which sounds like, counterintuitive or backwards, but it's like, nah, it's like when you build up enough interest for this topic, I think one of the things that'll humanize us again in the eyes of the fucking real demons out there, anti-flaps and whatnot. I think that it'd be interesting to just kind of compile all of our horror stories when just trying to just bring it up. Like, it's gotta be worse. I do give the winner today is, and as far as we know, is Flat Lloyd. But we need more of these stories, man. Like, it has to get worse.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's some bad ones, dude. I'm sure there's some really, really bad ones out there for sure. Yeah. Look at the gift there. How low can you go? Miguel.
Has anyone ever been like physically attacked?
Ooh.
Because of flat Earth?
Yeah, I bet you somebody got swung on. Yep. I wouldn't be
Maybe
surprised.
Orion. You reckon he'd come close because he does street activism, or
Right.
Critical Inception. Maybe someone like that.
Did
Maybe
you
they've
say
been
Orion?
attacked. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's got punched in the.
Yeah.
I want to punch him in the face. So
That's funny. Yeah, so yeah, we should definitely do this again for sure. I want to give like 30 more seconds the floor for anybody else that wants to chime in before we move on. But anybody else got some horror stories?
I can tell you, but it's not a story. It's more about my best friend.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still that I cannot share these things with him because of story. I, for example, that was for me the like a slam. How to say, like a hit because
Slam dunk.
Yeah, because that's the person which I okay, he's in US now, and we didn't hear each other for 10 years, but in the past we were like saying each other everything, but I mean everything, and nothing was like we cannot speak about that or something. But this thing was like he didn't want to look even into that, and that was for me like, what the fuck is going on? Why? And yeah, and even now today, I never when I see him, I never speak about that, and I don't only if he wants to touch, but he never touched he touched it like for 10 minutes, and he asked me, does I know who is Mark Sargent, and I said yes, I know, and that was all, you know. That means that he heard something about Mark Sargent then somewhere in some kind of, but it's for me it's still bad because I know he's fucking good person and everything, and he's so open minded, but for this he cannot open the mind. I don't know what something
Right.
Yeah.
Was did he know? He obviously knows that you're a flat earther. Yeah.
Yeah. Now he know. Yeah.
Yeah. But the original conversation before that, so you guys used to speak about everything, and then you brought up flat Earth, and now you guys don't speak only about flat Earth, or you don't speak as much about anything.
No, we speak about everything when we
Yeah.
how to say hear each other, but about flat Earth we don't speak. I don't want to bring it up, and he doesn't ask. If he want to ask me something, I will speak about, but he doesn't. He even doesn't mention that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know that I will push the thing again, and because I know him. It's not some person that he didn't want in first two times, and then I know why I need to push again, and I will get the same results, you know. And
Yeah, it's like daddy government told them not to play with flat earthers. A lot of them listened. A lot of people listened.
Because he asked me like something like, why you trust that people from YouTube, you know? Because he think that I'm watching something, you know, and now I'm trusting some people, something. How I know that they are telling me the truth, you know? But I didn't.
Yeah, like you just joined a cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to hope things onto you.
That was my opinion about flat Earth when I was going to look what it had.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I didn't
So
even
CB.
like I couldn't even I didn't even get the chance to actually think about other flat earthers. I saw 200 proofs in my first night, and I watched the whole thing. And after that, I was fucked. I didn't even know about any flat Earth groups or anything. I just thought, this Eric Debay guy, who the fuck is this? And then I was thinking about things he said, and I never got a chance to even judge any flat earthers before I actually turned into a flat earther.
Oh, CB, I forgot to tell you this. This was important because that he was the first person I want to speak about that. You do understand? I was telling him I was telling him Earth is flat, man. I wanted to share the first thing that with him, not with. I didn't share that with some flat earther or somebody. Do you understand?
Right. You went to a friend.
Yeah. Like I don't want to look into that. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Let's
I've had very
similar. Let's watch together, you know, with your friends. Then you watch. Let's make some conclusions together. It was beginning also for me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of times when you get like a spark of revelation, it doesn't even have to be like flat Earth. It could be anything. Like you want to run and tell your friends and loved ones, and a lot of times they're like, I don't want to hear it. So it is kind of sad because you're coming from a more honest place.
Did I interrupt you, Blind Spot?
Yeah, go ahead, OG.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
No, I was just going to say, and I don't think you interrupted me, Tim. I was just going to say, maybe for the hopper, maybe not tonight, but for the next time you kind of are doing the question thing, to kind of flip that question around, instead of the horror story, maybe some hero stories. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
what is the best interaction? Yeah,
right. That was gonna be my next thing. I have a couple things on the list here. One of them is like, well, let's see, like, have you converted anyone, or what's your favorite argument? You could probably do either one of those, just to kind of like lighten the mood a little bit from dude's MacBooks getting destroyed. But we probably could go with like, what's your favorite
converted
argument?
anyone, but I love to talk about like the history of it. You know, like because people go straight away to like I remember a conversation I was having with my dad. He was going, yeah, he had all the general. He's a sciencey guy. He's a computer programmer and stuff like that. So, you know, I was explaining to him, you know, all these different things, and he had the general answer for it. And I said, okay, what about the history of it? Where did it come from? You know, and I went back into that, and he was like, are you telling the truth? And my mum looked. So my mum was in the conversation. She goes, "Is this true, Neil?" My dad's name's Neil. "Is this true, Neil?" And he goes, "Yeah. That's the claimed thing." She goes, "That's ridiculous." That nothing was ever proven before they started speculating on all these other things. You know, she was dumbfounded. She was like, "What?" So I like going into the history.
Nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I do. In the same way, I kind of like setting the table for people. Like a lot of people will roll in 2023 and they don't really know the history of the argument, at least. So I like to kind of reset the table. Fork goes on this side, the knife goes on this side. This is how it all started, etc. But
I see you do that with refraction. That's good. What you do with that, you know,
every
you say,
time.
Yeah, you say, "Oh, this was our argument," and then you guys started claiming refraction, but that was what we were saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's not physical.
It's sad, man. It's sad. They need to. They're like literally like going against. If they could jump in a time capsule and go back to 2017, they would be arguing with us against the globe. But they're globers. It's like, dude, that's why they're so confused. They don't even know what side they're on anymore.
That's why I was saying the other day they're going to start stealing the atmospheric dome of vision. You know, they're going to start taking that and going, "Oh well, you know." I don't know how they're going to flip it, but they're going to take that because they're going to go, "Oh, these guys, this is how we actually see," and these guys have actually pointed out that this is how we see. We see in circles. How can we use this to our advantage? And they're going to claim that you're going to have refraction and the atmospheric dome of vision.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They're always trying to hijack reality and spin it some other way.
Yeah, perspective is a curve.
Well, we'll give you credit when it happens, for sure. Why don't we do something? This one should be pretty open for everybody. Like, what is your favorite argument? Why don't we go around the panel on this one? One of your favorite arguments for flat Earth. Anybody want to start that one?
Water.
Yeah.
Mine's water.
Water is a great one for the beginners, but one for the that really stumps Glovers is plumb lines.
That's your favorite argument. Go ahead and lay out the argument for those that aren't familiar.
All right, so if you live on a ball, if you understand what a plumb line is, then it's a straight direct line from that is held by their gravity. So this is what's great about it. So like a weight on a string has to be held by gravity towards the center of mass, according to them, right? That's their argument. Now, no plumb line could be parallel to another plumb line anywhere on around Earth, ever. So this creates a huge conundrum when it comes to building and stuff like that. Like, we rely on plumb lines at the corners of buildings or at the center. Like it's like when you want to determine what is vertical cannot be vertical to another vertical line on a globe.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So if if for the globe, if it's affected by gravity, what is it in reality?
In reality, we live on a plane, and plumb lines are all horizontal to each other.
Well, like,
And
what's the replacement for the gravity part? It's just going down, just because it's hanging, or?
Oh, well, you're asking for a replacement to gravity? Like,
Well, if they're saying that it's going down because of gravity, obviously that's not true. So, like, in reality, it's just hanging, it's just going down. Or?
yeah, down is down, and up is up, and down is down. Lose first law, dude. If you guys don't know Lose law yet, like,
Yep, I know
catch up.
lose laws.
So you don't need. So there's
We
no
gotta
really
have three,
replacing it. It's just. So why do they need gravity then if it's just hanging? Like, or.
Well, they need something to attract. In their paradigm, they need something to attract weight towards a center of mass.
Okay.
But that's
reality is just hanging.
It's only because they think that they live on a ball where it's floating around in a space, instead of realizing that we are the bottom of existence, the floor to reality.
Okay. All right. So if loses plumb lines. All right. Cool. Did you want to add anything to that, or?
No, I'm satisfied.
Okay. Anybody else? What is your favorite argument? One of your favorite arguments.
Well, mine is the lunar eclipse.
The lunar eclipse. All right. Let me write this in the chat.
Say again.
I'm gonna write these all in the chat just so we can follow along. Go ahead. Why don't you break down the argument for people that aren't familiar?
Sure. Well, basically, a selenilian eclipse is a partial lunar eclipse where the sun and the moon are 180 degrees to each other. So it's basically creating what they say is a syzygy. In other words, a syzygy is a line. So it's the alignment between the sun, the earth, and the moon. Now that's the claim, but there's no phenomena observed to go with this claim, because when the eclipse actually happens, what you see is both the sun and the moon in the sky. So what they're saying is, well, actually, what you're looking at directly is just refraction. So you're looking at the image of the sun and the moon, but they're actually below the horizon to some degree. So it's like, yeah, that's a cool story, bro. But again, you don't have a phenomena to prove the premise in the first place. So it's kind of an ad hoc explanation. But my favorite part about it is that the shadow portion, the thing that the earth is supposed to be causing, is upside down. So the orientation is like all wrong. Sometimes the shadow comes in from the side. Sometimes it comes in from the 10 o'clock position. And it's just beyond ridiculous when you experience one of those things and then you look up what an eclipse is supposed to be. It's clearly something wrong there. That's what I like to bring up to people.
Elijah, can I add something to that moon thing? Do you see the picture what I posted 53 minutes after the hour?
Yeah, with the moon on the right side on the left. Yeah.
That's the moon during the day. If moon is a rock, what they are saying it is, moon must be full every time in the sky during the day because it's a rock. You cannot get that. What's that? How you can see the sky? That's impossible.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Nice. I have a meme based off of what Elijah was saying there too. I put it in the chat there. He described how it's like a syzygy, right? You're supposed to have 3 celestial bodies, one of them being here in the middle. And so, I mean, dude, if you really think about it, we're on the ground, right? And the moon is supposed to be above you in the sky, and it's being like blocked, whatever. It's being blocked. Your view of it is being blocked by something. What they're telling you is that the ground below you is the thing that's blocking your view of something in the sky. So you should sit back and really think about that.
Huh? Oh my god!
So they're saying the ground under you is blocking your view of something in the sky. Really, bro?
Which wouldn't necessarily be a problem if the sun was at an angle that was below your position, but you're looking at the sun too. It's like they're both above you.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, I would say it's not a problem the way they present it, but it's a problem in reality to say that. I mean, just think about that. They're saying the sun